Oui, c'est un truc. tout sur ce PC là, tu veux que je mette la mienne aussi en fait?
J'ai oublié mon câble d'alimentation.
T'as encore assez de batterie?
Non, j'ai vite le chercher.
Je vais aller voir.
Oui, mais j'ai pas de batterie. Alex?
Préviens-moi quand tu veux que je vienne faire des défauts.
Je comprends pas que j'ai foutu comme ça. Ça rentre en tout cas. Excellent.
Ok, mais sachant que tu ne verras pas vraiment le début puisque tu vois que les premiers rangs sont pas là. Non, j'ai tiré le câble, je suis sur cette paire. Bien que maintenant que tu le dis, j'ai branché le prise, mais je vois qu'il n'y a pas de secteur. Je cherche. Problème réglé. dans la salle en bas. Odoo qui fait signe qu'il y a un problème avec les...
Non, non, c'est un nom.
Non, non, ça va, c'était pas bon.
1, 2, 3.
Pas de soucis. J'espère que ça n'interférera pas avec le signal transmis, mais je pense pas. Tu as besoin de quoi? Juste quelques extraits du diapositive, du plan large et tout.
Je sais pas où ils sont. Ils sont là-haut. Ils se cachent parce qu'ils dorment encore. Ils rentrent le voir. Ok.
On n'a pas compris qu'il y avait des paramètres de qualité.
Oui, donc non, mais
Good morning. Good morning. Some of you guys asked me to strip off this morning, and you will be disappointed, but I won't strip off again. And I'm going to ramp up a bit the agenda for the day. Okay, let's do it again. Good morning! Good morning! Here you go, here you go. I see you still there. I see you're still there. Okay, second day of the Open Days. Busy agenda, busy schedules, very interesting contents. Again, we're gonna go through some plenary sessions, listens to some interesting person, and I will introduce to one of them in 2 minutes. The agenda is almost the same as yesterday. We have business for partners, discovery sessions, we have workshops. Please have a look to your agendas to not to miss anything you would like to be interested about, business sessions, framework session, developer sessions. Tonight, we're going to have the awards ceremony. Please don't be late. It's always a great moment for the Open Days to see all the nominees.
So today I will present you the Odoo roadmap and strategy. So what's the future of Odoo? The next big step for Odoo is to go from 2 million of users to 10 million of users. And I will explain how we will turn Odoo into a mainstream product. And that's very important because I think that as we are open and things like that, we should talk about users more than customer or whatever. So I will present you 5 investment areas to turn Odoo into a mainstream product. So in other words, how we will spend $10 million as fast as possible and burn a lot of energy on this. The first one is, of course, and that's the most important thing with Odoo, is to release an exceptional product. That's where our focus is, and that's where our focus should be and should continue to be in the future. And that's something we are good at, I think. Yesterday I explained you, I think I show this graph every year, but it's so important for the strategy that I keep repeating it again and again. The strength of Odoo is that you have different types of software on the market. You have the ERP players that have a lot of features. They do MRP, accounting, inventory management, and so on. So they grow in terms of features or applications here. But, and you have people like SAP, Microsoft Dynamics, or Oracle in that area. And their strength is to be able to cover all the business needs of the companies. In the other side, you have the new SaaS or cloud player or mobile application providers that are doing one thing, but they do it super clean. Like a mobile iPhone apps, top mobile iPhone apps or cloud vendors. And then strength is to attract a lot of users because of the usability or the quality of the software they have. But they don't have a lot of features. So for companies that just cover 1% of, and if your product is the number of features multiplied by the quality of these features, so Odoo has a potential to grow like no other person can do on this market. And that's very important because we'll create something that is super valuable because what the value of a product is the surface. It's not the length. And that's what makes us unique. In order to do that, how we will invest time in version 9? I'm just talking here as a vendor. Of course, the partners will continue to create tons of new applications and modules on Odoo. So you'll have a lot of new features through the community. But that's our focus as a vendor. 40% of our charges in the R&D, research and development department will be on usability. What's usability? Usability means improving every existing application. The right feature at the right place, being super simple, onboarding of the user, but also it's business-oriented. Usability is having a reconciliation process that fits with the reconciliation process and the content as in mind. Usability means having a sales funnel that looks like a sales funnel, a contract form that looks like a contract in the real life. So that's the biggest focus of Odoo since 2-3 years now, actually more than 3 years now. It's making what we have become better. And we have a lot of potential in this area, mainly because of the CMS. Now we can build the front end of all these applications. So the recruitment application will be better because we can publish jobs online. The events application will be better because we can replicate all the features of Eventbrite, so we can promote and sell events online. And every application will become better because of the front end. But that's not all. Usability is about every small details. So we have people in our R&D department that are filming users, that are analyzing how companies interact with their customers, with their software, and we measure everything, and we put every feedback in the usability team, and they produce specifications so that we build an exceptional product. So that's the main investment area. It's not launching big new feature or new application, it's making our feature perfect. That's a huge team at Odoo, Belgium and India. So that will be a big step forward, and I think accounting is important because we already have a very good accounting engine, but on the accounting market, we have a lot of deprecated products. Those products are good, they do their job, they do accounting, but they do the same thing since 10 or 20 years old. And I think we can really come with something interesting in this area and very disruptive to what already exists. We can make accountant become productive. We can make the job of an accountant become funny again. And we can make reports in real time. We can have everything because of the flexibility and the quality of the code of Odoo. So that's what we will do over the next year. We will also invest a lot on CMS and e-commerce. We'll make it super clean, disruptive. We'll make something that every company will be able to leverage to create their website in a few hours, to launch e-commerce, to synchronize the e-commerce with the mass mailing and so on. And we'll always do that kind of thing by keeping in mind that that everything we will do on this area will have an impact on every application. So it's not just the CMS and e-commerce. It's the fact that all applications will become better, like the code designer I showed you yesterday. 10% of our effort we'll put on the new design. Not only changing the colors, or not necessarily changing the colors, but one of the things we would do that will be really impressive is to merge the front end and the back end. And that's something that will bring a lot of better usability too. So we don't want something where you have a front end, you have to switch to the website, you have to switch to the back end to set up your website, to create some configuration. We think the front end and the back end should be merged. The way we see the things, the website is an application like the others. There are no reason why a website should be managed in another way than an accounting, inventory, or CMS or CRM system. For most of the ERP users, we all know that it's super important to have your sales management application integrated with your inventory management application. But I think it's as important to have your sales management application fully integrated with your website too. So you never would put Odoo for all your application and take another one for inventory management. It has no sense. You won't say, I will use Odoo for sales, CRM, accounting, MRP, but for inventory, I will use Divalto. It has no sense. Everyone knows this. But I think for the website, it's the same. In a few years, while people will understand the power of what we are building, it will have no sense to create a website which is not integrated with the rest. Because website is something that is integrated with inventory, it's integrated with sales, you need to know your stock, your price list, you need to know your customer and your supplier to apply the right discount and all the things. So merging the front end and the back end will help on this area. And it will also bring a lot of new usability improvements. As an example, on the front end, you have quite cool features like the translation. You click translate and you can translate your page very easily. I showed you that yesterday, I think. We need the same system for the back end. Why should we have two different systems? For one translation for the back end, one for the front end. Or on the front end, you have a very good system to customize a page. From customize, in just one click, you can add product categories, filter on attributes on the e-commerce, filter on offices on the jobs offers. We should put the same customized system in the backend too. If you are on a sale order, customize, and you apply, you change, and your sales order now have discount or price list or delivery address. So why should we go to the settings to configure your sales management application? We think it has to be everything has to be in line. And if you want to customize your form, you should be able to do it like in the front end. Edit, change your form, and you change your the layout or the layout of your report and things like that. So merging the front end and the back end will be a small revolution. And in the process of changing this design, we'll also make it perfect for the mobile, with a strong usability for mobile, drag and drop, a very smart integration, user interface integration. And 10% of the effort will be on the framework too. With the new API, we have a few modules to rewrite, so we'll invest time on making things super clean. And I'm pretty sure there is something incredible with OpenERP, or Odoo. There is something incredible with Odoo. Every version is a revolution. When we launched version 7, it was a big revolution. When we are launching version 8, it's a big revolution. You have CMS, e-commerce, business intelligence, lots of new things. But the incredible thing with Odoo is that each time we release a new version, the code is not bigger. The code source of Odoo remains the same, because not only we launch new things, but we are also super good at improving existing things. And that's what we will continue. And I'm pretty sure that version 9 will have a smaller code base than version 8, including all the features we will add. That's great, because it means that in terms of maintainability, we have the power to grow much faster than the others. Think about it. Magento has 1 million lines of code. And they promised Magento 2 5 years ago, but that's because they have 1 million lines of code. With much more features, Odoo, we have 150K lines of code, so something around 6.5 less. But we have much more features. Not only we do an e-commerce, but we also do accounting, warehouse management, and all those things. And I was talking about Magento Core, not only the modules, not with a single module. The release cycle. We have a release cycle that is around 12 months, but sometimes a bit more. So version 6.1, it was 13 months between version 6.1 and version 7. Between version 7 and version 8, it has been 18 months. And between version 8 and version 9, we will focus on 12 months. Why? Because we have a stronger team than ever in our research and development team. So we'll be able to do something really exceptional. I can promise you already know that version 7 will be even more impressive than what we did between version 7 and version 8. And as I started to work on the specification, I'm sure about that, you will see that in 1 year, this will be astonishing. And we will do it in 12 months. So the second investment area to turn Odoo become mainstream is to attract a mass of users. And I'm really insisting on the term users. It's not about customers, it's about users. What we want is users. Even if these users are free, it's super important. That's our community. Because I think that the users are the strengths of Odoo. They are our ambassadors, because usually the user enjoy the software. So they talk about that's the best marketing you can have. Having happy people is what you can do, the best marketing action you can have. So what did we do for that? First, we launched the cloud free for 2 users. Our idea behind this is that we have a lot of users that are downloading Odoo because it's cheaper, simply because they want to avoid 30 euro per month or 70 euro per month. They prefer to download just for this small cost. And it has no sense, because if they download, the user experience is not as good as when you subscribe on the cloud, because you have to install yourself, you may have some issues in the installation due to dependencies, you have to configure with your mail gateway, you have to host somewhere. So we want our user to have a very strong user experience. So we decided that we will make it free for all companies having 1 or 2 users. In terms of number of companies, it's 30% for companies using Odoo, which is a lot. But if we check in terms of number of users, it's only 2% of the companies using Odoo. Why we will do that? Because they will have a high satisfaction rate, just because the user experience is super clean. In 1 click, you have an instance which is ready, configured with your emailing, with the Interpad, secured, and all the things. So it's very important. And as we always wanted to not have any lock-in, they still will be able to go from online to on-premise. So it's just a way for us to bring a better user experience to our users. And we'll do that on all the applications, CRM, CMS, e-commerce, without any limit. The other way to attract millions of users is to, if we are free for 2 users, this means something. It means that the CMS and the e-commerce applications are free on the cloud, because you only even the big companies, they usually have less than 2 system administrators for the e-commerce or CMS. So that means that we have the very first e-commerce that is free on the cloud without any cost, and CMS and so on. So you can really launch your website in just a few clicks, and the whole maintenance, upgrades every month, support is included in this offer. So that's great, because we will have thousands and thousands and thousands of companies creating websites with Odoo, and that will be our branding on the future. Having thousands of pages created with Odoo, with a small label on the bottom that says this website has been created with Odoo, is very impressive. And I think we can do a lot with 2 users, so it's a very good way yeah. We also want to lower the entry barriers for the paying users. So with the new pricing, we want something where there is no huge starting cost for SMEs. They can start a project with 12 euro as a public price per user and per month, which is nothing. There is no complex implementation project. With your new offer that costs 100 euro per month, not per user but per month, we include for SME, it's an offer for SME, and I think the partner will follow. So we will have a competition market that may even decrease this price. But what we are able to do with Odoo now is this: 100 euro per month, and you have your full implementation assistance, your training, your monthly upgrade, unlimited customization of screen, reports, and workflows. So we come and we change. We need to change a screen, it's included, unlimitedly. And unlimited support tickets. And we will do the support in real time and in 24 hours and on 24 hours. So that's incredible. Now there is no more implementation projects. Small companies that need something, 100 euro per month plus the cost of Odoo Enterprise, 12 euro, and you are up and running. No huge starting cost, no complexity of implementation, the power of the cloud, the power of a strong service team that is 24 hours on 24 hours. So that we change the market. What we are doing here to attract users is turning a service market into a product market. It's very important. I'm talking only about the SMEs, small companies of less than 20 users. Of course, for big companies, they still need services. So they will still use the services of the partner, which is good, because they are good into satisfying the users, because they can do projects that fits with the user need. But we wanted that the mass is all the small companies, we wanted that this mass goes into Odoo massively, and that's why we did this very cheap offer, because these guys will be the marketing of Odoo in a few years. Having millions of users is the best marketing we can have, especially if they are happy. And with this offer, they are happy. We already integrated 150 companies with this offer, and we have a churn of 0. And it's not normal. I think I pray that we keep this. But not a single customer stopped using this offer. And we customize everything for just 100 euro per application and per month. The third area of investment, I think, is to disrupt a very old market, which is the CMS, website builders and e-commerce market. Why? Because this market is 10 times bigger than the ERP ones. You have 10 times more websites in the world that you have accounting software deployed. So 10 times. It means if today we have 2 million of users, if we would have done CMS on e-commerce, it would mean 2 billion of users. 20 million of users. So that's why the front end of every application, the CMS and e-commerce, is strategic. It's strategic because it improves the quality of every application. It's in line with our integration vision of the company. But also because this is a huge market with a huge traction that did not evolve over the past years. I think that the CMS and e-commerce market looks like the ERP market 6 years ago. When I entered into the ERP market, there were only dinosaurs. It was Microsoft Dynamics, SAP, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was talking to us and said, no, you can't do that, it's too complex, the market is already saturated. But the fact that we succeeded is because this market was based with dinosaurs that did not evolve over the past 5 or 6 years. And I think it's the same for the CMS and the e-commerce. Creating a website now with a Drupal or an e-commerce with Magento takes as much time as it took 5 years ago. Magento is the same than 4 years ago. Drupal did not evolve too. So I think we have something to do, and I think it's time for us to fix this and allow companies to create websites in just 1 or 2 days out of the box. So I think it's time to also turn this market from a service market to a product market. And it's great, because as it's massive, there is 10 times more CMS and e-commerce implementation, we will bring a lot of people on board. And what's important is that we see the CMS and e-commerce and this huge volume of prospects as a way to attract new prospects to Odoo. But we think that the monetization, what we will sell, will still be the core business apps, accounting, warehouse management, product management, point of sale, marketing, HR, and things. So we'll continue focusing on the core business app, but we'll use the CMS to attract people. That's great. We can offer the CMS and the e-commerce for free. They use it. And if they use it, what software will they choose for the accounting or for the inventory management? It's just one click away. So if they use it, they will use Odoo behind. And we have the opportunity to upsell on so many different applications. So it's great because we don't even have to monetize the CMS and e-commerce. So we have a huge advantage to all the players because we can do it for free, and we will get more revenue by customer than them. The fourth things we want to do is it's a concept that has been invented by Microsoft, but I think which is very important. We have to make partners rich by making customers super happy, and that's very important. We want to keep strong margins for our partner on our services, but also on the ability to provide services, implementations, services like development and things like that. So we want to continue investing on this, of providing big margins on Odoo Enterprise, but also of letting them the ability to sell a lot of things around what we do. Why? Because they drive the sales. And we will do that by making customers super happy. So we'll train our partners on the best methodologies we find over the past years and months, on what works, what doesn't work, and we will improve the product so that they have the ability to make their customer even more happy. And for the customer, they will like our product and services so much that they will always want to buy more. So it's a system where everyone wins. The customer will be ready to buy much more and more and more and more because they are super happy. And every year, we will bring even more features. And I want to disrupt this. And it's still today a bit like this. So that's something I don't like at all. But when you work with traditional ERPs, the process is like that. You buy an ERP, and the company that buys such an ERP, SAP, Microsoft Dynamics, they invest on 7 years. So they say, I will buy this project, and I will invest 7 years on this, and after 7 years, maybe we'll have to buy another one. And they maintain as long as they can. So the first 2 years is okay, and after 3 years, 4 years, it starts to cost a lot because the technology is deprecated, there is no more vendors on all the versions of the software, it starts to be painful, and on the IT market, 7 years is a lot. Do you imagine using a Nokia mobile phone that has 7 years? It has no sense. So it should be the same for the management software. After 7 years, it breaks. And I don't want to enter with our customer in a relationship where they start for a one-shot, having the vision that we invest on 7 years, then we'll have to change, and we lose our customer in 7 years. And we know this because we are taking a lot of customers to SAP and Microsoft Dynamics after 7 years. When they have to renew their project, they usually switch to Odoo. So we want to change this. And we will change this because, and it's important because we think that modern companies deserve to evolve continuously. Every year they should get new features. Why shouldn't they benefit from the business intelligence system we developed? Why shouldn't they then benefit from the CMS and e-commerce website we designed? So it's important that we continuously bring value to the customer because this relationship is a relationship that is sustainable into the long term. And for our partners, it's easier to sell to their existing customer than trying to always find new customers. So it's important that our partners are in line and continue to grow with their customer every year. And that's the reason why our only and main service offer is Odoo Enterprise. It's our main and best value proposition. It's a system where we allow evolution for customer. And that's incredible. Huh? It doesn't look like that, but being able to upgrade customer every year at no extra cost as part of the maintenance contract, nobody is able to do that in the world. But it's critical because by doing this, the customer will benefit from the business intelligence, the CMS, the clear reconciliation system, and the customer will be happy every year. They will not be frustrated after 3 or 7 years. Yeah, and that's why our services, Odoo Enterprise, you already know this, but it's my role to remind you about that, is our core business. And it's a very great service offer because we not only we provide unlimited upgrades and bug fixes support, but we also have the guarantees of the maintenance of the upgrades to benefit from new features. And the cloud, we want one solution where the cloud and the on-premise offer are the same. So in your enterprise contract, you have an optional hosting on the cloud, and we think it's important to have the same product between the cloud and the on-premise, and the same contract for customer between the cloud and the on-premise, so that the customer is able to switch from one to the other. We do not want any lock-in in our services. It costs us money because people can leave, but we think it's good for them. So if it's good for them, they will stay with us. Yeah, maybe I should tell you about the story of last week. Last week I met one of a quite big implementation of Odoo. It was a consulting group, one of the top 4 consulting group in France. They have 1,300 users, and actually they have 1,300 employees too. And they were doing everything on Odoo, from the budget. It was a very complex implementation that took 18 months. They use Odoo since 1 year now, 1.5 years. And they have something around 100,000 custom lines of code. So it was a complex project, but they were super happy. Everything was running, the full company was fully integrated from the timesheet to the budget, to the billing, to the project planning. Everything was integrated into Odoo, so they were quite happy. But they had a problem. They were on version 6.0 with the web client of version 6.0. So they missed the good web client from one version. And they called us and they asked us a plan to upgrade them. So I worked with a plan, and upgrading such a company is not easy. 1,300 users, it's a lot of change management. You have 100,000 lines of code. It's a complex job to maintain. And I made a plan to upgrade them every 2 years. I thought it was a solution to make them in a strategy of upgrading continuously so that they can benefit, because they were super frustrated. They wanted the version 7 and they couldn't get it. They were talking the version 7 to me every 10 minutes. They were talking about the search view, the Kanban view. They were very frustrated not being able to use the version 7. And I showed them version 8. And it was even more a problem for them. So I presented a plan to say, okay, so as you are a very big company, we'll try to upgrade every 2 years. And we'll set up a strategy plan to do that. And we'll work together. And every 2 years, we will organize ourselves now so that you will be able to do that in the future. And the chief technical officer of the group, he said to me, no, we want to upgrade every year. And I think he was right. He told me, we are using the cloud for all the system administration. We are using the cloud for the email. For the email, it's upgraded every 2 weeks. Why shouldn't we do that for the management software? It's more flexible, it's more powerful. And I think he was right, and I was completely wrong. For the first time, I was not aligned with my strategy. And we designed a solution where we can upgrade him every year. And it's super benefit. For us and the partner, I think we'll have much more revenue. And for the customer, he will be happy to pay for this revenue because he will get so much value every year by staying into the top. So it was really a win-win deal. And I also think that upgrading every year or every 6 months is much easier than upgrading every 2 years, or even worse, even every 7 years. On our SaaS platform, we upgrade all our customers, so thousands and thousands of customers every month. And it just works. Why? Because we are organized to do that. So once you decide to do that every year, you have to organize yourself so that it works. Even for the big companies, and it works. And we did that for the SaaS, and we think that upgrading every year, every month is even easier because we are organized. We think about it when we design something, when we develop new things, and it just works. So upgrading companies every year is a challenge, especially for very big companies, but it's a challenge we can face. And the fifth investment area is to invest a bit in marketing too. So I think we have an awesome product, a great channel of partners, a strong service offer with our partners in the cloud, but now we need people to know about it. So for the first time in the history of Odoo, we will start to invest a bit in marketing, because in the past we decided to focus only on product and sales. So that's the way we work. We are very focused. When we decide to do something, we say yes to some of the things and we say no to the others. So 4 years ago, when we designed the strategy of Odoo, we said everything on R&D and sales and nothing else. And that's what we did. So we didn't do marketing. And that's why we kept the name OpenERP so long. But now we have budget and we are ready to invest in marketing because we have a product and a channel of partners that is ready for this. And what's marketing? One of the good guys in marketing is Seth Godin. Marketing is about content, delivering high quality content to your user or partners and all the things. And that's what matters. The only thing that matters is content. Quality of the documentation, quality of the blogs, communication that are efficient. That's what we need to do in marketing. It's not about TV advertising, about radio, about newspaper. Marketing is about doing quality and writing things that people want to read. So some of the marketing activity we'll launch first, and the most important one is the smart content. We'll talk about documentation, we'll improve documentation, books, we'll translate everything, the website, because now we have a very good CMS, so we can do it without a pain. We'll optimize on this and improve over the time. So we set up a team that can do that. There are already 7, but this will increase. We'll work a bit also on online marketing, SEO, SEA, because we have a very good CMS, so it's very easy to optimize for search engine optimization. But we also want to do marketing for developers. And all the developers will say, I don't learn marketing is bullshit. But it's not true. The marketing what is the marketing for developers? Marketing for developers is using GitHub instead of Launchpad. Marketing for developer is being able to develop your first module in 3 minutes instead of 10 minutes. It's having a very clean documentation on how to start developing on OpenERP, Odoo. So we also invest on marketing for developers, easy installation, module scaffolding, efficient communication, efficient tools, better improvement of the documentation. So that will be part of our marketing activity too. And we also want to continue leveraging the community for every marketing effort. And for this, the events are very good. So a few months ago, we did the Odoo tour, and we showed Odoo in different countries, I think 35 countries in 2.5 months. And we'll continue to do that because we want to share, meet, and inform people locally. And we want to do all of this while maintaining a fun working environment and a sales relationship between the partners and the customer. And that's something which is very important. And that's what makes OpenERP or Odoo different too, is that we have a different vision than the others, SAP or Microsoft Dynamics, about the relationship we have with partners and customers and the community. Usually it's like that. The relationship between SAP or Microsoft Dynamics with their partners is like that. You have SAP that is here and their partner that is here. And SAP puts a lot of constraints on their partner. They remove them if they are not good from the network and all the things. And it's the same with the SAP implementation partners and their customer. If the project fails, the whole cost is on the customer. Usually the partners is protected and all the things. And we don't want to work in such an environment. We want to work in an environment where everyone is equal. It's more complex for us. It means less revenue for us because it's always better to be the chief on anything. But I think it's more sane. And because it's sane, people will be happy. And because people will be happy, they will use Odoo. So we want to enforce a system and rules so that we put everyone on the same level. We want someone from the community to be as important as a gold partner. So for instance, on GitHub, we don't do any difference about who is the committer. If the commit is good, we merge it. If it's not, we don't merge it. And we want this to be the same on everything. We want our customer to have no lock-in. They can change the partner whenever they want. So they've not a so strength relationship with customer partner. And we will guarantee that you will have the source code. That's very important for us. This means that the customer can play with the competition and meet 3 partners. Or this means that the customer can change his partners whenever he wants, because we guarantee that he gets access to the source code, even of only specific developments. It's painful for us as a publisher, it's painful for the partner. We would like to have more power on users, but I think it's important to stay in that mind. And it's the same between us and our partners. The partnership contract is just optional. You may not be a partner with Odoo, but you are a partner with Odoo because we bring you value to you. And if we stop bringing value to our partners, then we just stop being partners, because we guarantee that the our software is open and free and all the things. And it's important to have that. Of course, it would be much easier for us to say, you cannot sell Odoo because it's a trademark. You cannot sell Odoo if you are not a partner. But we not do that because we want to create a sane relationship. We want prices that are low. We want pressure on the market. We want to satisfy the customer at the end. Because we think that the most important person in the environment is the users. Not the partners, not OpenERP, the vendor, not the community. The most important person in the system is the users. So we have to put everyone on the same level so that the user is free. No constraints on him. And this will be very great. Yeah, that was the end of my presentation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Xavier, the Chief Commercial Officer. I will try to be brief and straight in my presentation to avoid you to fall asleep. I will go through the global business strategy in a whole in the coming months and for 2014. I'm going to start my presentation with this quote from one of the guy I respect the most in terms of sales and entrepreneurship is Richard Branson. He said, complexity is your enemy. Any fool can make something complicated. It's hard to make something simple. And it's precisely our mission statement. Our mission statement is address SMB complex business needs with a simple and affordable solutions. And of course, following that statement, our ambition is become and be the global leader in the emerging business apps market in 2020. But first of all, I'm going to cover 5 main points today. The first point is, who is our target market? Fabien just talked about the end user experience. It's all about that. Who are our future clients? Who are our current clients? And of course, we're going to have a main focus business development activity on the SMBs. And on this slide, you see the equipment weight by layers of clients. First of all, you have small businesses. You have worldwide 1 billion employees and potential users available, and only less than 20% equipment weight with management software. You have medium businesses with equipment weight less than 35%. And of course, you have the large enterprise market, big corporation, which is a saturated market today with large vendor on-premise offer. But funny enough, we are living in a same paradox. It means that even enterprises are questioning Odoo today about what we are capable to provide them. And again, on that matter, our partners are there to help us and support the project management side, even on some medium businesses as well. Number 2, what is very important, it's we're going to live and do everything we can to live for the end user experience. We need to know them. We need to know the constraints, the pain points. And it's exactly what this point is all about. If you want to understand our lions hunts, don't go to the zoo, go to the jungle. And it's exactly what we're going to do with the partners, with the direct sales team, and with the sales teams in any sales office. And users experience values. With the new pricing, we have a very, very low entry barrier with multiple apps entries. CMS, CRM, HR, manufacturing, whatever apps the clients wants has a starting point who are able to answer to this demand. We have a very smooth, and we're going to improve even and work hard to have a very smooth onboarding experience. I do things, and we all do things here, that a big bang approach is a threat. What is a big bang approach? Is install every single module the clients wants immediately and doing a big bang implementation process. I think the key of success here is phasing the implementation, phasing the developments. You start humble and you expand later. And for sure, with the power of integration, for sure, they're going to expand with more and more features. It's a true feature selling approach. Because the customer deserves a constant product evolution. And that's why, with the Odoo Enterprise, upgrades is stressless. In any clients we used to speak to, of the sales guys speaking to, upgrade is always a constraint. With Odoo Enterprise, this barrier disappears as well. Customization without development is a unique value. It's all about the new service offer Fabien just presented earlier. It's possible today to customize an instance on cloud without any struggle as well. That's why we push Go standard as much as possible. I know sometimes it's not possible to do that, and that's why the community and the partners are there to support eventually some customization in terms of features, of localization, etc. But we do think that it's possible today to start 80% of your clients with a standard offer. And of course, we're going to change the way we do business. Before, we were very focused on maintaining a good partner networks, and we still carry on because I'm going to show you the sales organization and the investment we're going to make in this sales organization. But we do need to go to the jungle. We do need to go to the field and understand the needs and the pain points of our clients. And this is the aim of Odoo. We need to get the balance right between the direct and indirect revenue stream. And the target is to be 50-50 between the direct revenue and indirect revenue in 2007. This does not mean that we're going to decrease our focus on our partner networks. It means that the number of clients on both sides will grow. And then we're going to get to that revenue balance. Again, and just to be sure that everybody understands here, we presented yesterday a lot about this is Odoo Enterprise, and Fabien just explained the value propositions earlier. I will go slightly more into details here. But Odoo Enterprise, whatever access you're using online or on-premise, is our core business. And Warren Buffett said, price is what you pay, value is what you get. And value is what Odoo Enterprise is all about today. As you know, we have a new pricing. We presented you many times during sessions yesterday. We have 12 euro or 15 US user per month, free for 2 users. Do not forget that the value proposition on every single bundle we are offering is very strong. And I will go on that one in 2 minutes. We have two pricing. linked to each other. The standard pricing, as you know, and the new service offer Fabien presented, which is calling on the website business packs. And I will quickly go through it. Business packs, the value of this service is incredible. We can design, custom any reports, workflows. We have a very deep and solid implementation assistant methodology. We go through the pain points of the clients, we go through the requirement analysis, and it's unlimited. We provided unlimited functional support on those ones. We have tips and tricks, coaching, and we provide to any clients training materials. Key element of the new pricing. I will go quickly on this one. I think it's clear for everybody why we pick up that options Fabien just presented, 3 for 2 user maximum. But in case of paying for all users as of 3 users and or if a business pass included, €12, you know, $15 per user per app and bundle for all users. That's something you already know as well. Again, the business pack are covering any service you would like to have. Apart from the business pack, we have additional options here available, like custom design for website, like data import, and also we are providing experts consultancy in some cases. Our contracts are annual, in some cases also to invoice monthly. So again, it's a powerful driver for growth. In fact, 90% of our users don't pay anything today. Why we choose that path, the free SaaS, is, of course, as Fabien mentioned it earlier, it's to improve our user experience and having a better user experience. The infrastructure barrier is completely removed from it. And what I do like the most here is it's pretty easier for our partners and for ourselves to upsell and to keep in touch with the end user. Because the upselling approach pushes anybody to market new apps, promote and demonstrate new features. And because the strategy of Odoo is in that path, our sales and our partners will be able then to call the clients and adding some more features, adding some more values to any clients they have. The apps bundle, very strong value. As you know, those bundles are externally powerful. And I won't go into details into each of them, but I think many sessions are covering the power of those bundles. You have seen e-commerce yesterday, you have seen product variants, for instance, the events modules you have discovering. And those modules are very powerful because let's take point of sales, for instance. It's here we have a point of sales front end and back end linked to each other, which is also a unique value. Anyway, have a look to those bundles because I think they will cover at least 80% and sometimes even 100% of your client needs, of clients' requirements. This is again a slide to remember the difference between the old and new pricing. The new pricing allowed every one of us to have a more linear approach. It means small clients pay less, and as soon as you're adding features, as your software, your business software you're managing become more critical, then the price is going up. But anyway, we are still under the major, this is the benchmark of the pricing, we are still under the major competitor here. And I presented these slides, and also it's public on our blogs on the website. You can see here, if you have the price per user and the number of apps, Odoo is still very highly competitive against, for instance, Sugar of Salesforce, who are more verticals applications vendors than even Microsoft, SAP, of course, NetSuite, and Zoho. And here's the proof. We have made a very quick but interesting benchmark on pricing. And again, please have a look to our pricing sheet on the website. It's all public and you can have a look on those pricing. And of course, the marketing team will also reinforce our competitive information and I'm going to share with you guys to be sure that you know what the competitor do and to be more efficient in your sales cycles. But look at this pricing, I think, and as I said, Odoo is highly competitive compared to any other providers. What you need to remember about the new pricing, first of all, it's simple. It decreases barriers to start with. It works for all end clients, including through our partners, which was quite a challenge to create pricing working for on-premise, cloud, and for our partners. It's more correlated with the value, yet competitive. And it gives more opportunities for every single person who sells Odoo to upsell and sell more services. And again, let's summarize also the content of the value proposition of the Odoo Enterprise. Fabien showed you earlier, unlimited bug fix, security alert, full upgrade process, on standard modules, but also on-premise custom modules if required. And the example Fabien explained you with this consulting firm, which is a client since 4 years now, it's precisely there, the value of the service team and the migration team is pretty valuable because we are able to do everything. And of course, the hosting. Let me show you this slide, just to show you some metrics here. As you know, at OpenERP, we increase also the way we design our own internal reports. And one of the major metrics we have a look at every month is the monthly recurring revenue. And here, it's the increase of the monthly revenue since January 13. And you know that Q1 2014 was you can see a fantastic growth here on the monthly recurring part, and we are very satisfied because it's of any guys, any sales are involved, but also because of our partners. The fourth point is empower a global sales organization. Train sales well enough so they can leave somebody sell. And another CEO answer, treat them well enough so they don't want to. And this is what we try to put in place in the sales organization and in any departments at Odoo. Let's go through those 4 axes working together. And this is exactly precisely the same organization in any sales office globally. We are first of all the partnership team. And I would like Ruben to stand up, if he's here. Ruben is our sales manager for EMEA, and is responsible to recruit partners since now 4 years. We have as soon as a partner is recruited and that he understood the value proposition, then a dedicated account manager is taking care long-term and be on the side and selling for the partners and joining the partners to sales pitch. And this team is managed by Sandro Botta. Please stand up. So the other account manager, I like you guys as well, huh? So don't forget. Okay, we have also the brand new team we launched 1 year ago, the direct sales team. Very impressive growth, passing from 35% recurring business to almost 75% recurring business. Direct sales teams are selling out of the box applications. It's running by Jaime. So stand up, Jaime, if you have Jaime. And a brand new team as well, quite challenging team because it's brand new and it's quite complex to create some renewal processes. As you know, we are now very focused to keep our install base happy, and then we create this team managed by Gabriela. Please stand up if you are here. So they have a complex challenge to go through over 4 years of selling approach, selling OpenERP Enterprise and Odoo Enterprise, and we knew with the partner to be sure that we give and transfer the right information and that we renew the install base. And I think now it's now over 6 months we are busy with all those processes and we are almost there. So this team is quite challenging. I would like to thank you, Gabriela, for his good job. So those 4 axes are the same in any sales office, and especially in the US is the same. I think we have 4 representatives of the sales office here. I will go to that office in a couple of slides. So 4 axes working together in terms of sales organization. We have also a focus in our international sales expansion. And I will show you quickly what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to strengthen our international presence. Direct presence in Americas, we now have the San Francisco office, for the moment managed by Fabrice Henriot, who did a great job as well since 3 years. Please stand up, Fabrice. No. Brand new things, Q3 2014, we're going to open the New York office. I have to say also that we have recruited a very talented vice president sales in the US. I think he's the audience as well. He's quite discreet, but I can understand that. He's going to join us July 1st. In Europe, we remain the same with sales office, with all the sales, and Grand Rosière supporting us on a daily basis in your difficult job. Asian Pacific, we launched Q4 Hong Kong office, and of course we have a sales branch in India as well. And this direct presence for the moment will remain like that, I think, in the coming 2 years. But direct presence is not the only key elements of the sales organization. We have our indirect presence. And this is a special thank you to you guys, partners, who are helping us since the beginning of this adventure. And I would like you to thank you and applaud you for the job you have done so far. And funny enough, this partner network is continue to grow, especially with Ruben, and who is very good at that. Americas, we have 110 partners. In EMEA region, we have 350 plus. And in APAC, we have 50 partners and growing. We have a coverage in 101 countries with a really great success because of you. And again, thank you for that. So, as Richard Branson said, screw it, let's do it. Thank you very much. So let me introduce you to Alexandre Vandermeersch, our new Chief Marketing Officer.
Okay, thank you, Xavier. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here to talk a little bit about marketing now that is becoming one of the priority focus of Odoo. Let's just, maybe since many of you don't know me, let me just quickly introduce myself. I have a bit of a mixed brain, so I just put here a picture of the brain so that you can better understand it. I actually have on the left-hand side for you the kind of a geek, nerdy background because I'm an engineer in computer science. I worked in SAP for a few years at the beginning of my career. And the rest is a little bit older, like, Java, C++, and even for those who know AutoExec.bat, I'm really good at. But I see a few people understanding the joke. there on the other side, I actually spent quite some time in business. I was a business consultant. I was actually managing an SME until recently, focusing actually on market research and marketing. And I've got as well an MBA. So my Twitter handle is there, just as my LinkedIn as well handle is the same. It's AlexVDM if you want to join me, or my email is there. So before joining, when I talked first to Xavier and to Fabien, basically they said, well, and as Fabien said, I heard basically Odoo has no marketing. Right? We don't do marketing here. I was like, okay, you don't do marketing, so what did you do then? How did you? Just sales and product, indeed, as Fabien said. And I understand that because, for many people, marketing really is a dirty word, okay? When the kids are telling to my wife, hey, we saw this ad on TV, it looks cool, she just replied, yeah, it's just marketing. And she's just like, marketing. And I'm like, really? I mean, okay, maybe marketing is a dirty word, but, and let's face it, it's true, right? Many people say marketing must mean something like bullshit. And obviously, I understand that. But maybe people are actually doing marketing without knowing it, okay? So if you look at just a few facts, you see that actually already a lot happened before when there was no marketing at OpenERP then. Last year, the Opendays gathered more than 800 people. If you look at the website analytics, you see there are already more than 150,000 visitors on the website every month, and they have 300 leads per day without doing anything. Right? Just natural traffic, a little bit of paid advertising, but it's really limited. There are already 500 plus partners that Xavier just mentioned who are carrying the brand and promoting Odoo in almost every country in the globe. And furthermore, Odoo is actually taught already in many universities. What else can you dream of, right? Imagine if even Apple is not taught at university, right? People use iPads, but they don't teach how to use Apple products. We do. So there must be something right that happened, right? Something happened here in this company before when there was no marketing. And that's the image I choose to represent it. There was something of a virtuous circle because it didn't happen overnight. The company has been there for some time. But something like indeed a virtuous circle growing step by step of a community happened and is now getting bigger. And every time the circle grows, the whole extent grows by much more. So, if you grow a little bit, actually you see that the surface expands by a lot. And the more time, the faster it will grow. That's the power of community-based growth. It's actually going to be even more amazing as we move forward. So I would say my conclusion was actually so far Odoo has had the best marketing. And, there's much, and what is it? Well, I think it's very simple. That marketing was you. Okay, so all the people who are there who work to spread the word, who develop something in Odoo, who commit something on Launchpad, then GitHub now. Basically, everybody was doing marketing. Okay, so and that's the best marketing you can dream of because there's nothing that can replace it. There's nothing that's more credible than a community advocating its own brand. So actually, we have to a good start. Now the question is, what is our job then, right? Because, I could just, leave as far as I'm concerned. But, I mean, and so far you could say, okay, well, you didn't just, there's a few garbage out there, you could just move them around, help us. And actually, we did that a little bit over the last days, I must confess. But, maybe there's something more. So, actually, we need to, do something useful. So, what we want to be, actually, what we're trying to do is to be an accelerator. Okay, so there is actually a big, Ferrari type of car here. We just, want to push a little bit the handle so that it goes a little bit faster. And that's really our mission, right? We really want to be even faster and better at what actually is happening already, but do it much better. And actually, over the last month, a few things already happened. Driven a lot by Fabien, of course, and starting as well a little bit on my side with an amazing team. We have a new brand, as you could see it, but if you didn't see it yet, then we should talk afterwards. We have a new website, which as well, you should definitely visit if you didn't do it yet. A new pricing, which Xavier just talked about. We actually organized 22 events in the US and EMEA over the last couple of months. And actually, we had the prep up until today or until Monday, actually, of the biggest open days ever. Okay. So actually, I would like to, because it's going to be probably the most crowded arena today, to extend a thank to the marketing team and all the volunteers that make this even happen. So great. So now we are enjoying the open days, and it's all nice and great. And I hope you enjoy it. But what do we do now? Okay, so there's a lot of possibilities, and if you go in every direction, you surely get lost, right? So we cannot do everything. We are going to be able to try to focus on a few things that work. But the first question is, okay, but what exactly is our role again, right? We want to be we want to be an enabler, an accelerator of the Odoo community. So that's very important, right? We are not the marketing of, Odoo SA, Société Anonyme. We are the marketing of Odoo community. Okay, so we are there to help the whole community, and we want to, and many people of the community indeed would like to grow, they don't necessarily know how, so we are there to help them. And with 3 types of activities: the reach, we want to reach new people because we believe there are millions of businesses worldwide that don't know anything about Odoo, and they would be delighted to love that they exist. Actually, even yesterday, there's somebody in the UK that says, actually, I'm sure that 80% of the businesses in the UK need Odoo, they just don't know it yet, but they would love to have it. So there's the markets that we have today is just a tiny fraction of the markets that we can have tomorrow. And I say market, I shouldn't say that. Actually, I should say, users, because at the end of the day, that's what we are here for. So we want to reach new companies, new people, new partners, and other stakeholders. And you mentioned universities, education, of course, is important. We want to support their conversion, of course, into members. So they need to be members. They don't need to be clients. They need to be part of the community. And we want to ensure the ones that exist already can grow their usage. And we think the more they use it, the more they will be happy. Because as people grow their usage, the value they get from the software is as well exponentially higher. Okay, so grow usage is really important. So having said that, there are 4 key priorities. That's as well what was touched upon. So let me come back to them relatively quickly. First priority will be content marketing. So content is key, as was mentioned. Lead acquisition and nurturing, which I'll not go into the details because there will be a session on lead acquisition this afternoon. User adoption, of course, extremely important, and then marketing material support. So we want to make sure that communication is important, and that when our partners, for instance, need to communicate about Odoo, that they have all the support they need. Content marketing. One really important piece is, of course, functional content. Okay, functional content is key because it's the use of Odoo, but it's as well a little bit of a tip on on business usage, right? And we see that millions of businesses worldwide have no clue about most of the business functions, from CRM to stock management, stuff that seems simple to the experts are really complex if you are managing a small or medium company and you're growing. So it's extremely important for the SMEs. Of course, it's important as well for bigger companies for the reasons to know how to make the best usage of the application. So documentation will be there, blogging. So we'll start the blogging again. We couldn't do much blogging over the last months. As you could see, we were busy with other stuff. There will be more white papers. So we want to get really a lot of content with great quality. And we want to as well touch much more the developer community. So we want to create, as other companies like Facebook would say, we want to create developer love. Okay, so that's extremely important for us too, moving forward. Lead acquisition, as I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. It will be a session this afternoon, but really the focus here is a little bit getting more sophisticated on the acquisition by using this kind of framework. It's called the customer decision journey. So we want to make sure that we track at every single step of the decision journey. So when people are thinking a brand for an application, I need a CRM, what am I going to use for? That they should think about us. When they are evaluating us a possible solution like a CRM, that they find us. Okay, so that's the active evaluation stage. And of course, when they've bought and they come back, they don't have to think, right? if they come back at the very beginning of the loop, it's a bit of a difficult job. But if they just say, okay, yeah, I need another app, so let's just pick it up on the Odoo store, let's say, that's a very easy job. And obviously, they won't be loyal if we screw up any of the aspects, such as implementation or user experience. Okay, so it has to be great so that everybody has an easy job and everybody is happy. And the whole lead acquisition and nurturing will focus on every step of that chain to make sure it's as good as possible. User adoption, that was talked about, so and I'm not afraid of repeating it here, because it's extremely important. So if there's one thing you need to walk away of maybe this morning that you need to remember, is this, right? People are not easily willing to invest time, energy, or money in something they don't know. If you are there and you try and say, well, I don't know what you're selling, yeah, just give me some money and we'll show you it's great, right? Traditional approach of big ERP vendors. Don't worry, it will be great. Of course, we know it's not going to be easy and great, but they say it. You say, okay, maybe if you're forced to, if you don't have an alternative. But actually what will happen is they will put a lot of all of this, time, energy, money, whatever, into something they love. So creating love before getting revenue is extremely important for everybody. It's important for the client, it's important for us, it's important for all the partners. And it's a little bit more upfront investment, but it pays off multiple times afterwards. Marketing material support, it's another thing we want to make sure that you get the material for our partners that wants to be able to serve the clients better. We'll have we have the quote builder, which is released to help you making great offers. We'll provide you competition analysis so that you can defend better, what are the benefits of Odoo versus the competition. There will be more training materials. There will be more user references and cases as well, right? So, because it's not only about seeing this company is using that, but what was the problem of this company in the same industry, maybe somewhere else in the world, that had a similar problem of my prospect, of me as a prospect, and what did they do and how did it help them, okay? So just to make it concrete as much as possible that others, people like you or like your prospect, if you are a partner, solve their issue. So that's a little bit the wrap-up of this presentation. So as I said, really what's really important for us is that we are there not only for to grow, Odoo, of course, as a company, but as a community. So the whole of marketing will really be about community marketing. And I hope we'll be able to grow a lot together, being both clients, partners, users, developers, whoever. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Let me introduce you now to give the hand to Frédéric.
Yes.
Pardon? Pascal, sorry.
Yes. I got also a name change today.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Pas de souci. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Pascal Bohon, and I'm the, thank you, and I'm the lead of the implementation assistants, a lead of a group of about 10 functional consultants who are dealing with me every day on implementing standard solution on our SaaS. Standard solution and having constantly to manage between 5 and 10 projects on a parallel way. Being challenged every day by client actually to provide the best, the easiest, and the quickest way, the best solution actually to their problems. So, making companies a better place, one app at a time. Or in other words, a better and faster way to implement. The past 3 years, we used to sell and implement ERP to our customer all over the world. It was great, and the whole partner network actually grew on that approach. Projects were quoted in man days, and on every project, actually, we assigned a functional consultant and a developer to implement customization. That approach actually allowed us to meet custom demands. But some cases were actually very complex and costed a lot. These were great for bigger projects, but this traditional approach actually did not meet small companies' expectation. As you can see, the average daily rate of a consultant in Belgium is about 850 euro. So you can imagine if you make your quote and you need to calculate on a man day, yes, you can go easily build up quotation that will become very expensive. Actually, small companies need projects that last 3 months and not 6 months. They need a product that evolves smoothly, giving them actually the continuity in what they are doing and having a software also that grows with their business. But probably the most important for small companies is the need for cheaper costs. It's actually like a costume, like a suit. When it's tailored, it fits you perfectly, and you have the best quality you can have. But small companies, they don't want to get tailored. But 1 year ago, we released Odoo V7. We focused and improved the usability. We cleaned all the views and centralized even the settings to easily configure the instance. With bright new layouts, you can see the fields were put away that were not in use, and it gives the user actually a great experience to use now this Odoo version 7. So we believe that that was a real game changer that will change everything. And we also may have cracked the market nobody succeeded to crack. This allows us now, actually, to have cut the price by 4. But it took us about 1 year, actually, to be very efficient in this process. We had to change our mind to do that. And it was certainly not an easy thing to do. So it's not because it was better, but mostly because it allowed us to meet complex requirements without having to do custom developments. Now, there are 4 things you need to remember to delight those small companies, according to our experience. The first is reduce the scope and don't oversell. If you are managed to cover 95% of the needs of the client and remove only the 5% that would be a big cost of development, the client will be satisfied because he will pay very low for that. The fact is, you can over-deliver, to meet the satisfaction of the client, but do not oversell. Focus on quick wins. Avoid to implement everything in one move. Start with one app, familiarize your client with that app, and bring him as quick as possible into production. This will give him actually confidence. And then afterwards, grow with him, install other apps, and go on with that process actually. And because we are actually implementing standard solutions, our functional guys actually are masters in advanced customization practice. By that I mean you can easily create new fields in an online instance. You can report your design and use what we call automated action, service action, to actually give a right solution to the need of the client. I will go after this slide documentation in one of the instances to show you some example of customization, some example of automated action that makes actually the life more easy for our customer. Being smart and use functional hacks. What does that mean? Well, some clients actually, when they come to you, they have big needs. But the guy that comes to you is sometimes also mostly alone in his company, or maybe has one or two people working with him. And when you listen to his story, you would say, my God, you will need 5, 6, 7 apps to install. But the guy, he has no time actually to manage and to stay in front of his screen all day just to do input in the system. So you need to find the right app and sometimes hack it. By that I mean, I'll take a small example here of a company that actually is renting water machines. Well, that guy is on the road almost all day, but he just wants to know which machine is where, with using just serial numbers. Now, if you would say serial numbers, you would think, oh, we will need to install the warehouse management, and then it will have to do some delivery, take them back in stock, and stuff like that. So we have found a solution, an easy solution, using actually our great Kanban view. You already know, everybody. Kanban view in project or in opportunities. And we have created actually a stock, his warehouse, just using Kanban view. And the stages just indicates him which machine is where. And it's the only thing he needs to do to stay on the road and manage those, this Kanban view to be updated every day. So it's an easy way and certainly a very low-cost solution for that person. Because we functional people have now implemented this way of working in Odoo, we are every week almost delighted to set users in production. It's a big challenge, but we are so proud that we are able to answer complex problems with very simple solution and without using any development. So this is our big pride actually at our team. So let me just show you an example. Okay, you all know the standard issue form. Yes, just a few fields and a few tabs. Let's go to a client. This is actually a client who works in insurance, sorry. And this is his issue form view. Big customization, you would say, as only fields that we are added. Fields with some priorities on it, and fields that will be filled with some automated actions. We have added some tabs where you can set his insured partners, their brokers. We even pick up just the meeting object. Okay, it's just a one-to-many relation. Yes, and the client actually is very efficient and don't need to search everywhere what's going on actually about his projects. Okay, so going here also on a Kanban view, he has a bright Kanban view, as you can see. Yes. But also that Kanban view is not just a view with some stickers. This Kanban view is actually dynamic, so it lives. It lives through automated actions that we can set to trigger some dates. For example, if some issues are late, the issue just become automatically red. These are small things you can do to make your instance going from static to something proactive. And this is what managers like when having a Kanban view that evolves every day, that informs them on what is going on in their company, actually. Okay? I will take another one, just to show you another client, B-Park. Great startup, having great ideas about renting parking places here in Belgium. A lot of companies have free parking during night and day that they don't use when their employees are gone. Well, B-Park is actually renting those places to private people who don't have a place in their cities. So this is very great. But what we do actually here, for example, they have also this bright Kanban view, which is great to have actually and to see. But behind that, this database is actually very dynamic. Let me show you something. I will create just a new opportunity. We are the Opendays. Need some revenue. And just save an opportunity. We have here, of course, the possibility to set in the stage we would like to do. And from here, our traditional way is just to convert an opportunity into a quotation. Okay, let me just check a client. Voilà. And let me create my quotation. We did some small changes using just server action and automated action, just to show you that you can set your instance as a dynamic instance. We changed some name. You have the button, the standard button to convert to a sales order. We rename it just to convert to contract, for example. Okay, I'll show you what it does. Now, just having the normal way of sending an email through our system using great templates, actually, that you can also manage. Yes, just sending the mail to the client, you will see that automatically OpenERP changes the status of the quotation. And let's go just back to my opportunity. And as you can see here, the stage actually of my opportunity has also changed. So we can find solution to actually facilitate the work of the salespeople. They don't need to think always, oh, now I should drag and drop my opportunity at that stage. We can automatize some stuff. Yes? Let me show you something else. If we go further, actually, to that quote, let me go back to the quote. Now, quotation has been sent. You can see here we have a button, convert to contract. It's actually just confirm sales order button. But we have set behind a server action that will allow you to easily create your contract, because we want the contract to be linked to that sales order. As you know, if you want that, you can activate the contract analytic here to make it appear on your sales order. Yes, and you need from here within actually to create that contract, okay, before confirming that sales order. Otherwise, not possible anymore. Well, we have actually facilitated that work just by clicking on that button, and by choosing in advance a type. Well, by clicking on that button, I will automatically have an error. Yeah, excuse me. Let me put the line. So let me now convert. And actually, I'm jumping directly to the contract. I'm getting a sequence number, yes, and having also the right template. Now, if I go back to my sales order, the contract is automatically set on my sales order. So there is enough solution to find and to give actually the right way of working to the client. You don't need to develop. Just first go to know better Odoo, and see what you can do to the limit of the standard before you start developing. Okay? And this demands actually to understand very well the client and also to redirect your client in how Odoo works and not how you would like Odoo to work for your client. Okay? So this was actually one of the few examples we actually do every day with our guys. And this was actually my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, I hope you enjoy the session of this morning. So, as I said this morning, the agenda is the same as yesterday. So we have 6 different tracks. Have a look to the agenda you received. We still have all the partners welcoming you in the day booth downstairs in the main hall. And tonight we have the award ceremony, which will start at 7 p.m. Enjoy your day, and thank you very much.
Just one, sorry, before we close, there's just a few changes in the agenda. So there will be a new session on the Odoo ecosystem business model for those who are interested. And there will be a repeat of the session of yesterday about the partnership program led by Ruben this afternoon at 3. So you can just seek for more information close to the information area if you are interested in those sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Je descends pour les interviews.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You
Good
are
morning.
the managing director at. Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the
morning.
managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards and XML or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And we were acquired by Software AG in '99, and we kept on developing projects for large organizations till 2011, and then we decided to create again our company Axon in June 2011, thanks to a managing buyout. And at that moment, we decided to go to Odoo for our own purposes, meaning project management, accounting, CRM. And this was the beginning of the story with Odoo.
And why choosing Odoo at the first time?
Yes, at that time, we had a look on the market, and we found software like Salesforce.com or Opendays, so expensive American products. So since our DNA is open standard, open source, we look after, let's say, a software that can, let's say, manage our project and so on. And we came to Odoo, and then we succeeded to convince our accountant to go from Sage to Odoo as well, and this was really the beginning of the story. And since the platform is very well done, flexible, and so on, we decided to have Odoo as a platform to develop business applications for our customers. And we start actually a real business with Odoo, and currently we have a competency center with more than 10 people making projects for different kinds of customers with Odoo.
Do you have a business case that you are proud of and you can share with all the people?
Oh yes, we have several.
First one.
Several. First, our own business case, I can say. So we succeeded to implement Odoo in about 6 months to manage the whole company. We have a company based in 2 countries, Luxembourg and Belgium, and we have consolidated accounts. 50 people, and we managed to implement the accounting, the CRM, the project management, and a part of HR management as well in less than 6 months. Then we are currently working for the European Parliament, and we put in place a CRM, a global CRM project, so that the Parliament can manage all the mass mailing, the contact management, and so on. So we are very proud of it as well. It should be finished at the end of the month. And maybe I can just mention 2 other ones. The first is for the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, where we manage all the mandates, the member, the state structure, the CRM, and so on. This is one. And the other one is from the retail sector for the, how do you say that, the online supermarket in a drive type of market. And this is for the Wink shops. It's an initiative from Deleuze and Match Group. And we succeeded in less than 9 months from scratch with the with the Odoo and other open source software to have the first shop online in less than 9 months, which was a real challenge.
Now about the Open Days. Last year you were already there during the Open Days?
Yes?
How do you find the new place, the new venue and the new organization?
Oh, well, I find it very exciting. I mean, I'm not sure it's very interesting for leads and opportunities. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting to meet people like you, to meet people from Odoo. You know, our competency center, they are in contact on a day-to-day basis with all people from Odoo, but they haven't touched them or they haven't seen their face. And this is very important for them as well. So a lot of training activities, a lot of let's say events, fun, and it's very exciting. And we are very proud to be there, and we love to be there.
And what about the presentation, the session? Did you have the chance to attend one of?
Yes, well, the session of this morning, of course. I mean, Fabien is an excellent lecturer, and Xavier as well. So it was very a good show. I mean, and you know, a lot of ambiance, atmosphere. It was very good. From a technical point of view, I think that Anthony is a real, I don't know what, it's a real king, if you wish. Now, to be honest, having installed during the plenary session, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not a technician guy, so so this was very good. And the talks of this afternoon, very good as well, about different use cases, about the e-commerce platform, very interesting one. So yes, good quality.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Nick.
Good
You
morning.
Are director at Raccoon.
Yes.
What's your company provide to customers?
Well, we provide VPSs with Odoo pre-installed on it, and that means not only installed but pre-configured as well. Optimized for Odoo, for the speed of Odoo, and to get everything very stable running. And we want to focus on the managed service on top of it. So a VPS is a virtual private server, and it allows you to host OpenERP, Odoo, on just a SaaS platform.
Good morning, Rob. You are consultant at Raccoon. Tell
Yes.
me more about your company.
Raccoon is a VPS provider. We deliver OpenERP Odoo pre-installed and optimized with our team that has experience since 2008 with OpenERP. We really know how to install Odoo in the most optimal way to perform at maximum speed.
Okay. And you talked about a VPS in your answer?
Yes, VPS is a virtual private server. It's a box dedicated to the customer, and the customer is in charge of the VPS
So
solution.
you are specialized in VPS providing.
Yes, we provide VPS, but especially optimized for OpenERP Odoo.
And why selecting your company for VPS provider than another company?
Our company has strong experience since several years, since 2008, with installing OpenERP. We already did more than 1,000 installations with OpenERP. We really know how to install this OpenERP Odoo systems. On top, our team is doing their best every day to optimize the installation procedures. We have checklists in place to really make sure that every installation is running the best it can.
You talked a lot about optimized VPS. What does that mean?
Yeah, optimized is a way of installation and selecting the operating system. Let's say tweaking the operating system and make sure that everything is in place, what needs to be in place to have the Odoo installation up and running.
And what is included in the managed services?
With managed service, we monitor your systems. We install updates on the OS layer. We make sure that the system is patched so that security patches are in place. There is an extended support available, and of course the backup regime is more extended than the unmanaged systems.
Okay, now I will ask Nick, who is the director at Raccoon. I know that Raccoon is part of a big network.
Correct.
Can you tell me more about that?
Everything. I can tell you that Raccoon is part indeed of the Genius group of network, and within Genius we have several services where Odoo is one of them. And in Raccoon it's just a brand which was founded organically from within the organization, and it allows us to have so many pluses. We can take the experience of the Odoo team, which is continuously developing, and that allows us to make such a better experience for our customers in Raccoon as well.
Why did you choose OpenERP in the first place?
Oh, that goes back to 2008.
Odoo now Odoo, but...
Well, in this case Odoo, we have chosen it in 2008 in the name of Tiny ERP version 4 even. But it was just a great tool, and we saw the visionary of the CEO Fabien, and we still believe that the visionary is good, and that this software is the way to go.
And now I have a few questions about the event itself.
Of course.
So,
yes.
How do you find the event this year, the Opendays?
It's very vibrant, and vibrant is the best word. It's called Opendays. I feel all the people are very open, and like I said, it's vibrant. Everybody is enthusiastic, and well, an event doesn't need to be more. And there is good food, by the way.
And what about the sessions?
Well, because I have been attending on the exhibition, I have not found so many time to attend these sessions. But I know the people that are around here, and I expect that the level will be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Luc. You are the founder of Noviat, a partner of Odoo. Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local, smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to, at that point in time, OpenERP, which we found from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or now Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay, so you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They're in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war starts in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people.
My name is Quentin, and welcome to the Accounting World Map Show. So you're here because you're all involved in accounting in your company, or you have accounting knowledge, and it's great for you to see what we are planning to do for next year, for the coming year. So we'll try to do so and be explicit enough and understandable. Just a bit of an introduction. I'm a developer, so if you don't get what I mean, that's just we are not on the same planet, but we can talk. So first, as an introduction, I would like to just ask you one question. What guys do you have as an image of for the accounting? How do you illustrate that in your mind? I don't know. So maybe not you, because you all of you love the accounting, but for a lot of people, accounting looks like this. Now that seems very puzzling. You need to struggle to find piece of information. You need to struggle with the application itself, because it's sometimes it's really stark and not sexy, not attractive, and you have to work against the program instead of working with it. So we think at Odoo that it's time to change that vision of accounting, and we think it's possible with Odoo. So we think it's time for it to be sexy, to be attractive, and I'm gonna show you what we have, what we plan to change the people's vision about accounting. But first of all, there is already a great news here. For the incoming year, we will have a dedicated team working on accounting in Odoo. There will be new people, of course, but also old and senior developers. And we will do a deep analysis of the code first, as we did for WMS with Come2Come, for example, that collaborate a lot. So we will make a document analysis with everything which we think needs to be refactored, needs to be implemented, needs to be improved, I don't know, needs to be removed, and so on. So the accounting roadmap is not yet completely fixed. Most of it will be decided after we'll have made that document. But we already know that we want to work on two axes. And the first one is to make Odoo accounting working out of the box, which sadly is not the case yet. And we already spotted few problems, but of course there will be new that will be spotted by the analysis. And just to give you a few examples, the first point we want to work on is the localization modules. So that's the L10N underscore, I don't know, ES modules, for example, for Spain, or BE or CH for Switzerland, made by Come2Come. So that's the localization modules, and currently it's not working very efficiently, we think. So that's why we want to improve it, because we think it should work out of the box, and that's the only way we could have it running on SaaS, and you guys should not have to maintain it or support it alone. I mean, the editor should be more involved in that process. The main problems are, well, few of the main problems are that we don't have the latest version of the localization module sometimes, just because we are not aware there exists a new version, or we don't merge the merge proposal from the partners soon enough, or some things like that. So that's something we need to fix. Another problem is that formerly we were not allowing to have Python code in the localization modules, because we think it could harm other behavior of the program, and we were restricting that. But we've seen that sometimes it's needed to have localization modules, to have some Python code in there, because otherwise it just don't work. So that's something we need to work on. And the last point is that sometimes the community is not organized enough, or there can be a partner that made a localization module, and another one in the same country made something else better in some points, but less good in other points. So sometimes we just need to organize people a bit more.
but I know there is an OCA project which tends to solve this, but, well, we'll see. So this is first, that's the first fact we can see about the localization model and the reason why it's not working. So our plan is to have a kind of, to set up a process with our partners, the community, you guys. We need to work together to make it work out of the box. And it can be only done if we work together, yeah. So we need really to be together. So we don't have yet a process really fixed, but we want to meet the OCA partners, we're gonna take one country first, we're gonna meet the key persons in that country, then we will decide what's missing, we will do what, and so and so. After that, after all the process, we should have a working out-of-the-box module for that country. Then, if it's fine, we just go to the next one, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. So it will allow us to refine our process at each country. And after the first ones are made, we can just dedicate more people to just make growing the basis of the localization modules that are fully supported by Odoo. It means also that we think we should support an illegal change in those modules. Means if tomorrow the VAT in France or whatever change, we need to be aware of it. We need to be proactive and have the solution before the users are faced to the problem. So this is also something that we need to think about and find a solution with when we will create the process with our partners and with the OCA and, well, just the community. So if you guys have any interest in being part of this quite well challenging point, then just drop me a mail. So you have my email address there. And as soon as we can, we will focus on your country. You will be involved in the discussions, involved with the developments or whatever you can be involved in. So that's one point to make it working out of the box. And the other point is, well, a few things that we already know, even if we didn't make the analyze. There is one thing with the sequence which is just not working. Let's say in Belgium you have to reset your sequence, the sequence of the numbering of your invoices every year. So on the 1st of January 2014, the first invoice is number 1. But if on the 2 of January we receive an invoice from the 31 December, then it should continue the sequence of last year. It's possible to do that in Odoo. That's working, fine. But it's such a pain to configure it. I mean, I'm sure that half the people here didn't know it was possible. So we need to change it. We need to improve it and make it just a simple option to tick or not on the journal, and it would be working like it will be great. And so that's one example. The other example I have in mind, that's something I already showed last year. That's about the taxes. Maybe you know Christine, which is our accountant at Odoo. She always asks me when she needs to create a new tax to do it instead of her. And the reason is that the form to create a new tax is awful. The complexity of it, just it's impossible to do it alone if you're not a developer, I think. So each time she asks me, then I reply, okay, can you write me the accounting entries it should create, and then I can do it. But I think that's not the good way to work. The good way to work would be that she create the tax herself, and then she can see that it's working by herself. And after that, I won't be annoyed anymore, I think. So that's the goal, not being annoyed anymore by accountants. So how are we going to do that? We just, instead of showing the actual form of the tax, we will let the user encode the accounting entries it should create at the end for a sale or a refund of 100 euros. And we also remove totally the complexity about children taxes, but without losing any power in the computation. So that's the idea, and that's what I presented last year, I think. Well, you see, it's just a mock-up of what should look the form of the tax. So you see, there you have the accounting entries it should create for a sale of 100 euros for a refund. So that's the old thing, and that's what we have now in Odoo. Well, it's not yet in masters. It won't be for version 8 because there are a few things to change. But actually, that's already working, so I can show you. So let's just go into the tax. Yeah. Let's say I want to create a new tax, which is something complex, as we have in Belgium. I want a tax of 21%, but it's only half can be claimed to the estate for reimbursement. So with so I just say my tax rate is 21. That's it. It's a percentage. And then I can just, here I say it's not 21 euros that goes into my tax account, but it's 10.5. That's it. If I want to be full or complete, I should also say this go into account. Expense account, let's say. Expense that you cannot claim to the estate, and these go into a tax account. I don't know, whatever. So this is something that Christine, our accountant, is able to do by herself. That's great. Then I just have to put the section in the tax grid where I want to report that VAT or those amounts, and I'm done. That's it. It's as simple as that, and then I can create a customer invoice and see that it's working as I expected. see. So the tax amount is fine, 21 euros. And if I validate it, I should have my accounting entries that are right. I hope so. There we go. That's it. So that's what I wanted. So I think it's much more easier for an end user to do it by himself. So that's going to be soon in the master branch. Okay, so the second axis we want to work on is to make Odoo accounting more sexy and attractive for people. Because, just think that the accounting application doesn't have to be stark to meet accountants' expectations. So that's also something I showed last year, I think. It was to have a dashboard of your accounting journals. And in just a glance, you can see the main information you want to know about each journal. And you have also a shortcut on the main features of those journals. So that's the example I showed last year. And actually it's working, so I can show you. Yeah, this is another screenshot for you. That's the existing one. That's soon going to be arrive in master branch as well. Okay, some dashboard. So as soon as you arrive in the accounting application, you see here a Kanban view of every journal with graphs, with figures that means something for you. And if you want, well, for example, here my bank journal, I can see my current cash. What's it today? I have 20,000. Okay, I know it's 14,000. I don't know. And if I creating a new data, then it's automatically updated, of course. So let's do this. Create statement. I don't remember what it was, whatever. So, so let's say my partner Capcom paid me 100,000 euros. That's my bribe. I confirm it, and then in my dashboard I directly see that my graph is, my cash flow is raised. We have the same for sales. Here we can see for each month what's the current what's the income we made for that month. So, for example, in June in this database, I sold for 18,040 450 euros. I can see also that I have 8,000, which is overdue. So just in a glance, I can see if it's a good or a bad month for my sales, and I can know if I need to make follow-ups or not. So in red, you have the invoices that are overdue now, and in orange, that's the invoices the amount that will be overdue at the end of the month. So you see, that's the kind of thing we want to improve and to have in accounting, so that users are happy to work with the application. What? Sorry, because. Yeah, for the graphs here are how could I say that? Well, the way we display the box is chosen by the journal types. So for all journal of kind, bank or cash, it will be this template that will be used. You see, this one will be used. And the figures and the graphs are drawn by functions that you can reuse somewhere else. But that just views. So if you want to modify it, you can. That's just a Kanban view. If you want to another function or another graph, you can customize it by yourself. And if it needs to, you can also make Python code to change the behavior of functions or whatever. So that's fully customizable as well. Yeah. So the question is, so we can put KPIs on every journal easily, and yeah, you can just choose your KPI, make the few modifications you want to, and it will be reflected. But our concern is also to choose the good KPI for the most of people, because we want it out of the box. Okay. So I hope that we will, by default, give something that's relevant for anyone. But if it's not, or if you want to improve it, then you will be able to do so. Maybe I'll finish my presentation, and then we can make a question and answer session, because I think I don't have that much to say about the roadmap, because as I said, we didn't make the analysis first. So maybe I finish the presentation, and then you can ask me questions if it's you too. Okay. Okay, so that was for the accounting dashboards. Another thing we want to work on is the revenue recognition. That's something quite easy. We would like to do something quite easy to help you manage your sales as you would do for an asset when you purchase something. Means you sell something, but you know that the revenue should be spread into several months or periods, and that's something quite similar to the assets that you want to amortize on several periods. And well, that's something we did, but it was on Bazaar, and we forget the branch, and then we are trying to merge it now on Git, but it's already working actually. Well, it was working on Bazaar, so it will soon arrive in the master branch as well. And that's already the last point I have to talk about. So we'll have time for questions just after. And that's the bank statements. I think Fabien showed you already a few points how to use it and so on. I would like just to complete the information because we will not only make use the bank statement interface show, but we want also to implement the import of QIF files and OFX files. So that's the standards for bank statements that we are planning to develop and integrate into Odoo, as we made for Coda. And that means people will be able to import statements quite easily in Odoo, and then after they can use the new interface. And yeah, just a funny thing about the reconciliation interface. For those that were here last year, it was already presented. So the idea was to replace the reconciliation on account vouchers made on statements. Well, made on statements based on account vouchers, which was really not user-friendly because you have to open up a pop-up window to create the reconciliation. Most of the time it was correct, so you just have to say, okay, it's correct, and close it, and then you can go on the second line, you open it, you say, okay, it's correct, and each time, furthermore, it was flickering, it was, that was not really user-friendly. So, last year we planned to improve it, and we decided to go to something like this. So it was just a draft or mock-up of something we had in mind in that moment. So we wanted to include, to embed it, actually the vouchers, the reconciliation vouchers into the bank statement lines. So you can see here that's my bank statement lines. And just after, I can see all the proposals and choose in between the ones I want to reconcile. That's what we wanted to do. But during we were developing it, we'd say, no, we can do better. And then we did this. And I think that's much more user-friendly. That's a training that made it, so it's quite amazing to see that what he did alone, almost. And yeah, I will show you one more time. Okay. So let's say let's create a new customer invoice for Come to Camp. I'd like to invoice them. Okay, it's 3,645. Okay, let's create. Let's say he finally pay me. Oops. Oh man. I think I messed. Oops. It's not the good branch. man. I don't have this. Oh. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So you pay me, and I can open the record. As you can see, it's still in development. It's not totally finished. Yep. And I can, well, it proposed me automatically to pay the invoice I have, but I have several options. And at the end, Fabien show you if you finish your bank statement, it tells you, congratulations, you're done. You made that fast. So it's kind of entertaining also for the accountants, and working is a game with that. So that's cool. And I can show you more in details, I think, the few options we have, because that's really nice, I think. So let's take the other bank statement. This one. Okay. So let's say I have an invoice of what I do? Okay. I do another example. Okay. So my partner will pay this bill for, let's say, 100 euros. And I tell him that when I invoice him, you can have a discount of 10% if you pay me in the month. Okay, and how much did I do? Oh, 7%. You can have a discount of 7% if you do that. If you pay me in the month of the invoice. So let's see how I would do that with the new system. So the invoice was 100 euros. He paid me early payment. Come to camp. He paid me, so 7% less, 93 euros. At that time, well, of course, it cannot be resolved automatically by Odoo, because the amount didn't match, so it doesn't propose me to reconcile with the invoice directly. But what I can do is I can click on the open balance lines here, see, and select the discount for early payment. Oops, it's not working. Why it was not working? Okay. Man, okay. I missed the configuration, I think. Well, anyway, this should have already added me the line with 7 euros that are missing here, and with that I can reconcile with the 100 euros. You see that it's fully matching, and that's quite a good solution, an easy solution for that kind of thing that we were already asked several times by partners, I think. So the other possibility you have is to, you can just add or remove lines from the T here that represent the accounting entries it will create after I confirm it. So if I remove the discount, I can select something else, like adding a bank fees, because it was it was, I don't know, a payment made in CHF, and the bank charged me for something like this, so she charged me like €5, and on that there is a VAT that I can claim to the estate, so I can select oh, I don't have any tax here, anyway. I'll just say this. There's a VAT of 20% to make it simple. Uh-oh. I need to select something at least here. Well, whatever. I don't have time. I missed the configuration of this. Anyway, I think you understand the thing. It's creating another line just below this, and then I can just see. Well, that's how the accounting entries will be created or not. So yeah, that's it for the bank statement, I think. Oh yeah, no, something new also. It's working for the multi-currency thing. So if you receive on, if let's say I'm involved in multi-currency complex flows, and change, gain, change, loss. So here we are. No, that's fine. Okay, so let's see. I make now an invoice of $100. And I receive it the month after, but of course it's not at the same rate that I have in my system, because it's using the currency rate of the bank. So at that time I can create my bank statement line. Whoop, no. When I create my bank statement line, I can just say, okay, so I received $100 by camp to camp. So in my bank statement line, I see, oh, well, I just received, I don't know, 76 euros, but that was $100. Okay, right. And then I launched the reconciliation. And as you can see here, it's showing me only figures in dollars. Okay, so I can see, okay, $100 here. My invoice was $100. I can have it, small information here. So you see, the amount was $100, the last line of the bullet. $100, it was 77 euros. But I just select the dollar. I just see the dollars, it's matching. Okay, that's fine. I say it's okay. And if I check the accounting entries, I can see that Odoo automatically created the exchange accounting entries to balance my move in my reconciliation. Where do I can see that? My bank. What? See, so I received, that's the one. That's my last movement. So you can see I received 76 euros. That's what I encoded in the bank statement. It was reconciled with 77.92 euros, my invoice, the same amount as my invoice, and there was a loss of due to the currency change that was 1.92. So see, that's quite easy, and you don't need to think anymore about what's the currency rate is going to do. Odoo will do that for you. I don't think that's pretty cool. Okay, so I think it's done. Yeah, so that's all for my presentation. As I said, most of the things we're going to work on is still not decided because we're going to make that huge analyze effort first. Just be sure to be aware of what we are doing. So we're going to, of course, communicate on this. Make sure you are into the mailing lists. And yeah, if you want guys to contribute also for the localization effort we're going to do, just don't forget to drop me a mail or contact your the OCA partners, because, well, that's really important, and we want to work with you for that. Well, that's it. Thank you. I will. And now the questions. The question is, what about the foreign currency revaluation? That's something that doesn't exist yet in Odoo. You need to manually encode a miscellaneous operation for that. And I think there exists probably community or partners module that do that. I think Come2Come should have done that at the moment. I give them yeah. So that's part also of the analyze effort we're gonna do to try to see if we can merge that work into the main features, the basic features we want to be in the core models. But currently, nothing is existing, and it's not in the roadmap because we want to make the roadmap after we make the analyze. But that's probably something that would raise when we make the roadmap. So the question is about IFRS and how it deals with the change on bank reconciliation I just showed. And yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting. This is really new as a feature. So it's already in version 8, but it just have 1 week. It's 1 week old. So honestly, I cannot say if it's shooting IFRS standards, or I don't know. I'm waiting a feedback from you guys to tell me if it's good or not. And yeah, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer. No, someone else. The question is, it's quite difficult. The question is, I have two companies. One is using basic accounting, and the second one is using the Anglo-Saxon accounting. How does it work? I think it doesn't. It doesn't work. Yeah. Actually, it depends on the configuration. I'd never tested it, but I think it should only be a matter of configuration, because if you don't configure your Anglo-Saxon, your accounting to be Anglo-Saxon for some products, it just behave like normal accounting. I think you should test, but yeah, I think it's like this. So that was a very easy question. The question was, bank reconciliation adjuster was for version 8? Yes, no, yes. Okay, next question.
OpenERP for this initiative, and it would be a pleasure for me to offer you a glass or a bottle of whiskey for this initiative. But second thing, I would like to say to everybody here, the OCA initiative, the Odoo Community Association, would like to take to coordinate the whole work with OpenERP, with Odoo. The idea is to say, okay, the OCA initiative, the OCA will discuss with OpenERP to have something which can improve for everybody the finance. Because if each country discuss with OpenERP, it will be a nightmare. So I think the best idea would be that all localization go on OCA GitHub repository, and then on the OCA we discuss with OpenERP, and each countries will be coordinated by the OCA. So that's why I can just tell you to join us this afternoon on the General Assembly of the OCA. This afternoon you can show lots of people, and there is the time, exact time. But I think this project, which is very good because there is lots to do on the finance, this could be coordinated with the whole community, and the best way to do that is to come with OCA.
Yes, good. I agree. No, I agree. It's true that we need to coordinate it. It's easier for us if the OCA can help, and I think that's the point of the OCA. So we definitely have to meet for a glass or a bottle of whiskey and discuss about finance. Okay. So someone else has a question, or? We don't. There exist few solutions. I think if you know what's a financial reports, it could be a solution. I don't know, where is it? Financial reports. That's something you can let's say I want to use. If you want, for example, if you want to print your chart of account in a specific ways for the IFRS, you can by just customization select the order of the accounts, select which accounts, select if you wanted that specific line to be bold or not, and so on. So that's things you can do currently with Odoo. If you don't know yet this feature, just have a look. Maybe it's solving your point. But if you know it, maybe that's not solving. And if it's not solving, that will be part of the analysis probably we're gonna make. But I don't have a good answer for that. Maybe it should be, we could check together just afterwards if you want, but I don't know. That's not something that exists out of the box, at least, at my knowledge. Okay, I think we are done. Okay, good. Oh no, one more. We already made huge improvements in follow-up, so there is no any more work planned for that, I think. But I'm eager to receive feedbacks of anyone. So if you think there is problem about follow-ups or IFRS reports or whatever, any lack, you have my email. It's in the presentation. You can meet me, and we're gonna discuss it, and we can see how we're gonna fix your needs. But I wasn't aware of any problem, any lack in the follow-up system. So, so we'll see. Maybe that will be writing in the analyze, the document we make after the analyze, that follow-ups are just bad, and we need to remove, or we need to improve, or we need to. Yep. Okay. So thanks, guys, for watching. Yay. And I see you in the next chapter.
Je peux bouger? Si je devais encore tout à l'heure prendre la caméra à main levée, sache que je ne peux pas la lâcher pour parler dans une vidéo. Il faut que je communique davantage, que je sache si je suis à l'image ou pas. C'est compliqué parce qu'en fait je le fais passer le long de la première rangée vis-à-vis de la porte pour éviter que les gens ne se prennent les pieds dedans, et il est coincé entre 3 rangées de sièges avant d'arriver sur moi, donc c'est très délicat. Julien, est-ce que tu ne ferais pas de changer d'intercom là, parce que c'est de plus en plus radical,
I don't know if there is a...
Moi je suis dézoomé à fond là.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I think I'm a bit late, so let's start. For those of you who don't know me, I work in the R&D department, and I'm involved also in the SaaS platform. So I'm here today to discuss a little bit how our SaaS platform is organized, the architecture, what is very interesting about it, and what are the challenges we've met when building it. We've been working on the SaaS platform for many years. We have early adopter customers on our SaaS platform who have been on it since version 6.0, quite a few years ago, and they're fortunately still with us. So they have been through the many iterations of the platform. And we think we have now a very robust solution, so we'll see how we develop this. I'll discuss the architecture, some of the advanced features we have in the cloud that are a bit different from your typical on-site deployment, what we have in terms of SLA, and maybe the implications this has in terms of technical challenges. And of course, you'll be able to ask all the questions you may have on the platform. So the architecture. The platform is organized in different host systems. The host systems are at the bottom of the picture here. They are simply replicated. So there is no virtual system, virtual infrastructure on which we are running the systems. We are really running the Odoo servers on the bare metal. We are running them on typical physical machines that you can find on a dedicated server that you can rent online. We have several of them. Each host is a copy of our standard host platform. It's a script that sets up the whole machine with always the same setup parameters. These hosts are the actual service that the customers are using with their browsers. But the platform has more than that, because we also have our domain controller and our OAuth provider. The domain controller is where the DNS is managed. This is where all the hosts have to go to reach their end server where their actual database instance is running. This is also where we allocate the new names whenever a customer is signing up for the service. Then we have the OAuth provider. Maybe you've noticed that whenever you go on www.odoo.com, you have a sign-in button at the top, and this is the same account that is used if you go to the forum, if you want to ask a question on help, or if you want to access your database instance on the SaaS, or if you want to access the portal account that, for example, partners and customers have with our own company. It's the same account everywhere. It's using the standard OAuth protocol, and our OAuth controller, the OAuth provider, is running also as part of our SaaS infrastructure. It's actually running on our own database, the one we use every day as employees of the company. So the final customer is going to be contacting, is going to be contacting all these different systems to reach the final service. All of them are running on bare metal systems, and they are very similar in terms of configuration. They're all running the same image, if we can talk that way, but basically they're configured with the same script. So what do the hosts look like? They're basically off-the-shelf hardware. So if you were to buy a server computer right now, it would be the kind of hardware spec that you will find. It's a typical Intel Xeon processor. We have usually 8 cores, sometimes 12, sometimes 4, depending on the availability whenever we order the machines. We have 22 or 68 gigs, sometimes 128, depends on the, again, availability. Most of them are running with Red One hardware, hard disks, usually SAS-based or SATA sometimes. We do have one or two using SSD drives, but that's not the majority of them, and it doesn't really make such a big difference in any case, because most of the work is reading from the database, and reading is done in memory, because Postgres does the work and puts everything in memory as needed. So SSD drives don't make such a big difference, except during the initial creation of the instances. We do have upstream providers, data center providers, because that's not our job to do hardware and network. We rely on providers for that, and they can usually provision the new servers whenever we need one in less than an hour. So that means we are almost running on virtual hardware there, because we can ramp up almost as easily as if we were starting virtual servers on top of a virtualization platform. In 1 hour, we actually get the servers delivered usually in a few minutes. I mean, from the time we order the server to the time we actually have an SSH access to it, sometimes it's less than 5 minutes. Then we run our setup scripts that are fully automated and complete in less than 5 minutes. So usually in 10 to 15 minutes, most of everything is ready. We just have to configure the node to work according to a certain role, because we have different roles in the systems. You see that I've shown three rows just on this slide. Actually, there's a 4 at the bottom here. There's a backup as well. And we replicate these different roles on different data centers in our upstream providers. I'll show the locations in a minute. They are on 3 different continents. At the moment, we launched the last one actually this year in Hong Kong. And this is actually very important. We not only need to have very robust and fast upstream providers for our platform, but we also need to have them distributed all over the world, because it actually matters. We used to have 3 different data centers in France, so they were geographically distributed in terms of disaster management, because they were in different cities in France, far from each other, so that was safe enough in terms of backup reliability and so on. But in terms of network speed, it's not enough to have customers in the US, in South America, in Australia. These guys are experiencing terrible performance whenever they want to create their instance. So we have started, 2 years ago, we have started one in the US, in North America, in Canada. This is the same provider that we use for France and for Canada, so they have big pipes to get between their own locations, so that's very convenient. And then we had to start one this year in Hong Kong, because the connection with Asia is really terrible between Europe and Asia, and between, well, Asia and Pacific area in general, and between Asia and the US. The connection is terrible. I've put some numbers at the bottom here, but it does make a difference. The latency is not that much. Usually there are big pipes in the sea that are really big enough and fast enough normally. So we have 200 milliseconds between Europe and the US. We have a bit more between Asia and the rest of the world. But the big problem is the bandwidth. We seem to suffer for really bandwidth limitations when it comes to arriving in Asia and going out of Asia. So that means the people in Hong Kong, in China, in Australia, they have really a low bandwidth when they access services based in Europe or based in the US even. So we really need a local point of presence there. That makes really a big difference, because you see the numbers I've put. 4 seconds means you can download in 4 seconds in the US, or between the US and Asia, or between Europe and Asia. So if you're in Asia and accessing services outside of Asia, you're going to take 4 or 5 seconds to download 500 kilobytes. 500 kilobytes is big, but it's not unusual in terms of size for a web page. Usually you have images, you have scripts, you have CSS. All of that combined can easily reach 500 kilobytes. And we've already tried to streamline and reduce it as much as possible to make it as fast as possible. You can find many services online to test the weight of your pages, and we try to have all the landing pages and the different pages the people have to go through to reach our SaaS as light as possible. But still, 4 seconds to download 500 kilobytes, this is terrible. 4 seconds to open the first page, it means most customers, they just go away because they think it doesn't work and nothing is happening. So that really makes a difference. Then, this infrastructure lets us do some very interesting things because we manage the whole system from end to end. One of the important thing we need is to have instant DNS allocation, because whenever you sign up for an online instance, you get to choose your name. It's the first thing we ask. Actually, we want to make it a personal experience. So you pick your name as the starting point. And if you want mycompany.odoo.com, we have to first check that it's available immediately, and we have to allocate it so that when you click next, you actually end up on mycompany.odoo.com. So our DNS system is fully dynamic, based on a DNS system that runs on top of PostgreSQL database. So that's very convenient because we don't have to do much except put the right entries in the table. And then we have to support personal domain names. So we'll have to also have a system to map the personal domain names that people are going to use in the future with their instances. So we have a custom little connector that we install on every system, on every host, where we can give it some aliases, domain names that it should answer to as well. Technically, we use Nginx as the web service, and we use a custom connector for Nginx that is able to dynamically route to the correct proxy service, which is basically an Odoo service running locally on the machine. So it goes through Nginx, and then it's proxied locally to the right OpenERP or Odoo server. Another interesting feature is that we have incoming and outgoing mail gateways for all the customers on the SaaS. So outgoing is rather straightforward. We basically have an outgoing SMTP server configured by default on all the instances. And we can actually allocate separate ones, because you know outgoing mails are always an issue. For mass mailing, you want to have your own dedicated IPs, you want to have control, you don't want to be flagged as a spammer because the next customer has been doing some mass mailings. So we control that, and we can allocate different IPs for different customers using, if you're familiar with it, the Mandrill service from this guy doing MailChimp. They have a very good service for that. And then there's the incoming. This is more interesting. We have our own small process, a small daemon. It's, I think, Odoo SMTPD running on every machine. And it acts as a normal mail transfer agent. It receives incoming emails, and it routes them using a similar logic as the one we have for Nginx, routing to the right database every HTTP request that arrives. We do the same for emails. We route to the right instance every email that arrives. We actually match the domain name to what we have registered as a mapping for the personal domain names on that machine. We have other nice things that we can do using the system, like doing database duplication on demand, because the customers are very happy when they can test out some features or do changes without impacting their production instance. So they have a one-click way to duplicate their instance. They have a copy of it. They can modify anything on it, and it will be discarded after a few hours if they don't do anything. Just like if you do a normal free trial, you have 4 hours by default. And if you don't register at the end, it's dropped, and you can use that as a test environment. Other interesting features we have global provisioning. That is, I've shown you the different points of presence. Of course, we don't ask customers to pick the point of presence they want. They can, but we pre-select it automatically based on their IP address, geolocation, whenever they sign up for the system. Of course, they can transfer by contacting our service. We can do that with just one line of code. It's going to move the database from one hosting provider to another, one data center to another. So that can help for performance. We have the progressive rollout of new features. The way it works is that we can run different series of the SaaS Odoo version. If you've seen on Runbot, we have different series named SaaS 1, SaaS 2, SaaS 3. These are different forks that we do of the master branch. That is the next development version. We snapshot it every month, and we stabilize it, and then we use that, and we deploy that on the online platform for the customers. That's the way we provide new features every so often. And we run basically these different series in parallel on the same machine, and then we can route them to the right instance. What happens when we do a migration? We basically move them from one series to the other. So we have two processes running, actually two multi-process Odoo server. We stop the connection in the Nginx redirection. We make that host in maintenance, so they receive a nice message saying your database is currently being migrated. We migrate it in place in the same database cluster, running locally on that machine, and then we route them to the new series, and that's it, they're migrated. In case it fails, because they have customizations that demand manual migration, which is, of course, something that is included automatically, we'll just roll back their migration, and then we'll do it manually. We'll fix whatever needs in the migration scripts so that their database migrates properly as well. The SLA that we have is based on what we can guarantee due to the guarantees we have upstream with our data center providers. We have 3 nines of availability because our upstream providers give us 39.5, so that's 99.95% of availability. That's a few minutes of downtime allowed only per week. And we don't actually go down. Actually, we are a lot higher than that because we have very few interruptions in terms of network. The support we have is 24/7 for email support, but only during business hours in Europe for phone support, because we don't have team members for phone support everywhere. But it's actually more efficient to do it by email because many people can be working on that in parallel and handling the tickets. So that's a very quick average answer time. Normally we have less than 2 hours, 1.5 hours time to response to tickets for the SaaS. So that's really good. The RTO and RPO times, so recovery time objective, the time maximum time it can take to put the server back online in case of disaster is 4 hours. Actually, I've explained that we can provision new machines in less than an hour. So that gives us some safety margin to provision the machine, install them, put them in the right cluster, in the right data center, and restore all the backups. We have a recovery point objective of 24 hours. That means in case of disaster, what state of the data can you recover? And we have 24 hours. That means that the maximum you can lose is 1 day of data. This has never occurred, but this is the case because we have full backups every night. So if the disaster occurs just before the next backup, you only have the backup of the last day available. But that never occurred so far. And we keep the full backups incrementally for a long time. We have 14 of them for a week, 1 every day, 4 weeks, 4 weeks and 3 months. So you have a lot of history. And of course, the backups are replicated in all the data centers, in minimum 2 different data centers. So you know that even if there's a large disaster, the backups are there on the other side of the sea. We have had some interesting challenges with the SaaS platform because it's not your typical Odoo deployment. One of the challenges is that Postgres is really great, but it's not by default meant to handle large numbers of databases because you almost never have that kind of cluster structure. Because one customer on the SaaS is one database. So every server on the SaaS platform has usually more than 3,000 databases running in a single cluster. That's totally unusual. One thing that can happen with that, for example, is that flushing the statistics of all the databases, like the numbers of queries, the number of records in all the tables, takes a lot of time. And if we keep the default configuration, Postgres will just crash down just by the sheer work of having to write down the statistics it does by default, so every minute or something. And it would just crash completely if we keep it doing that by default. So these are the kind of challenges we get. We also have, of course, to fine-tune the default settings of Postgres to exploit, to use the full hardware spec, which is something you have to do on site anyway. We had to develop this very important scripted maintenance system. Basically, we have one script that is version control that we use everywhere on the SaaS to manage the installation, the update, and all the daily routine tasks on the SaaS platform. For example, when the Heartbleed problem occurred, we had to revoke our SSL certificates. We have to upgrade the SSL, OpenSSL libraries on all the servers. We had to upgrade to change the certificates that Nginx was using, the mail server we're using, and everything. It was actually 2 commands. One, to run the upgrade of the SSL library on all the servers in the SaaS platform. And then the second one, to commit. We committed in our repository the new certificates, and we deployed them. And that was all that was needed. So this is really a critical thing to do, is to make sure we have a consistent environment everywhere on all the servers. We don't have specific settings in each server because that would be a nightmare to maintain. And finally, I think we have highlighted these capabilities already this morning in the different keynotes or yesterday in the sessions. But it's possible to have a lot of heavy customizations in the SaaS platform. So we had to make that possible and to improve these capabilities over time so that our customers can have a lot of customizations, like extra modules, extra tables, extra columns, and now extra modules, because it will be possible as soon as we deploy V8 on the SaaS, it will be possible to upload data-only modules. So you will be you have the tooling, I think Anthony has shown that yesterday, to deploy small modules containing data. Data can be views, look and feel, but can also be new columns and new tables, because in OpenERP, extra tables, extra columns are actually also defined as data. So there's a lot you can do without actually writing any Python module, any Python code there. Okay, so that was a global overview of our infrastructure. I don't know if you have specific questions about it. Feel free to ask. So we have automated systems in terms of checking, for example, the backups. So as part of our monitoring systems, we check the state of the backups. So every day we have an alert in case some of the backups are too old than they should be, or if they're not in a state that we can recover. That means that we have everything in place to be sure that the data is safe. Then we set up new servers in the SaaS platform almost every week. Sometimes, at least it's guaranteed every month. So that means we test up the setup of the new machines every month minimum. So we have all the items in place, setting new machines, provisioning them, and restoring backups on them, because that's part of the setup, to guarantee that we can do the recovery at any time, really. Yes?
Hi, I got two questions. First one is, can you separate the application and the database into two separate servers?
What do you mean exactly?
Like database running on a different server, a different host, and application running on a different server.
Well,
basically a two-tier or three-tier architecture.
Well, the system, the Odoo platform does it by default, so you can run the database on a different machine. But we don't do it on the SaaS platform on the cloud, because we want to have all the hosts node totally atomic and independent. So we just have one cluster on the same machine to avoid network performance issues. And that's how we deploy. But the system, the software supports doing them on separate machines.
Second question is regarding backup. You said you do your backup. Say a customer wants to do the backup automatically into their own server in-house. Can you do that or set it up that way?
So if I understood correctly your question, yes. We have on the control center that the users can connect to manage their instance. They can download their backups. And they can restore these backups on their on-site servers if they want. The only thing they have to watch out is they should match the SaaS series that we are using at the moment of the SaaS, because otherwise they will have to migrate their data or do some changes because it may not be directly compatible. But otherwise, yes, it's fine. And we actually have people going online from an on-site deployment or going from on-site, online to on-site and switching back and forth. We have them every month, so it's totally possible. It's usually more they come from on-site and they go to online because that's an upgrade and they get new features than the other way around, because otherwise they lose some features, because if they go on-site, often they have to go to the previous stable version to be fully supported, and then they lose the latest features. Because the SaaS series are only supported on the SaaS platform, and they are quickly dropped. For example, if we have SaaS 5, put in production, then we will stop supporting SaaS 4 and it will be totally abandoned. So it's not a series that you should follow for on-site use unless you know exactly what you're doing.
I wanted to ask, are you planning to open source any tools that you use for your deployment? For example, is it allowed to dream to use Odoo deploy command on our private servers?
Oh yes, definitely. The Odoo deploy command and everything that goes with it is part of the Odoo V8. So you will be able to use it, no issues. What we don't probably want to open source now is the maintenance scripts that we use, or the software that we use to do the advanced features that I was mentioning, because this is added value on the SaaS platform and it's not really relevant outside of the SaaS. But otherwise, everything that is really core to the software is already part of it, so definitely.
Yes, with Odoo CMS, how will you handle web traffic like peak hours or huge loads coming in? And second question is, how will you do the HTTP logs problem? I mean, handling the HTTP logs, backing up them for legal perspective, for example.
So the first question is, what happens with the traffic of the CMS? Well, basically nothing happens, because our own production server on which we are running the website, odoo.com, is also on the same SaaS platform that all the customers are using. And it's perfectly fine. We've just put in production the new website on this new platform, and we have suffered no issues with performance. So we don't have to do anything really, because the network guarantee we have on the data centers gives us a very big pipe. So there's no limitation there. It's just the processing power behind it.
We are doing everything we can in the CMS platform already as part of the software to mean that there's nothing specific that we need to do to handle the traffic. If we ever did it, we could, because we can move the database that has the most important traffic, we can move it to a different host, to a separate host, so that it doesn't impact the other customers. But that has never happened in the past, and we're talking www.odoo.com, so that's thousands, I think 20K visitors per day. So that's a lot of traffic, and it doesn't sweat. The other question was HTTP logs. Well, the HTTP logs of Nginx are backed up exactly using the same policy that we're using for the customer databases, so they're available if we need them for legal purposes for a while, but we don't give them to the customers. Usually the customers don't actually need them because they use Google Analytics, and that's all the data they need in terms of HTTP logging. But otherwise, we archive them the way we do with the backups.
All right. I have some questions about backups. You keep 14 copies of the database, right?
Yes.
The attachment, the documents which are attached, are embedded in the database for that?
It depends. It depends on the setting on the database, because that's a setting you can turn on or off per instance. You can choose to host the attachments in the database or on the file store. But what we back up is not actually just the dump of the database, it's the full file system of the machine. So we also include the file store. This is technically done using rsync and everything is included in the backup. So we have full backups, 14 full backups of the whole machine, actually.
Okay. I understand also that I can get a backup of the database from my interface. Do I get also the documents which are in the file store?
Excuse me. Sure, you do. Actually, what you get when you download it using the control center is a zip, including the file store and the dump of the database.
Okay. Now I can choose one of the different save sets I get. I imagine that I can go back from a week, but can I restore something on the server? I mean, I have a problem. I want to check if the problem was already there 1 week ago. Can I restore somewhere this old database? Will I lose the current database? Will it be possible to have two databases online for a while?
Sure.
How do you manage that?
It's quite possible. It's not automated in the control center because, sorry, that's an unusual demand. But we can do it. We do it whenever we need to investigate issues for customers. So, you know, they can duplicate their database with one click. Well, what we would do is just duplicate the database in one click, and then the new one, the dupe, we will replace it with an old backup, so they can watch it, they can see if it's okay, and if that's the one they want to restore in production, then we restore the backup in production. But they have to go through our system because this is too important for the customer to be able to trash their data by mistake. So they have to go through us. They contact the support, and usually within 1 hour it will be done. But we just have to do that manually with a human being on our side.
Thank you.
Actually, I have two questions. First, you said in the beginning of your talk that you don't use virtualization techniques so far. We made quite good experience with the Rackspace and Amazon Cloud for scaling out infrastructures. Are you planning to migrate this to a virtualized infrastructure as well, to a real cloud infrastructure, or do you want to keep the setup with the physical service?
It is something that we reevaluate every month, basically, especially now with the latest pricing differences, the Google offerings, the Amazon price update, and so on. We are considering this all the time, but currently the price is just was before totally unaffordable because it was at least 2 or 4 times more expensive to do what we do or on bare metal compared to what we could do on a virtual platform like that. Now, with the price drop, it starts to become something we could look at, and we are running experiments, and we will be doing more in the future to see at what point it becomes an alternative, because of course that would be even better in terms of provisioning, but so far this was definitely the cheapest way, and that makes us able to offer the service for less to the customers. Because right now one of the servers we use, they cost less than, I think, what is it with the current pricing, something like 150 euros per month or something like that. So it's very hard for a cloud offer like Google's or Amazon to come as low as this, because these servers host 3,000 different customers. So really that's a lot of power for a buck.
Okay, the second question I have is, do you apply any, let's say, ITSM, ITIL standards in order to maintain your service level agreements? Do you have any systems in place that do the job for you, or how do you manage this?
I'm not sure what you refer to. You mean monitoring systems?
Yes, for example, a configuration management database in the background, a IT help desk system, like maybe you use a customized OpenERP for Odoo for that as well. But in the background, you need to manage the tickets that are coming in from customers in order to maintain the average response time, for example, and monitor that.
Okay, well, all of this is managed on our own platform, so all the customers' tickets and everything is run on our own Odoo system internally. All the management of the servers, for example, all the servers are registered in a central repository in the domain controller. So this is all managed on Odoo itself. We have a small module that has a model for the servers and their roles and so on. So this is all done on our own platform. And in terms of monitoring, this is a totally separate system because it needs to be reliable, and we have also a full monitoring system based on Munin. We have chosen Munin. I don't know if I've mentioned that in the talk. We have chosen Munin because it was the most flexible solution. We can write new plugins, new probes that will monitor the system at any time. We have many custom ones that will be monitoring all different aspects, like the number of databases, the number of the rate at which new databases are created or dropped, the activity on the system, and all kind of custom things that we monitor. We have alert levels, and we have a big screen in our operating center where we are alerted immediately as soon as anything like a backup takes too long it's too late, or I don't know, cron jobs. Because on a that's another challenge that I didn't mention. The cron jobs, you know, if every database has a cron job, and we have 3,000 databases, and actually they have more than one cron job, that's thousands of cron jobs that we have to process in real time. So we have to do special things with the cron processing as well. So all of this is monitored. It's critical to monitor them in our operating center. Okay. Thank you very much.
Partner of Odoo. Can you Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to, at that point in time, OpenERP, which we found from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or now Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay, so you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They're in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war starts in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people, the refugees to live from. For this they needed a solution where they can actually tailor it to their specific demands, which are very difficult. They're operating all over the world. They have production plants in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. They buy their equipment in China. They have stock locations in all continents. And the business demand is unforeseeable. They just don't know when a catastrophe will happen. So they have to be able to act very fast. So this has been a very nice implementation, which was possible in record time with a solution like Odoo because it was so flexible. We could really adapt and tailor the solution to their specific packaging requirements, to all the legal documents, the shipping documents we needed, and to their specific business operation, which is an operation where in record time they have to do incredible things.
Why businesses should select Noviat to implement Odoo and not another company?
Well, that's very difficult because there are many companies and many good companies who can implement Odoo successfully. So I'm just going to say why we believe we're good for it is what do we do? First of all, we believe completely in the power of open source. We're a community of people develop and make sure that the solution gets adapted and remains adapted to the local market. So why should they choose for us? First of all, because we actually contribute into the ecosystem of OpenERP. We contribute in the continuous improvement of the tool. On the other hand, we are not, me and my co-founder, we are not very young anymore. So together we have about 70 years of IT experience, and we have actually many more very experienced consultants. So we take the combination of senior IT experts who have been actually doing IT projects, small ones and large ones, and development projects for many, many years, and we combine it with new technology, very flexible technology, delivered by Odoo as a company. So I think that's a reason to choose us. It's our passion for the technology, our experience to bring it, our contribution to the ecosystem, which means that we stay on top of the technology, and the combination of new great technology by Odoo with the experience integrator makes sure that we deliver our projects in a correct way. And I would say if it's the right project in an affordable way. And this is not always the case, but then we tell it to a customer because Odoo doesn't fit any type of business. Sometimes what's available from Odoo and what the customer wants is just too far away, and then we tell them, well, go and buy a package on the market. So this is also the advice we give. We not always advise for Odoo.
Now about the Opendays, what do you think about the new way we have organized the events?
I follow the Opendays from the beginning. I don't see a fundamental difference because we still have all the business tracks, the technical tracks, the functional tracks, the plenary meetings, and it's still the same way to meet customers, but also, which is very important, to meet the people from OpenERP and to meet integrators all over the world, which we tend to know from name because we contribute in the same community developments. So it's great to meet them. So I don't see a major difference from my perspective.
In terms of maybe the venue, the arrangement, and the exhibitors hall and things like that, it's not a real change from last year, for instance?
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger. I would say the difference between our first Open Days, where we were in Grand Rogier with maybe 100 persons from over the world, and now with 2,000, so it's primarily the scale of the event. The difference also is in the beginning we had little customers, only integrators. Now we see a combination of customers and integrators, so the scale is different. The exhibition hall was there last year, but with less exhibitors, so it's, I just say it's a growth, and it just shows the success of Odoo.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Joe Lorenz. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce, and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
Why would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community. So it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Okay. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynaps. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah, so good morning also Yves, Pascal. My name is Carol from Dynaps. I'm managing partner of Dynaps. We started about 2 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies, but at a certain moment we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP, because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investment to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is of course the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Yeah. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year, and
yeah.
It was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here, but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here, with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors. Commercial stuff of Odoo, it's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards, and XML, or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And we were acquired by Software AG in 1999, and we kept on developing projects for large organizations till 2011, and then we decided to create again our company, Axon, in June 2011, thanks to a managing buyout. And at that moment, we decided to go to Odoo for our own purposes, meaning project management, accounting, CRM. And this was the beginning of the story with Odoo.
And why choosing Odoo at the first time?
Yes, at that time we had a look on the market, and we found software like Salesforce.com or OpenAir, so expensive American products. So since our DNA is open standard, open source. We look after, let's say, a software that can, let's say, manage our project and so on. And we came to Odoo. And then we succeeded to convince our accountant to go from Sage to Odoo as well. And this was really the beginning of the story. And since the platform is very well done, flexible and so on, we decided to have Odoo as a platform to develop business applications for our customers. And we start actually a real business with Odoo, and currently we have a competency center with more than 10 people making projects for different kinds of customers with Odoo.
Do you have a business case that you are proud of and you can share with all the people?
Oh yes, we have several.
Just one.
Several. First, our own business case, I can say. So we succeeded to implement Odoo in about 6 months to manage the whole company. We have a company based in 2 countries, Luxembourg and Belgium, and we have consolidated accounts. 50 people, and we managed to implement the accounting, the CRM, the project management, and a part of HR management as well in less than 6 months. Then we are currently working for the European Parliament, and we put in place a CRM, a global CRM project, so that the Parliament can manage all the mass mailing, the contact management, and so on. So we are very proud of it as well. It should be finished at the end of the month. And maybe I can just mention 2 other ones. The first is for the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, where we manage all the mandates, the member, the state structure, the CRM and so on. This is one. And the other one is from the retail sector for the, how do you say that, the online supermarket in a drive type of market. And this is for the Wink shops. It's an initiative from Deleuze and Match Group. And we succeeded in less than 9 months from scratch with the Odoo and other open source software to have the first shop online in less than 9 months, which was a real challenge.
Now about the Open Days. Last year you were already there during the Open Days?
Yes.
How do you find the new place, the new venue and the new organization?
Oh well, I find it very, very exciting. I mean, I'm not sure it's very interesting for leads and opportunities. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting to meet people like you, to meet people from Odoo. You know, our competency center, they are in contact on a day-to-day basis with all people from Odoo, but they haven't touched them or they haven't seen their face. And this is very important for them as well. So a lot of training activities, a lot of, let's say, events, fun, and it's very exciting, and we are very proud to be there, and we love to be there.
And what about the presentation, the session? Did you have the chance to attend one of these?
Yes, well, the session of this morning, of course, I mean, Fabien is an excellent lecturer, and Xavier as well, so it was very a good show, I mean, and you know, a lot of ambiance, atmosphere. It was very, very good. From a technical point of view, I think that Anthony is a real, I don't know what, it's a real king, if you wish. Now, to be honest, having installed during the plenary session, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not a technician guy, so so this was very good. And the talks of this afternoon, very good as well, about different use cases, about the e-commerce platform, very interesting one. So yes, good quality.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Nick.
Good
You
morning.
Are director at Raccoon.
Yes.
What's your company provide to customers?
Well, we provide VPSs with Odoo pre-installed on it, and that means not only installed but pre-configured as well. Optimized for Odoo, for the speed of Odoo, and to get everything very stable running. And we want to focus on the managed service on top of it. So a VPS is a virtual private server, and it allows you to host OpenERP, Odoo, on just a SaaS platform.
Good morning, Rob. You are consultant at Raccoon. Tell
Yes.
me more about your company.
Raccoon is a VPS provider. We deliver OpenERP Odoo pre-installed and optimized with our team that has experience since 2008 with OpenERP. We really know how to install Odoo in the most optimal way to perform at maximum speed.
Okay. And you talked about a VPS in your answer?
Yes, VPS is a virtual private server. It's a box dedicated to the customer, and the customer is in charge of the VPS.
So
solution.
you are specialized in VPS providing?
Yes, we provide VPS, but especially optimized for OpenERP Odoo.
And why selecting your company for VPS provider than another company?
Our company has strong experience since several years, since 2008, with installing OpenERP. We already did more than 1,000 installations with OpenERP. We really know how to install this OpenERP Odoo systems. On top, our team is doing their best every day to optimize the installation procedures. We have checklists in place to really make sure that every installation is running the best it can.
You talked a lot about optimized VPS. What does that mean?
Yeah, optimized is a way of installation and selecting the operating system. Let's say tweaking the operating system and make sure that everything is in place, what needs to be in place to have the Odoo installation up and running.
And what is included in the managed services?
With managed service, we monitor your systems. We install updates on the OS layer. We make sure that the system is patched so that security patches are in place. There is an extended support available, and of course the backup regime is more extended than the unmanaged systems.
Okay, now I will ask Nick, who is the director at Raccoon. I know that Raccoon is part of a big network.
Correct.
Can you tell me more about that?
Everything. I can tell you that Raccoon is part indeed of the Genius group of network, and within Genius we have several services where Odoo is one of them. And in Raccoon it's just a brand which was founded organically from within the organization, and it allows us to have so many pluses. We can take the experience of the Odoo team, which is continuously developing, and that allows us to make such a better experience for our customers in Raccoon as well.
Why did you choose OpenERP in the first place?
Oh, that goes back to 2008.
I do know Odoo, but...
Well, in this case, Odoo, we have chosen it in 2008 in the name of Tiny ERP version 4 even. But it was just a great tool, and we saw the visionary of the CEO, Fabien, and we still believe that the visionary is good, and that this software is the way to go.
And now I have a few questions about the event itself.
Of course,
so,
yes.
How do you find the event this year, the Opendays?
It's very vibrant, and vibrant is the best word. It's called Opendays. I feel all the people are very open, and like I said, it's vibrant. Everybody is enthusiastic, and well, an event doesn't need to be more. And there is good food, by the way.
And what about the sessions?
Well, because I have been attending on the exhibition, I have not found so many time to attend these sessions. But I know the people that are around here, and I expect that the level will be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Luc. You are the founder of Noviat, a partner of Odoo. Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to, at that point in time, OpenERP, which we found like from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay, so you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They're in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war starts in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people, the refugees to live from. For this they needed a solution where they can actually tailor it to their specific demands, which are very difficult. They're operating all over the world. They have production plants in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. They buy their equipment in China. They have stock locations in all continents. And the business demand is unforeseeable. They just don't know when a catastrophe will happen, so they have to be able to act very fast. So this has been a very nice implementation, which was possible in record time with a solution like Odoo because it was so flexible. We could really adapt and tailor the solution to their specific packaging requirements, to all the legal documents, the shipping documents we needed, to their specific business operation, which is an operation where in record time they have to do incredible things.
Why businesses should select Noviat to implement Odoo and not another company?
Well, that's very difficult because there are many companies and many good companies who can implement Odoo successfully. So I'm just going to say why we believe we're good for it is what do we do? First of all, we believe completely in the power of open source. We're a community of people develop and make sure that the solution gets adapted and remains adapted to the local market. So why should they choose for us? First of all, because we actually contribute into the ecosystem of OpenERP. We contribute in the continuous improvement of the tool. On the other hand, we are not, me and my co-founder, we are not very young anymore. So together we have about 70 years of IT experience, and we have actually many more very experienced consultants. So we take the combination of senior IT experts who have been actually doing IT projects, small ones and large ones and development projects for many, many years, and we combine it with new technology, very flexible technology, delivered by Odoo as a company. So I think that's a reason to choose us. It's our passion for the technology, our experience to bring it, our contribution to the ecosystem, which means that we stay on top of the technology, and the combination of new great technology by Odoo with the experienced integrator makes sure that we deliver our projects in a correct way, and I would say if it's the right project in an affordable way. And this is not always the case, but then we tell it to our customers because Odoo doesn't fit any type of business. Sometimes what's available from Odoo and what the customer wants is just too far away, and then we tell them, well, go and buy a package on the market. So this is also the advice we give. We not always advise for Odoo.
Now about the Opendays, what do you think about the new way we have organized the events?
I don't see, I follow the Opendays from the beginning, I don't see a fundamental difference because we still have all the business tracks, the technical tracks, the functional tracks, the plenary meetings, and it's still the same way to meet customers, but also, which is very important, to meet people from OpenERP and to meet integrators all over the world, which we tend to know from name because we contribute in the same community developments. So it's great to meet them. So I don't see a major difference from my perspective.
In terms of maybe the venue, the arrangement, and the exhibitors hall and things like that, it's not a real change from last year, for instance?
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger. I would say the difference between our first Open Days, where we were in Grand Rogier with maybe 100 persons from over the world, and now with 2,000, so it's primarily the scale of the event. The difference also is in the beginning we had little customers, only integrators. Now we see a combination of customers and integrators, so the scale is different. The exhibition hall was there last year, but with less exhibitors, so it's, I just say it's a growth, and it just shows the success of Odoo.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Joe Lawrence. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce, and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
Why would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community, so it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Okay. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynapse. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah, so good morning also Yves, Pascal. My name is Carol from Dynapse. I'm managing partner of Dynapse. We started about 3 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies, but at a certain moment we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP, because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investment to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is of course the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Okay. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year, and it was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here, but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here, with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors. Commercial stuff of Odoo, it's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards, and XML, or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And we were acquired by Software AG in 1999, and we kept on developing projects for large organizations till 2011, and then we decided to create again our company, Axon, in June 2011, thanks to a managing buyout. And at that moment, we decided to go to Odoo for our own purposes, meaning project management, accounting, CRM. And this was the beginning of the story with Odoo.
And why choosing Odoo at the first time?
Yes, at that time we had a look on the market, and we found software like Salesforce.com or OpenAir, so expensive American products. So since our DNA is open standard, open source, we look after, let's say, a software that can, let's say, manage our project and so on. And we came to Odoo. And then we succeeded to convince our accountant to go from Sage to Odoo as well. And this was really the beginning of the story. And since the platform is very well done, flexible and so on, we decided to have Odoo as a platform to develop business applications for our customers. And we start actually a real business with Odoo, and currently we have a competency center with more than 10 people making projects for different kinds of customers with Odoo.
Do you have a business case that you are proud of and you can share with all the people?
Oh yes, we have several.
Just one.
Several. First, our own business case, I can say. So we succeeded to implement Odoo in about 6 months to manage the whole company. We have a company based in 2 countries, Luxembourg and Belgium, and we have consolidated accounts. 50 people, and we managed to implement the accounting, the CRM, the project management, and a part of HR management as well in less than 6 months. Then we are currently working for the European Parliament, and we put in place a CRM, a global CRM project, so that the Parliament can manage all the mass mailing, the contact management, and so on. So we are very proud of it as well. It should be finished at the end of the month. And maybe I can just mention 2 other ones. The first is for the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, where we manage all the mandates, the member, the state structure, the CRM and so on. This is one. And the other one is from the retail sector for the, how do you say that, the online supermarket in a drive type of market. And this is for the Wink shops. It's an initiative from Deleuze and Match Group. And we succeeded in less than 9 months from scratch with the Odoo and other open source software to have the first shop online in less than 9 months, which was a real challenge.
Now about the Opendays. Last year you were already there during the Opendays?
Yes.
How do you find the new place, the new venue and the new organization?
Oh well, I find it very exciting. I mean, I'm not sure it's very interesting for leads and opportunities. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting to meet people like you, to meet people from Odoo. You know, our competency center, they are in contact on a day-to-day basis with all people from Odoo, but they haven't touched them or they haven't seen their face. And this is very important for them as well. So a lot of training activities, a lot of, let's say, events, fun, and it's very exciting, and we are very proud to be there, and we love to be there.
And what about the presentation, the session? Did you have the chance to attend one of?
Yes, well, the session of this morning, of course. I mean, Fabien is an excellent lecturer, and Xavier as well. So it was very a good show. I mean, and you know, a lot of ambiance, atmosphere. It was very good. From a technical point of view, I think that Anthony is a real, I don't know what, it's a real king, if you wish. Now, to be honest, having installed during the plenary session, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not a technician guy, so so this was very good. And the talks of this afternoon very good as well, about different use cases, about the e-commerce platform, very interesting one.
Sur le pupitre, ça va?
Yeah, you can hear me. Welcome to the talk from V7 to V8, the new API. My name is Raphael Collet. I'm working as a developer for Odoo now for a bit more than 3 years. And I'm the main developer behind that new API. So this talk is aimed at experienced developers. I assume that you know how to develop in OpenERP at least on version 7. And the goal of the talk is to show you what changes in version 8 and what are the tools we provide to help you migrate incrementally your modules to version 8 API. Okay. So what's this API about? At the early beginning, the goal was to find a way to change the API of OpenERP at the time and try to make it more object-oriented. That is, when you have a data model, it's kind of common that the instances of your model are records and not some object model. So it would feel natural that the records are the things you define methods on and so on. One of the other goals also was to try to make a bit more Pythonic, because the former API was actually something like 10 years old, and it wasn't that much Pythonic. Another point was to try to remove a bit of the cluttering you had in the former API. That is, lots of parameters you had to repeat again and again. And we tried to hide many of those parameters. And one of the constraints of this new development was to make something such that the server could actually manage modules written in the new API and in the old API simultaneously. So the old and the new API are interoperable, which means if you have a method defined with the old API, you can actually invoke it with the new API and vice versa. Actually, both directions are necessary, especially when you override methods on existing objects. So you may, for instance, migrate the method on the base class to the new API, but the overriding is still in the old API, and so on and so on. So you need a lot of interoperability, and I worked as hard as I can to maintain that interoperability. Now, these are the points I'll expose to you. Well, I will not read the slide here, there's no point. And let's start with the record sets. Record set, what is this? Record set is a new concept, and it's essentially a concept that has to replace the former browse records, but also the browse lists, that is the list of browse records, and the null records you encountered when you were traversing a relational, a many-to-one, for instance, field. If the field had no value, you had a null record. So the record set is something that replaces those three things. And because it's supposed to replace record lists, it's actually a collection of records. So if you had to keep in mind one thing, the record set, it's a collection of records. It's not a set of records, it's more like an ordered collection, like a sequence of records. That's because here and there, the order of the elements is useful, and so we didn't make a set, but actually more like a sequence. And the record set, those are now the instances of the model. So the Python class has instances that are record set. So let's have a look at what this looks like here, point by point, step by step. Let's first look at the record sets as a collection. So the record set implement, in fact, a bunch of magic methods, Python magic methods, to make them behave as a collection. And in particular, you can iterate over a record set. That's the for loop you see there. So partners is a collection of record. You iterate through partners, it gives you records. Actually, partner is also a record set. This is a bit like the Python strings. So the strings is a sequence of characters, but once you iterate over a string, you've got individual characters, but the characters are represented as strings of length 1. So we got the same kind of construction here. So the record is simply a record set of length 1, of size 1. And when you have a record, you can use it, you can see in the for loop, you can use it as a former browse record. Okay, and so you can see here, for instance, you can look at the size of partners, you can select elements, you can select subsequences in the record set, you can concatenate them, and you also have set operations if you want to avoid, for instance, putting duplicates in record set and so on and so on. Okay, so they're just convenient collections. We have decided to introduce that concept as a collection because the advantage of keeping a collection is that you can work on the collection as a batch and not on individual records only. Okay, I'll come back onto that later. This idea of working as batches. As I said, the record set is actually also a record, can be a record, and as a record, you can access the fields of the record, and that's new, you can assign the field of the records. So when I assign, I say partner.name equals Agrolais, partner.name will be assigned in the database. So there's actually a call to the method write done underneath. Note also you see above that you get this partner.parent ID, company ID, .name. So you can chain records, you can chain field accesses as long as they're relational fields, just like before. Okay? So when you access a relational field, you've got a record set as a result. Here, you might ask yourself, wait, yeah, but you said the record set is a collection. What happens if I have more than one element in the collection? Then here we have actually a convention. The field access and assignment are only performed on the first element of the collection. So if you have 10 elements in partners, only the first one is concerned by the field access and the field change. Okay? This the goal of this was to remain consistent with the former browse records. So you can really use the record set as one record, even if it's the first record of the collection. And then there's another special case. So if you have a collection of just one record, that's easy. You just get the field value of that record. And if the collection contains 0 record, then you just get a graceful special case. Essentially, you've got the null value corresponding to the field type. And so, for instance, if you're accessing a character type, like partners.name, if partners is empty, you'll simply have the value false, which is the null value for the name field. In case you're using a relational field, the null value will be an empty record set. So partners.parent ID, it's an empty collection of, here it's an empty collection of partners. Okay? The nice bit with keeping always a record set is that the record set is attached to its model. And so on that empty record set, you can access again a relational field. You'll somehow jump onto another empty record set, and so on. It actually simplifies a bit the life of developers. And then another special case, when you assign a field on an empty record set, you've got an exception. It's considered an error. Here I had the choice between doing nothing or considering it as an error, and we've chosen to be an error because if you don't do anything, it might be something the programmer doesn't expect. And so it could be bug prone and very difficult to debug. If you say something didn't happen and was supposed to happen, you'll never find out that at some place you got an empty record set while you expected something else. So here, if you try to do something to assign an empty record set, it's a bug. You'll see it, at least. The third point about record set is they are instances of the model being your Python class. And therefore, you can invoke methods on record set, and you can define methods on record set. And the simplified convention for calling and actually also for defining methods on record set is you leave out the parameters CR, the database cursor, UID, the current user ID, the context parameter, and also the IDs. The IDs is the record IDs. Actually, these IDs are inside the record set itself because it's a collection. Okay, you can access actually these IDs from the collection. And actually, CR, UID, context are hidden inside the record set as well. I'll come back on that a bit later to clarify a bit. But here you see I've redefined a method write. And normally write takes self, CR, UID, IDs, a dictionary of values, and a context dictionary. Leaving out the cursor, the user ID, the IDs, and the context, you only remain with self and the values you want to update. And here I put a bit of code for searching some, essentially it's looking at the subset of self, which is a record set, that have no parent. And you can see I can invoke the method search directly on self, because self is an instance of the model. So I'll use self to search, and again, in search, I can leave out the parameters CR, UID, context, and the only thing interesting that remains is the domain. And then on the line below, I'm writing on roots. So here I will write on all the records contained inside roots. Okay? That feels more like really a Python, Python object-oriented design. Okay? There's much less cluttering. You don't see the cursor anymore, you don't see the user ID anymore, and you don't see the context anymore. And the IDs are implicitly contained in the collections of records. So far, so good. Let's move on. I'll now talk a bit more specifically about the methods themselves. And for the methods, essentially, we can rewrite our methods simply by leaving out CR, UID, and context, and the IDs as well. But you just have to pay attention to one thing. We have defined a certain number of mappings between old API and new API. So essentially, if your old API contains some parameters, then there's a conventional new API. Conventionally, the new API is given by leaving out CR, UID, IDs, and context, if they are present. But if you write your method in the new API, because of the fact that that method should be, could be called with the old API, you have still to mention which kind of mapping, old API to new API or new API to old API, should be available here such that I can define the method create in the new API and still call it with the old API. In fact, this gives the interoperability between APIs, and it allows you to migrate all of your code incrementally and not everything in one shot. And this is essential, in fact, for this new transition phase between the old API version 7 and new API version 8. And for ensuring this compatibility between APIs, I've provided decorators. In fact, the methods written in the old APIs are automatically decorated and wrapped in such a way that they can already be invoked with the old API. There is actually a kind of an introspection done on the parameter names to figure out how should we call this method in the new API. So that part is done automatically. And when you write something with the new API, it's not automatic. So you have yourself to provide information. And there's a decorator, and this first decorator is called model. So from the main library, which was formerly OpenERP, it will now be called Odoo. You import a submodule called API. And in that API module, you've got a model, a decorator. So you put that decorator on top of your method, and the method create, defined there with self and values, will be equivalent with the one defined below, with CR, UID, and context. Which means the API decorator will make sure that you can invoke create either with the new API, and then you'll call exactly that code, or with the old API. And if it's called with the old API, essentially, there's a kind of a conversion done to construct a decent record set for the new method and call that new method with the right parameters. Okay, so there's an automatic wrapping and wrapping between APIs. I'm going to show you now a different kind of method. So here, the model API is fine for methods like create and search. They take CR, UID, context, but they don't take the list of record IDs. That's why I call it model. In fact, the only thing that's used for those API is the fact that it's an instance of the model. We don't use the collection as such. We don't care about the collection. Here is another decorator. It's somehow the other main decorator. When you say multi, multi means that self actually represents a collection. And that the method, if it had to be transcripted in the old API, will have as a parameter CR, UID, IDs, and context. Okay, you see the mapping here? So when it's called with the old API, actually a record set will be created for the given record IDs and the given CR UID context, and the method on the top will be called exactly with that new record set and the other parameter. Okay? So this is the decorator you should use for a method like write. And don't forget that self is a record set, so it may contain any number of records. I'm going now to another decorator. This one is actually a special case of multi. The idea of this API.1, it's similar to API.multi, except that it automatically iterates over self and invoke the method on each record in the collection. So you see here I've defined a method called cancel. The method changes the state of self. And with API.1, you've got a guarantee that self has exactly one element. So you simply are changing the state of the record you were given. And at the bottom of the page, the slide, if you invoke that method with the record set, in fact, the method will be invoked on every single record in the record set. And actually, a list will be made with the results. Okay? This one is a convenient one. Essentially, when you have a method that contains a for loop on the records you want to do, and actually only the body of the loop is relevant, you can automatically decorate this one with API.1. I'll show you examples where this decorator is very useful. I'll show you an extra magic decorator. This one is very convenient, especially for the method search, for instance. The method search, when you invoke it with the new API, it does not return a list of record IDs. It actually returns directly a record set. In fact, somehow, it's just doing a browse on the result, which is a list of record IDs. So instead of having a list of record IDs, you have a record set for the corresponding record IDs. And if you decorate your method with @returns, at API.returns, you mention the name of the model of which the IDs belong to. You can replace that model by self if it's the current model. And the API.returns decorator, you can use it on an old API or new API method. It will simply guarantee that whatever the API you use for calling, you got the expected result. So the returns make sure that when you call with the new API, you've got a record set in return. When you call it with the old API, you got a list of record IDs in return. So this decorator returns, for instance, has been put on the method search and on the method create and copy as well. So those methods return record sets. And actually, once you put it on a method, all the overridings of that method are automatically decorated with that returns. That guarantees a consistent behavior across model inheritance. Okay, so this one is kind of a neat thing. It's not very deep. It's less important than the one before, but it helps you to convert a low-level return value to a higher-level return value. List of record IDs with the old API, record sets in the new API. Okay. Now you may ask, yes, okay. I can see from that example here. So when I'm using the decorator multi, I can actually access the record IDs. I can show the iterate over self and make a .id on every individual record, or I can also say self.ids. I will get that list of record IDs. But where are the cursor, user ID, and context gone? They're gone into something we've called an environment. This is the working environment, the processing environment for your methods. So the environment is an object that encapsulates the cursor, current user ID, and context parameters. And every record set is attached to a particular environment. And the way you access the environment is very simple. You say record set, the name of your record set, .env. Okay, so record set.env returns you that object. And on that object, you have an attribute CR for the cursor, UID for the user ID, and context for the current context. And so the three lines here, if you look at the comment on the right-hand side, there are shortcuts defined. So you can say record._CR if it's more convenient for you. So you can use record._CI, record._UID, and record._context. So when you're using the new API, the CR UID context, they're still available. They're simply encapsulated, somehow a bit hidden inside the record set itself. And it also provides a bunch of helpers, like if you use records.env.user, you've got the current user ID, but not as a record ID, but instead as a record set. There is a method on this environment called ref. Essentially, it's for resolving XML IDs. So you say ref, you give an XML ID, and it will return you the record as record set corresponding to that XML ID. Or you'll get an exception if it cannot be found in the database. So this rex.env.ref is a more convenient way of calling the model like ir.model.data and retrieving the result from there. It's just, again, a way to make your life easier. And you can also access the registry, the model registry. So you used to call self.pool.getSomething to retrieve another model. This self.pool is still the same, in fact. It remains the same. So if you say self.pool.something, you'll still get a model, and actually you'll get an object that still behaves only with the old API. In the design we made, in fact, we still have the old object that formerly was the model, and that one has to be used with the old API. And besides that object that is in the registry, we have the record set, and the record set can only be invoked with the new API. So what we did is we make the environment itself behave like a registry, but it contains, in fact, instances of the new API. It contains, in practice, empty record sets of each model. There are a bunch of facility methods for switching to a different environment. So you can see you can use the method with env to say, I want to attach the current record to a different environment. Not that the record object will not change, but you'll get a different record set which is attached to another environment. This is useful, for instance, for switching languages and so on. And you got special cases with context if you want to switch to a different context, or sudo if you want to switch to a different user. So one that's pretty much convenient when you have to bypass access rights, for instance, you'll use rex.sudo, and it will return you an equivalent record set, but attached to an environment where the user ID is 1, the administrator user ID. Okay? Now let's move on to something else that's new with this API. So we've seen that we can adapt the API of methods, but the fields have changed too. And they're now, we're using something which is very Pythonic, that is the descriptors. A descriptor, it's exactly like, if you know the Python function property. When you make a property, it's an object that encapsulates a getter and a setter. And when you when you access that property on an instance of your class, you're actually implicitly calling the getter of that property on the particular instance. Here it's the same. So you define the fields on your model as class attributes. Okay? So it's attributes you put on the class, and the fields actually have re-implemented a layer on top of the fields, and now you use uppercase, capitalized names for defining fields. And here, for instance, you have a name field, a character field, sorry, called name, and a many-to-one field called parent ID. The same kind of attributes required, read-only, and so on are available on the fields. Okay? And so, in fact, those fields, you'll see the fields, it's a different way of defining fields. Just don't forget, don't leave a comma at the end of the field definition, because otherwise the attribute will be a tuple and will not be recognized as a field. That's a common mistake when you migrate code. So those fields are defined, and when I have a record set of that model, I can do .name, and this will retrieve me the value of the field. It will call a getter actually on this field.char object. Okay, so the next bit you should be waiting for. Okay, for plain stupid fields, that's easy. The conversion is pretty straightforward. But now for computed fields or function fields. Well, for function fields, we actually have reinvented an API, which is quite different from what used to be. And here I have an example, a display name. Display name is a character field. And here I have this special attribute called compute. And compute should be assigned to the name of the method that computes that field. The name of the method. So if I'm relying on the name of the method, it's because it actually allows you to override the method, since the name doesn't change when you override. Okay, so I'm using the name of the method such that you can define that method later in the code, and it can be overridden naturally without having to redefine the field. Okay, so you say, I put the method name, compute display name, and below I have the definition of compute display name. It takes one parameter, self. And self normally is a record set. And what the compute method does, it computes, here in this case I use the decorator API.1, so it performs an automatic loop on the record set, and self in this case is actually one record. And for that record, in fact, I'm going to retrieve its, the name of its parent record, the name of the record itself, and combine them together, and I will assign the result to display name. So this compute method, it's not exactly like a getter, it's more like an initializer for the field display name. Defining it that way has advantages, is that you don't have a return value, and actually you can define it for one record or a collection of records. And you can actually also use it for one or several fields without changing its API. And here you see an example. So that's something like a mock-up of a sale order or an invoice. You got three fields: the amount untaxed, the amount of the taxes you have on your sale order lines, and the total amount to pay. And those are three fields, and they're all computed by the same method called _amount. And if you look at amount, you have an explicit here. I use the decorator API multi, and I say for each order in the collection self, I will compute order.untaxed, order.taxes, and order total, which are used actually the values are just assigned to untaxed and taxed. Okay? So the same API, in fact, works whether you define your compute method for one or for several fields. Because you assign them, you don't have to return anything. You're not expected to return anything, in fact. And actually, the ORM will figure out automatically that the fields are computed simultaneously just because they have the same name for the compute method. An extra bit that's actually nicer about a computed field, if you ever defined a stored function field in the old API, you should remember this scary store parameter. Store equal true, in most cases, just didn't work. You had to define like triggers and to say when a record of this model is changed, then you have to call a method to retrieve that computes which records on the current model have to be recomputed. So you had to implement manually the triggers that ensure that the field is recomputed whenever something it depends on has been changed. Well, in the new API, you just say store equal true. And it just works. Why? Well, it works provided that you use a decorator depends. It should be API.depends. And here, compute display name. If you remember the code is here. You see the code is, it depends on self.parentID.name and self.name. So I here put in the depends decorator the name of the fields the current field depends on. So it depends on name and parentID.name. And actually the ORM, the framework, will automatically put triggers on the field name on the field parent ID and on the field name of the parent ID model. And given those triggers, it means that when I modify one of these fields, in fact, the ORM somehow inverses the dependencies to figure out which records have to be recomputed. And these dependencies are used for invalidating the cache. Thanks to that, we have a consistent cache now. The cache of the browse records was not guaranteed to be consistent. That is, if you read a value from a record, then you modify that record. If you read again from the same record, you still got you used to have the old value. In this new mechanism, you have the new value. So you have a consistent cache. It's also used if the field is stored on a database, just with store equal true. It's also used to determine when it's time to recompute that field and for which records. And it's also used for the onchange. If you remember in the old API, when you had a function field, you also had to write manually an onchange if you want that function field to react on the screen. With the new API, this is automatic. It's all done for you. So you may still want to have onchange, but that's for the cases where it's not a function field anymore. Function fields can also have inverse function field. It's pretty similar to the compute method, except that on this one you don't have dependencies. The dependency is actually the current field. And I'll come on the onchange method. So for computed field, nothing to do. You don't have to annotate anything in your form view. It's automatically added for you. And for other kinds of onchange, for other fields, then you use this new API. You define a method, like here, onchange partner of self, and you write the code as if self was the form. So self contains the values of the form, and you can change those values. And here, for instance, if you set a partner ID, it will use that partner ID as a delivery address or something like that. And actually, the values will be sent back to the client side. You just have to use this decorator on top that says onchange partner ID. So when the field partner ID is changed, you should automatically trigger an onchange and invoke that method for the field. If you have several methods for the same field, they will all be executed, in fact. Okay? So you can have several onchanges on one field in a form. So that's one of the goodies of the new API. Less burden with the onchange. You don't have to put anything in the form view, in fact, except if you want to prevent explicitly an onchange on a particular form view. Okay? I move on. I'm almost done. So this is not interesting. Just an extra bit, a new way of defining Python constraints. It looks a lot like the at depends, except it's at API that constrains. You say which field you want to constrain, and that method is automatically invoked when one of these fields is modified on the record. The method is invoked on the record set, in fact. And if some constraint is not satisfied, you should raise an exception with the error. Okay? The nice bit is that you can have actually a different error message depending on the condition or sub-condition that wouldn't be satisfied, for instance. I'll move on my before last slide. And essentially, it's you want to migrate a module. Here are the guidelines I propose you. So this is the way we've been trying to migrate modules, and that seems to work. Is first look at the fields. The fields are in general very easy to migrate. It's just a conversion, capitalize the type of the field. Sometimes you have to write the fields.function and the fields.related. Now you have to use the type of the field as the class. And you use a compute method name and or a related attribute. I haven't shown the related attribute, but it's similar to the compute, in fact. When you migrate your field definitions, typically you have to rewrite the function fields and reformulate a bit the compute method to assign their result directly on the record. The second step is migrate the methods themselves. And here you can rely on the interoperability of methods. So if you define your method from the old API, you rewrite from the old API to the new API, use the right decorator, and with that decorator, you guarantee that even if it's still called with the old API, it will work. So you have to choose between the decorator, typically model, multi, or one. And for choosing between the three, typically you look whether there's an IDs parameter. If there's one, you should use multi or one. If there's no ID parameter, you use model. That's usually what you do. And then typically you'll stumble upon the onChange methods. And there the conversion is slightly trickier in the sense that the old API of onChange method and their new API is not compatible. There's no straightforward mapping. So there you have to typically rewrite the whole stuff, changing the API such that it's just self, and self represents the form. So the onChange methods, they are probably the trickiest to adapt, but not always. Depends whether they're complex or not. And the only thing to be very careful about the onChange methods is if they are overridden, then you have to adapt the overriding method as well, because the APIs are completely different. And so if you want them to stack on top of each other by overriding, then you have to change them all. For the other methods, if you have one of the standard mappings between APIs, it's not necessary to touch the overriding methods immediately. But for the onChange, as it's a completely different API, there you have to do it. So those are my the guidelines I propose for migration from V7 to V8. Thanks. Are there questions? Pas compris. Oh, can you activate the microphone?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Just raise your hand and we will commute to you.
Thank you. So in the vset API, I could say store equals true or false, or I could set a dictionary where I would say if in other model some field changes, then I could specify a condition where my store will be activated.
Yeah.
How can I do this with the V8 API?
What's the question? Sorry?
Okay,
What's the...
in the V7 API,
Yeah?
I could say store equals true or false.
Yeah, that I understood.
Yes, or set conditions dictionary. So my store would be called on some conditions. I don't know if you're...
I don't understand the question itself.
Okay.
So you'd like to
yeah.
make like explicit triggers?
Yes, with the new API.
It's not foreseen with the new APIs.
Okay.
The new API so far.
Thank you.
So here the idea to use implicit triggers, and then you have to set the dependencies right.
Okay.
There's no plan at this point for making like such explicit triggers for records. Yes.
I have two questions. The first one would be for an on-change method.
Yeah.
Does self contain the whole record or just the fields declared on the form?
Self contains, so this one, self contains the whole form. All the fields on the form are actually sent by the on-change. So the client side takes all the fields that are present on the form and sends them to the server. So self here contains all the fields that are available on the form view.
But if I need access to a field that is not present on the form, then I have to rebrowse self or do something by hand.
Yeah, if it's not present on the form, you won't have it here.
Okay. The next question would be, when will the API actually trigger updates? So if I do 2 assignments, is that 2 update statements, or is that stuff collected and only executed at the end of the function?
Do you mean the... wait.
Yeah, with that, the slide before? Or?
You mean the updates, the attribute updates?
Yes.
These
so
ones?
The second code block, is that 2 update statements or 1?
They will be done here as 2 write statements.
So for performance, you still want to use
Indeed,
write
for performance,
with a dictionary, I guess.
for performance, in fact, the alternative is to call the write method on partner. You do partner.write and you give it a dictionary.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that one, at least at the moment, it fits very nicely for updating 1 or maximum 2 fields. If you update 10 fields, performance will be very bad. Another question? Maybe? There.
I'd like to know how do you, in case you want to inherit a model, just modify or add an attribute to a field. How do you do it in the new API?
You want to modify what?
I want to modify one attribute from a field, such as the help attribute or the track attribute.
Okay. At the moment, it's just like before. So you are forced to redefine the whole field. Actually, someone made that good remark on the training Monday and Tuesday, and I'm looking whether I can find an easy solution such that you don't have to redefine the whole field attribute, but just the ones that have to change. So I'm having a look at the moment to find a decent solution for that, and hopefully, when the release come out, we'll have a decent solution for that.
Sorry for the interruption. I would like to announce that there is a workshop this afternoon in the room Bruyère where you can come with any kind of contribution. It can be a pull request or an idea or a patch, and you can come discuss it at any time. So the workshop was supposed to be focused on the web client, but actually we extended the scope and it can be any kind of contribution. So you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, there will be other developers, not just web developers there.
So we are waiting you there with the whole R&D team, so you will be able to talk to the developer that is in charge of what you want to contribute to.
I'll be there too, if you want to chat.
Okay.
Last question? Yeah.
There's another one there. Okay. I wonder if for the self, when it returns as a record set, have you tested how many number of records can be returned as maximum number of records? That's one question. The other one, what lock techniques do you use?
Wait.
Do you lock records? Or
I haven't understood correctly the first question.
Okay. First, the number of records returned as a record set, is it limited or it's open?
There's no limit on the number of records in the record sets.
Okay. Second question, what type of locking you use? When I have the record set, if I want to edit anything in it and return it back, does the record already locked for other users?
Other users of record set?
Yeah.
You mean?
As I for same record. Because I got the record set and I update it by my code. Then I want to update the database with new data.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Do you mean you have another means than the record set for updating the database?
No. What I mean, okay, I got returned record set.
Yeah.
And I update some data in it.
Yeah.
Okay. But when I'm doing this, another user through the interface is updating the same records. Is this a locking for this?
Yeah. Okay, I understand. So you're in one of your methods are updating a record set or a particular record, and on the user interface, another user triggers an update. This works just like before. So your update and the other user's update are made in different transactions. And typically, if both transactions are done at the same time, typically the second one may be invalidated or may be aborted by the database, but it works just like before, in fact. So that still works on one transaction per request to the server. Okay, I think I'll stop here because I have to pass.
We are late for the next talk.
Last one is here in the front, on the front.
Yeah, for the on changes, can we call the super method?
Yeah, super works.
Means
so you can call. I think I had an example somewhere. Where was it? Wasn't it here, there? There, this one here. So I'm using super right on the values.
In on change, because there might be on change specifically for the new API of on change. Can we call the super method?
Yes, you can override an on-change method. There's no problem with that.
I'm not talking about overriding. I'm talking about calling the on-change super method after overriding.
Yes, you can.
Of course.
Super works. I've made sure that you can use super to call an overridden method. It works exactly as expected. In fact, every method is wrapped such that it may be called with the old or the new API.
Okay.
So when you have overridden methods, it's like having a stack of methods, okay, and each one can actually switch from one API to another.
Okay. Okay, and also for the function field, like you are calling it compute. When we don't have a store is equal to true, it is keeping everything in the cache. Something like that? or it will always recalculate it. Initially, it was like when the read method will be called, or from browse method, it was calling the function and it was getting the value. Now we don't have a store is equal to true, and we have provided the depends here. So when this three fields will be changed, then it will calculate this thing and will store in the cache or memory, or it will always call these functions from when the read or browse method will be called.
So you mean one of the dependencies here is modified? In fact, let's take the case of a function field that's stored in the database.
No, I'm talking about not stored in database.
Okay,
I know.
okay. I'll do it two ways. So if it's stored in the database, if the field is stored in the database, when you modify a dependency, the field will be recomputed for the record in question. If the field is not stored in the database, its value is actually only stored in the cache. We maintain a cache, and when you modify the field, the cache of the record that's impacted is simply invalidated. And it's only recomputed the next time you access the field. So it's recomputed in a lazy fashion. Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raphael.
Yeah.
parce que tu m'avais dit qu'elle était légèrement de travers. Ça va. Bah écoute, je vais zoomer directement sur l'écran, je pense, parce qu'il a l'air chaud. On est bon là?
Okay, so I'll start now. Hopefully people will have time to take a little break. I'll start slowly. So this is the talk that I'll be presenting. Unfortunately, the developer who was supposed to give the talk is absent right now. He was the one who did most of the work on the point of sale, so it's very unfortunate that he couldn't show his work to you. I'll make my best to explain everything in his place. So I have prepared a few slides. So the idea of the talk is to, first of all, explain how the point of sale works. Just a quick show of hands, how many of you are already familiar with the point of sales or have used it? Okay, so about half. Okay, that's good. So maybe you're familiar with the previous version, which was available in OpenERP 7. We have done quite a lot of work to improve things, to add support for, to add features, to add support for more hardware. And so I'll explain a little bit how we came to our current solution, what are the advantages, maybe some of the drawbacks, and I'll try to explain at the end how exactly we add support for new devices. That will be kind of a technical, that will be the more technical part of the talk. And maybe if we have time, we'll go through some of the code we've written for the currently supported devices, and I'll leave time for questions at the end. So, yeah, I should put my screen in. Otherwise, I won't be seeing exactly what you're seeing. There you go. Okay. Just a second for it to come back. So, the point of sale is the solution that Odoo developed for managing essentially shops. We are adding supports for other kind of businesses like restaurants or any scenario where a simplified sales interface might be useful. I've heard it was weird. I'm running the workshop downstairs. Maybe some of you came there already. I've heard that not only shop owners use the POS, but also people who sell things, for example, through phone or other means. So it's not necessarily something people use when they're directly facing customers. What they like about it is the fact that the interface is simple. It doesn't allow you to do everything that Odoo can, but it's easy to compose an order and essentially perform payment for it. So a few months ago in November, we decided to run a crowdfunding campaign, not only to provide funds, obviously, for the development, but also to test whether there was interest for something more integrated than we already had. What was happening before was the interface was there. It hasn't changed that much since then, but it was hard to use it with normal point-of-sale hardware. And mainly what you see in this picture, I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but you typically need a printer for the receipt. You need a barcode scanner, you need a cash drawer, and we've also added support for a scale, for example, if you're selling vegetables or things like that. So we didn't have a solution to provide access to the hardware from a web application. And since Odoo is essentially a web application, we had to come up with a workaround or a solution. So I'll present to you some of the basic hardware. This is actually hardware that's available at the front desk for sale. We have defined a kit, a minimal kit for a shop, and that includes, of course, a barcode scanner, because if you have to search for a product every time a customer comes, it's a bit tedious. Of course, you also need to print receipt. Now, usually shops use these kind of thermal printers. Now, from a web interface, you can, of course, print normal A4 pages or generate PDFs. But in a shop, you don't usually want to spend an A4 page to print a small receipt. The problem is, while normal printers, desktop printers, are fairly standardized, these kind of industrial commercial thermal printers have other protocols. So they're not supported out of the box by, not even by most PCs, and certainly not from the browser. So, yeah, and of course the cash drawer, because you want to be able to give the change back, etc. So we had to find a way to be able to use all this from any browser, and that includes, for example, tablets. Now, at the workshop, we have two iPads on display, from which you can use the point of sale. And of course, if some of you have iPads, you know that there is only one connector on it. It's a proprietary Apple connector. It's kind of USB, but not really. And developing something that allows you to connect all these devices to an iPad would have, I mean, we would have had to develop some kind of custom hardware. And it's not really our core business at Odoo. We are mostly a software shop, but we still wanted to have this integration. And it was kind of the right time for this, because there are a lot of small embedded solutions now which provide access to USB, Ethernet, the usual connectivity stuff, through and use the same tool that we are used to. Now, usually when you run OpenERP, you run it on Linux. I mean, some of the developers in our team use Macs. None use Windows to code, to my knowledge, because Windows support is not as good for what we do. But so essentially, we are a Unix-based development. We use a Unix-based development environment. So these small embedded solutions allowed us to come up with this architecture, and the idea is we use a proxy, a hardware proxy with custom code written for it, and all the devices we need to support are connected to the proxy instead of to your point of sale client. So you don't have to, you're not limited in terms of what you want to use as your actual point of sales interface. And to allow communication between, for example, your tablet and your devices, we thought, well, most people have a router and an internet connection, especially if they use the SaaS version of OpenERP. I mean, any router now, if you have a DSL provider or a cable provider, whatever, will provide you with a router which has Wi-Fi capability and, of course, Ethernet. So we thought, okay, let's have the tablet use the online version of the point of sales, for example, but be on the same network as this little proxy. And we'll write code specifically on the proxy to support all these devices. And so we call this proxy the PosBox. It has the connectivity we needed. It's limited, but you can do pretty much anything if you add, for example, a USB hub to it. You only have 2 USB ports by default, 1 network connection, and you also have an HDMI port, which we don't use currently, but which we could use to add, for example, a secondary display to your point of sale. Because right now, you only have the main display, which the salesperson is using, but you don't have a customer-facing display, which is unfortunate, but we could add that, and I'll show you in a little bit how. Since we wanted to be able to use our Linux tools and everything we know, we chose the Raspberry Pi. I don't know if anybody here is already familiar with what a Raspberry Pi is. Okay, a few people. What it is essentially is a credit card-sized computer. It's a fully fledged computer. Okay, it's smaller than, for example, what my laptop has. Both in terms of actual size and processing power. But it's still a very capable little computer. So you have a CPU, of course, with an integrated, it's not really integrated, but it's stacked with a GPU from Broadcom. You have an SD card reader. You have power, which is provided by micro USB cable, the same as most of you have for your cell phones, for example. The HDMI ports, some RAM, etc. And you also have a few connectors which we don't use, but which we could use if we wanted to integrate more hardware. One is an RCA video output, which could be useful because, for example, a lot of cheap displays, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with car displays, they usually use this kind of connector. It's a bit of a legacy connector. It's not VGA, but it's still useful if you want to display simple information. You have an audio port, which we don't use, of course, for a point of sale, 2 USB ports, and an Ethernet connection. This is a picture of the Raspberry Pi. We left out from the schematic some stuff like these connectors could be used for touch screens. They're not currently supported, and we don't intend to use it. It's a bit too specific for our needs. You also have these pins here, which can be used to drive anything. So if you have some very weird microcontroller-driven device, and you have a few connections to it, which are not standard connectors, you could use these general-purpose pins to connect to it. Delivers 2 amps, which is not much, but it's more than enough to run the Raspberry Pi. Sorry. Which runs between 500 milliamps if it's completely idle to 1 amp. So essentially, you have 1 amp, which should be reserved for the proxy itself, and 1 amp for USB devices, which is a good thing because the USB 2 spec defines the maximum power consumption over the USB bus to be 500 milliamps. Now, some devices are not quite there. They overshoot a little bit. So if you connect two devices to the Raspberry Pi and they're a bit greedy current-wise, you may end up needing too much current to run your Raspberry Pi under load. Which is why we advise that if you use a hub to connect more than two devices, use a self-powered hub. This is very important because if you start using 3 devices and they each use 500 milliamps, your Raspberry Pi simply won't work. We had a problem with that at the beginning when we tested things during the crowdfunding campaign. We used a simple barcode scanner, but so we didn't expect any problem. We used only one device, but what we didn't realize was we had taken a charger from someone at the office, which delivered only 1 amp. And that wasn't enough to power both the Raspberry Pi and the barcode scanner. And it took some time to just look at the charger and figure out that we didn't have enough current. So that's what you get when you start using hardware in a software shop. But so you can use the stock charger that we provide, but just use a self-powered hub if you need any more devices. What you'll see at the workshop is we use 3 devices on one of the PosBoxes because we have one barcode scanner, one thermal printer, and a scale for food and vegetables. So in that case, we need some precautions. The Raspberry Pi doesn't have any, except for RAM, it doesn't have any onboard persistent memory. That means that everything runs from the USB card that you will insert in the slot. When we sell PosBoxes, we sell pre-configured SD cards. So you just have to insert them into your Raspberry Pi, connect it to the charger, and it works. If if you want to supply your own SD card, or for whatever reason you want to configure another one, consider taking class 10 cards. I think we use this actual brand. SD cards are divided into brands. They have different access speeds. And since everything runs from this file, the file system on the SD card, if you take a slow one, it will be slow to boot, slow for some operations. So just it doesn't cost that much more. Take a class 10 one. So what we put on the SD card is a Linux distribution called Raspbian. It's Debian compiled for the Raspberry Pi. Now, one interesting thing that I didn't mention is the Raspberry Pi isn't an x86 Intel processor. It has an ARM processor, like most of you have in your smartphones, so it's no problem. All Android devices run Linux, so we know that we can compile a complete Linux kernel for ARM processors. And the guys who developed the Raspberry Pi actually took the time to also make a Linux distribution compatible with ARM. So that's also something that you have to take into account if you intend to use devices that need binary drivers. So some hardware vendors provide open source drivers, so that's no problem. Usually you can compile them on ARM without too much hassle. But some vendors provide binary drivers, and not all of them provide drivers for ARM. So just be careful if you choose to integrate a hardware that we don't currently support, and it's not supported by default by the Linux kernel. Most of the drivers are there. I mean, there are a lot of drivers in the Linux kernel, and normally you shouldn't need to install anything. We didn't have to for the hardware we use, so it was compatible with Linux out of the box. But if you have something more exotic, you might want to take some precautions. So, since this is about hacking, quote unquote, the PosBox, that's essentially how you access the PosBox. There are a simplified interface which I will show later, but if you want to have full access to your PosBox, you use the standard remote shell utility SSH, and what you do is you just type SSH pi, which is the default user for the PosBox, at the IP of the PosBox on your network, whatever IP it has. You will be that's what you will see. The password is admin. It's in the manual, but nonetheless, so it's easy. Once you're in there, you can run a few commands, which I've run here, just to show you what's in the proxy. So you can, for example, ask Linux for information about the CPU, which you do by typing cat /proc/CPU info, which tells you that it's an ARM v6 processor, etc., etc. You see that the hardware is made by Broadcom. That's their identifier. You also can ask what memory you have available on the box. Now, this is taken from a running PosBox from the workshop a few hours ago. So you have 512 megs of RAM on the Raspberry Pi. You get about half of that free once the PosBox is installed. So if you want to run some other process or you need to run something to support your hardware, you have some leeway. It's usually enough for what we do because hardware integration doesn't require a lot of code or a lot of logic. Everything is in Odoo, and that runs on your server or in the SaaS. So that's not it. That doesn't impact the memory consumption of the Raspberry Pi. Another very useful utility if you're trying to integrate hardware is called LSUSB. LSUSB is a standard Linux command which lists the USB devices that have been loaded by the kernel. Now, on the stock Raspberry Pi, you only have these three devices, which are essentially the hub that the Raspberry Pi provides for its 2 ports. When you add a barcode scanner, I don't know if, yeah, you can see it there, essentially what you do if you want to know what USB devices you just plugged is you run LSUSB once, then you plug your device and you just run it again, and it will give you the device identifier for what you just plugged, which is useful for debugging because that's how you know that the device has been recognized by the Raspberry Pi and is currently connected. You may also need that when you access the device directly, for example, if you open a serial port or things like that. I did the same for the thermal printer. Yeah, what I didn't show here, it's important to note that normally barcode scanners will be supported out of the box. And maybe some of you know why, but the idea is they essentially act as keyboards. So when they read a barcode, what they do is send the keystrokes to the Raspberry Pi, which means that you don't really have to integrate anything. We did some code for that anyway, but if you connect a barcode scanner directly, for example, if you are using a PC for the point of sale and you only need a barcode scanner, you can run it without even using a PosBox. I mean, it normally works out of the box. It's also useful to know because you usually need the barcode scanner both on your point of sale and maybe on your PC when you're configuring your products, or when you're configuring other barcodes such as customer references or things like that. So that's the easiest device to integrate. The USB printer is a bit different. That's a proprietary implementation. It's not considered a standard printer. So we had to that's most of the work we did for the first version for the crowdfunding was on the printer. You also have, of course, a file system. It's a Next 4 file system that's on the SD card. If you buy it from us, it's already installed. Otherwise, that's the kind of file system you'll get. Also, if you're SSHing into the PosBox, there is a folder called OpenERP. It hasn't been renamed yet, it will be. But right now on the PosBox that we sell, that were configured before the name change, everything is still called OpenERP. In that folder, you have, of course, the standard OpenERP add-ons directory. It's still the old layout. So you have add-ons, web, and server. And you also have a few scripts. These are essentially to facilitate restarts. The names are pretty self-explanatory. Warm-up is not really useful. You use it if you don't want to start the PosBox immediately, but you still want to preload the DB, etc., because you want a fast start later. But otherwise, it starts, stop, restart, update, etc. The same scripts can be run using systemd. Systemd is the module we chose to manage the services. So when the PosBox starts, every service needed for the hardware integration is started automatically, so that you don't have to log in each time in your PosBox and type start and stuff like that. These are just as a reference, the same thing that you have on the in the scripts, but if you want to run it from systemd directly, you can. The service that we start is called OpenERP service, and systemctl is what is used to interface with that service. Now, that was for the PosBox. So if you buy one and you want to play with it, what I just told you will help you get started. But what I want to talk about also is how you would go about developing a new module. And that's a bit different because you won't do it on a Raspberry Pi. I mean, if you want, you can. You have a text editor on there, you have a Vim, etc. You could do it that way, but usually when people are developing something, they prefer using their usual laptop or desktop, or whatever. So what you will do is simply connect everything to your computer, and you should use Linux. But if you're on Windows, which is what I'm doing today, I would suggest using something like VMware or VirtualBox and use a VM, because ultimately your code will be deployed on a Linux machine. So you want to make sure that everything is already compatible. So I usually set up a virtual machine with everything, and I'll code from there. The development setup is also available in the PosBox manual, but I'll just give a few hints here. You need a few special modules, which are PySerial, PyUSB, to communicate with the hardware we already support. Of course, if you're integrating something new, you might need some other module. There are a lot of modules in PyPy, which is what we use here. You can add whatever dependency you want, but essentially you'll need the serial and USB at the minimum. You also have to, by default, your standard development user, the user you log in with in your machine, won't have enough rights to access directly the USB devices, because usually you don't need to. So there is something to do to add your user to the correct group. So essentially that's what I've described here. You also have to create a UDEV rules file, which specifies that all the users in the USB users group have enough rights to read and write on the USB port. You also have to create a database. So you have to install Postgres, and you have to create a database for the PosBox. Now, by default, it's named PosBox. Why do we need Postgres? Essentially, we decided to use OpenERP itself on the PosBox. We could have gone another way, and we could have done something more lightweight, but we already know OpenERP, and it has support for defining web routes, controllers. We know Python, and there are a few things that are easier if you already know OpenERP. So what runs on the PosBox is not your OpenERP server. It's just a small OpenERP instance with just the hardware modules installed. So there will never be, maybe not never, but currently there won't be any sales-related data saved on that instance. But it's still there because we needed to load modules, etc. They're saved in DB. So you create the DB, and essentially you install the usual OpenERP dependencies, and you clone. It works on the current Git module. If you want to play with it, I suggest not using Bazaar anymore, because all the modules needed for the POS are on the OpenERP public directory. So you install the usual pip dependencies, and you just add those that I just told you about. On your dev machine, you're not going to be using something like systemd or Upstart, because you're going to be starting and stopping your server all the time. So just to facilitate things, I added the command line to start. Here, there is a mistake, by the way. This is what's done on the PosBox. You won't be needing web add-ons anymore, because as you have seen with the change, the web add-ons have been migrated to add-ons, so it will only be add-ons path add-ons. You may omit that, but you may want to add your add-ons in some other directory, not to avoid messing up the Odoo one. So you would add the directory there. You'd add a DB filter. The PosBox, by default, is expected to run on 8069, which is the standard Odoo port. We need that because that's an assumption we make in the web client, in the POS web client, when we connect to the PosBox. So if you run both OpenERP and the PosBox on the same machine, just be aware that you will have to run your point of sale on port, I don't know, 8080 or something like that. If you don't know it, you can't run it on port 80 by default on Linux, because the kernel won't let you bind to a low number port without sufficient privileges, but you can use any usual development port. Now, as I told you before, you SSH into your box if you want to debug it or see how it works. But there is a simple page when the PosBox is launched that is available at this URL. So it's hardware proxy /status. And that gives you a summary of what the PosBox has detected. For example, here, I didn't connect the scale, but the other two, the printer, it's a bit small, but the printer and the scanner were correctly recognized. You also have the output of LSUSB. If you don't want to SSH into your POS, or if you need a quick glance. So, and you can add a new printer. That is something we added because the printer we currently use is kind of hard-coded. Its USB ID is hard-coded into the module. So if you have a similar printer, which is compatible, and many printers are, because we use an Epson one, but they standardized their protocol. It's not an official standard, but other vendors are using it. So if you happen to use a compatible printer and it's not by default recognized by your PosBox, you just cut and paste the line corresponding to your printer into the field here, which I'll show, and you submit, and your printer should work. Another thing which is hosted on the PosBox is the manual. Now it's available online also. You can search for Odoo, or maybe I can do it here. Damn. That's that's not what I wanted to do. Just look for Odoo point of sale manual and you'll have a PDF. It's the first link on Google. It's well done. I took most of my information from it at the beginning. So where was I? And it's hosted on the PosBox. So if you don't have access to the internet and you need something quickly, you can have it there. Now, if I still have time, yes, quickly, I'll describe the add-ons that we are using for the hardware support. There are a few more, but they are kind of experimental. But these should already be available on GitHub. They are proxy, scanner, ESCPOS, which is the printer, and scale. It's self-explanatory. You should. That's the structure for an add-on. So if you look at this, you'll see that apart from the doc, which is down there, it's very, very, very little code. So it's essentially one file, one Python file, which we may look, if we still have time, or we may take a look at. But it's one Python file which defines a few web routes, like you would in any other Odoo module, like a website. And there's also the glue logic for decoding the protocol that we're interested in. So the scanner, it's even simpler. The __ files are descriptors, so you only have one file. As I told you, most of the work was done on the ESCPOS because it's a complicated protocol, and we wanted good support for it in order not to be limited to one device. If you want to upgrade your printer, or if you already have printers which are ESCPOS compatible, they should work out of the box. If not, ping us, we'll fix it. The scale was easy also. It's essentially a serial protocol, so it was recognized by default on Linux, and we just had to shuffle data back and forth on a serial port, which is why we import PySerial, as I told you before. Now, I don't think I will have time for a demo, because I'm running a bit short on time. I'll first take questions, and if we have time at the end and the next presenter is not here, I can make a quick demo. Otherwise, come downstairs. There is a workshop. You can ask any questions you want, and maybe take a shot at our. We have a challenge. You have to register all the items on the table in less than 1 minute and 30. And I think some guy broke the record under 1 minute an hour ago, so you're welcome. I'll take questions now.
So the drawer was not connected by USB. Does it mean that the printer itself sends a trigger to open the drawer when we need cache?
Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. So yes, we didn't have to do any integration for the cache drawer because it's driven by the printer. That may not be the case for every cache drawer, but the printers we have seen have a port for that. So I think it's kind of a standard practice, but I'm not an expert on that. But yes, it's a good point. We didn't have to do anything for that. It's part of the ESCPOS protocol, and so once you summon the printer, it opens the cache drawer. But yes, thank you for pointing that out. Any other questions? Yes? So that's what I mentioned before. So I'm not very familiar with industrial displays. I went quickly over this, but we could use the RCA port on the Raspberry Pi. I know that a lot of low-end displays use that still. The only problem is you won't be able to power it from it because it doesn't provide power, so you usually have another 12-volt power adapter for the screen. But we could use either that or HDMI. And if there is another standard, then we may have to find an adapter or maybe use the GPIOs, but I don't think we'll go that route because it's a bit it won't be portable to another system. But any HDMI display should work. And if you need, what you could do is define a module like we've done, define web routes, and have them essentially write to the frame buffer corresponding to your display. So you could have a simplified display and do it that way. We haven't tackled it yet, but a lot of people have asked for it. It may even be mandatory in some countries to have a customer-facing display. So yes, if you know more about industrial displays, please come to the workshop because I'd like to know more about it. But I'm not familiar with the usual protocols or connectors used for them.
Yeah, I have the mic here. How about integrating payment terminals or something like that? That's like the missing link, I think.
That's the $100 question. So right now we haven't done it for two reasons. One is we were focusing on the basic functionality, the low-hanging fruits. The other one is I'm not even sure there is a standard. Now, we'll have to dive into it, but I'm not sure that we could develop something that would be available for every country. Now, we have done one payment integration for a restaurant in the US, but they use, maybe you're familiar with Square or companies like that. What they have is dongles that you plug into the headphone jack or the USB port of your tablet, and they're essentially magstripe readers. So that was easy, so we did it for iOS. It could be done for Android also. The problem is in Europe, nobody uses magstripe anymore because it's unsafe. And we would have to either choose one terminal which supports a sufficient number of payment methods, or find a common denominator between them. But I haven't looked into it yet. I know that we should do it. Right now, there is no link between the two. You can still use a payment terminal, but you will have to type the amount there, and there will be no link between the payment on the terminal and your point of sale instance. I don't know if it answers the question. Yes? Yes, so that's also a question we get a lot. Since it's a web-based application, we didn't want the shop to be completely out of business in case of a network failure. So we have implemented persistence in the POS client. So it's not fully featured yet, but if the internet connection drops, the orders are saved in the client and then synced back when the POS comes back online. But there are limitations to this. You still have to be online to open your shop and to close it. So to open a POS session, you have to be in the back end of OpenERP, and that doesn't support. That doesn't have offline support. So in the morning, you have to have your internet connection, and in the evening also. So what we support is kind of we have a mitigation for intermittent failures, short-lived failure. A gentleman came to the workshop and asked me what he could do in case of a 3-day failure. That's not something we support right now. I would advise against it. Now, if you use an iPad, for example, I would recommend getting a SIM card and a cheap data plan as a backup. So you wouldn't be on your SIM card most of the time because you would be doing everything over your Wi-Fi and internet connection. But if you want a little bit more safety, get some kind of redundancy, either at on your modem. Some of them support failback on 3G, for example, or directly on the client. But so yeah. That's the support we have right now. It may improve if people require more stringent specifications, but that's what we have done until now. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you very much for attending, and see you at the workshop.
Good morning, Luc. You are the founder of Noviat, a partner of Odoo. Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to, at that point in time, OpenERP, which we found like from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or now Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay, so you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They're in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war starts in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people, the refugees to live from. For this they needed a solution where they can actually tailor it to their specific demands, which are very difficult. They're operating all over the world. They have production plants in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. They buy their equipment in China. They have stock locations in all continents. And the business demand is unforeseeable. They just don't know when a catastrophe will happen. So they have to be able to react very fast. So this has been a very nice implementation, which was possible in record time with a solution like Odoo because it was so flexible. We could really adapt and tailor the solution to their specific packaging requirements, to all the legal documents, the shipping documents we needed, and to their specific business operation, which is an operation where in record time they have to do incredible things.
Why businesses should select Noviat to implement Odoo and not another company?
Well, that's very difficult because there are many companies and many good companies who can implement Odoo successfully. So I'm just going to say why we believe we're good for it is what do we do? First of all, we believe completely in the power of open source. We're a community of people develop and make sure that the solution gets adapted and remains adapted to the local market. So why should they choose for us? First of all, because we actually contribute into the ecosystem of OpenERP. We contribute in the continuous improvement of the tool. On the other hand, we are not, me and my co-founder, we are not very young anymore. So together we have about 70 years of IT experience, and we have actually many more very experienced consultants. So we take the combination of senior IT experts who have been actually doing IT projects, small ones and large ones, and development projects for many, many years, and we combine it with new technology, very flexible technology, delivered by Odoo as a company. So I think that's a reason to choose us. It's our passion for the technology, our experience to bring it, our contribution to the ecosystem, which means that we stay on top of the technology, and the combination of new great technology by Odoo with the experienced integrator makes sure that we deliver our projects in a correct way. And I would say if it's the right project in an affordable way. And this is not always the case, but then we tell it to a customer because Odoo doesn't fit any type of business. Sometimes what's available from Odoo and what the customer wants is just too far away, and then we tell them, well, go and buy a package on the market. So this is also the advice we give. We not always advise for Odoo.
Now about the Opendays, what do you think about the new way we have organized the events?
I don't see, I follow the Opendays from the beginning, I don't see a fundamental difference because we still have all the business tracks, the technical tracks, the functional tracks, the plenary meetings, and it's still the same way to meet customers, but also, which is very important, to meet people from OpenERP and to meet integrators all over the world, which we tend to know from name because we contribute in the same community developments. So it's great to meet them. So I don't see a major difference from my perspective.
In terms of maybe the venue, the arrangement, and the exhibitors hall and things like that, it's not a real change from last year, for instance?
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger. I would say the difference between our first Open Days, where we were in Grand Rogier with maybe 100 persons from over the world, and now with 2,000, so it's primarily the scale of the event. The difference also is in the beginning we had little customers, only integrators. Now we see a combination of customers and integrators, so the scale is different. The exhibition hall was there last year, but with less exhibitors, so I just see it's a growth and it just shows the success of Odoo.
Okay, thank you. Bonjour Nicolas Rigaud, vous êtes cofondateur d'Easy IT et Gold partenaire de Odoo.
Oui, tout à fait.
Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors on a fondé Easy IT avec mon cofondateur Anthony Bruget il y a 4 ans d'ici. L'idée était de monter un business pour aider les compagnies à croître de manière efficace avec un logiciel de gestion. Et donc voilà, on était issus tous les deux du domaine de l'informatique et on s'était d'abord dit qu'on allait développer notre propre framework en fait. Et à cette époque-là, donc, on a rencontré OpenERP qui était en version 5, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, et on a démarré l'aventure avec eux. Et aujourd'hui, quelques années plus tard, bien, on se rend compte qu'on a fait le bon choix.
Et pourquoi avoir choisi OpenERP donc, précédemment pour implémenter au sein des entreprises?
Alors, comme je le disais, dans un premier temps, on s'était dit qu'on allait créer notre propre framework. Après, on a fait un petit tour du marché et là, on a rencontré notamment OpenERP. On voulait une solution open source déjà. Après OpenERP, bon, on s'est rendu compte que c'était des Belges. Donc, si on pouvait travailler belgo-belge, c'était un avantage. Au niveau technologique, le framework était suffisamment ouvert que pour permettre une customisation pour une majorité de petites et moyennes entreprises. Et alors, au niveau ergonomique, c'était déjà assez puissant à l'époque, malgré que c'était de la version 5. Et on a tenté un premier prototype avec ce qu'on appelait à l'époque un client zéro. Ça a été un grand succès. Et donc, on s'est dit, continuons dans cette voie-là avec OpenERP.
Et votre expérience de partenaire de Odoo maintenant, donc OpenERP oui. Anciennement, votre expérience avec Odoo en tant que partenaire, comment vous la décrirez?
C'est une super expérience parce que, voilà, comme je le disais, on a démarré il y a 5 ans d'ici avec un premier client, puis un deuxième est arrivé, puis 5, puis 10, on a engagé du personnel. Bon, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que, contrairement probablement à une bonne partie des autres partenaires, nous avons créé Easy IT pour travailler spécifiquement avec OpenERP. Donc c'est notre cœur de métier, on ne fait rien d'autre. Et donc l'expérience est hyper positive. Aujourd'hui, voilà, on est Gold Partner, on a des petits clients, on a des moyens clients et on a des gros clients, des grands comptes avec 200, 300, 400 utilisateurs au quotidien. Donc,
justement, à propos de clients, avez-vous un client, un cas précis que vous prendrez comme étendard pour partager auprès des personnes que vous rencontrez?
Ça dépend un petit peu les prospects qu'on rencontre, hein, parce que comme je le dis, on ne va pas parler de grands comptes quand on rencontre un petit prospect et vice-versa. Par contre, un cas pris au hasard, qui est aussi une petite anecdote, on a développé un projet dans un milieu un peu hostile, puisqu'on a développé un projet au Mali. Or le Mali, c'est pas toujours, c'est pas toujours super tranquille. Et la petite anecdote, c'est que dans les gens, une partie du personnel qui doit utiliser l'application ne sait ni lire ni écrire. Donc on a dû mettre en place dans le processus un mécanisme qui permettait de faire face à ce problème qui est quand même assez majeur, hein, quand on utilise un OpenERP au quotidien. Ce qui prouve effectivement la capacité d'adaptation de l'outil et son ergonomie. Voilà.
Très bien. Et maintenant par rapport aux Opendays de cette année, comment trouvez-vous l'ambiance et les sessions par rapport aux années précédentes justement depuis que vous êtes partenaire?
Eh bien, moi c'est la deuxième année que je viens. L'année dernière c'était donc à Bruxelles. Cette année-ci, c'est encore un niveau de qualité supérieur, je dirais. Alors nous, notre bâtiment est situé sur l'Axis Park de Mont-Saint-Guibert, donc on est à un jet de pierre d'ici, donc ça c'est génial. L'organisation est bien mieux, il y a plus de personnes. Je vois que le rebranding a bien eu lieu, puisque tous les roll-up sont super. Et voilà, moi j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer 2-3 clients, quelques prospects, donc ça se passe relativement bien.
Ouais, merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie.
Bonjour Bernadette Pack, vous êtes fondatrice et directrice de la société Company Writers. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors, Company Writers, c'est une société de communication écrite pour les entreprises. Elle rassemble des écrivains d'entreprises qui sont capables de décliner des messages en différentes langues, sur différents supports. C'est du copywriting, c'est de la traduction, de la correction, aussi de la consultance en communication.
Votre société utilise Odoo. Quels étaient les besoins à la base de cette utilisation?
Il y a 2 ans, Company Writers n'avait aucune systématisation dans l'approche client, dans l'approche facturation, etc. Donc nous avons beaucoup réfléchi à la façon dont utiliser un système qui nous semblait également évolutif comme le vôtre pour répondre à nos besoins spécifiques en termes de gestion de prospects et de clients, en termes d'équipe, en termes de langue, de langue d'interface des différentes personnes qui travaillent pour nous et en termes également de facturation. Donc maintenant nous savons de A à Z tout ce qui peut se faire dans Company Writers. Tout est donc maintenant systématisé et c'est réellement un grand bonheur parce que cette systématisation nous permet d'aller beaucoup plus vite, de savoir où on est, de piloter maintenant une entreprise pour la faire évoluer de façon stratégique.
Et si vous devez décrire Odoo en 3 mots, ce seraient lesquels?
Accueil, agilité et oui, tout est possible.
Merci. Good morning, Luc. You are the founder of Noviat, a partner of Odoo. Can you tell me more about your company, Noviat?
Noviat is a company we founded in the meanwhile 4 years ago. We founded it with a project to bring affordable and flexible business solutions to the local smaller and medium-sized businesses. In the meanwhile, for this actually we have been looking and evaluating the market on affordable and flexible solutions. We came actually to, at that point in time, OpenERP, which we found like from a technical standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, the best solution which was actually meeting our requirements. So we saw that with that solution we could for the first time bring ERP to the smaller companies, but also tailor it exactly to the flexibility the smaller companies needed. This being said, in the meanwhile, and even from the beginning, once we really saw what's under the covers of this technology, we managed to implement it in larger companies also. And although we started with the idea of smaller and medium-sized companies, one of the first projects we did was an implementation for Thomas Cook, who is then actually an international company. So what we now see is that OpenERP or Odoo is actually a solution which is very flexible, which is very modular, and it scales from small companies up to very complex large enterprises.
Okay, so you recommend OpenERP to end customers to use it because it's very flexible and it's very affordable. And what other keywords would describe OpenERP?
Well, you just said it. It's very flexible. It's very affordable in some cases. I'm not going to say it's always affordable, but it's especially very flexible.
And except Thomas Cook, do you have another business case that you are proud of it and that you want to share with us?
Well, we are proud of all the implementations we've done. I think one of the cases which is probably very nice is we actually did an implementation for a company called Alpinter. They're in the business of human relief supplies. What is this? Whenever there is a war or catastrophe somewhere in the world, let's say that whenever the war started in Syria, then all of a sudden they have to make these refugee camps. And so they have, in record time, they must put in place a truck, or I would say like tens, hundreds of trucks with all equipment in order to put in place kitchens, shelters, beds in order for the people, the refugees, to live from. For this they needed a solution where they can actually tailor it to their specific demands, which are very difficult. They're operating all over the world. They have production plants in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. They buy their equipment in China. They have stock locations in all continents. And the business demand is unforeseeable. They just don't know when a catastrophe will happen. So they have to be able to act very fast. So this has been a very nice implementation, which was possible in record time with a solution like Odoo because it was so flexible. We could really adapt and tailor the solution to their specific packaging requirements, to all the legal documents, the shipping documents we needed, to their specific business operation, which is an operation where in record time they have to do incredible things.
Why businesses should select Noviat to implement Odoo and not another company?
Well, that's very difficult because there are many companies and many good companies who can implement Odoo successfully. So I'm just going to say why we believe we're good for it is what do we do? First of all, we believe completely in the power of open source. We're a community of people develop and make sure that the solution gets adapted and remains adapted to the local market. So why should they choose for us? First of all, because we actually contribute into the ecosystem of OpenERP. We contribute in the continuous improvement of the tool. On the other hand, we are not, me and my co-founder, we are not very young anymore. So together we have about 70 years of IT experience, and we have actually many more very experienced consultants. So we take the combination of senior IT experts who have been actually doing IT projects, small ones and large ones, and development projects for many, many years, and we combine it with new technology, very flexible technology, delivered by Odoo as a company. So I think that's a reason to choose us. It's our passion for the technology, our experience to bring it, our contribution to the ecosystem, which means that we stay on top of the technology, and the combination of new great technology by Odoo with the experienced integrator makes sure that we deliver our projects in a correct way. And I would say if it's the right project in an affordable way. And this is not always the case, but then we tell it to a customer because Odoo doesn't fit any type of business. Sometimes what's available from Odoo and what the customer wants is just too far away, and then we tell them, well, go and buy a package on the market. So this is also the advice we give. We not always advise for Odoo.
Now about the Opendays, what do you think about the new way we have organized the events?
I follow the Opendays from the beginning. I don't see a fundamental difference because we still have all the business tracks, the technical tracks, the functional tracks, the plenary meetings, and it's still the same way to meet customers, but also, which is very important, to meet the people from OpenERP and to meet integrators all over the world, which we tend to know from name because we contribute in the same community developments. So it's great to meet them. So I don't see a major difference from my perspective.
In terms of maybe the venue, the arrangement, and the exhibitors hall and things like that, it's not a real change from last year, for instance?
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger. I would say the difference between our first Open Days, where we were in Grand Rogier with maybe 100 persons from over the world, and now with 2,000, so it's primarily the scale of the event. The difference also is in the beginning we had little customers, only integrators. Now we see a combination of customers and integrators, so the scale is different. The exhibition hall was there last year, but with less exhibitors, so I just say it's a growth, and it just shows the success of Odoo.
Okay, thank you. Bonjour Nicolas Rigaud, vous êtes cofondateur d'Easy IT et Gold partenaire de Odoo.
Oui, tout à fait.
Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors on a fondé Easy IT avec mon cofondateur Anthony Bruget il y a 4 ans d'ici. L'idée était de monter un business pour aider les compagnies à croître de manière efficace avec un logiciel de gestion. Et donc voilà, on était issus tous les deux du domaine de l'informatique et on s'était d'abord dit qu'on allait développer notre propre framework en fait. Et à cette époque-là, donc, on a rencontré OpenERP qui était en version 5, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, et on a démarré l'aventure avec eux. Et aujourd'hui, quelques années plus tard, bien, on se rend compte qu'on a fait le bon choix.
Et pourquoi avoir choisi OpenERP donc, précédemment pour implémenter au sein des entreprises?
Alors, comme je le disais, dans un premier temps, on s'était dit qu'on allait créer notre propre framework. Après, on a fait un petit tour du marché et là, on a rencontré notamment OpenERP. On voulait une solution open source déjà. Après OpenERP, bon, on s'est rendu compte que c'était des Belges. Donc, si on pouvait travailler belgo-belge, c'était un avantage. Au niveau technologique, le framework était suffisamment ouvert que pour permettre une customisation pour une majorité de petites et moyennes entreprises. Et alors, au niveau ergonomique, c'était déjà assez puissant à l'époque, malgré que c'était de la version 5. Et on a tenté un premier prototype avec ce qu'on appelait à l'époque un client zéro. Ça a été un grand succès. Et donc, on s'est dit, continuons dans cette voie-là avec OpenERP.
Et votre expérience de partenaire de Odoo maintenant, donc OpenERP
oui.
Anciennement, votre expérience avec Odoo en tant que partenaire, comment vous la décrirez?
C'est une super expérience parce que, voilà, comme je le disais, on a démarré il y a 5 ans d'ici avec un premier client, puis un deuxième est arrivé, puis 5, puis 10, on a engagé du personnel. Bon, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que, contrairement probablement à une bonne partie des autres partenaires, nous avons créé Easy IT pour travailler spécifiquement avec OpenERP. Donc c'est notre cœur de métier, on ne fait rien d'autre. Et donc l'expérience est hyper positive. Aujourd'hui, voilà, on est Gold Partner, on a des petits clients, on a des moyens clients, et on a des gros clients, des grands comptes avec 2, 3, 400 utilisateurs au quotidien. Donc,
Justement, à propos de clients, avez-vous un client, un cas précis que vous prendrez comme étendard pour partager auprès des personnes que vous rencontrez?
Ça dépend un petit peu les prospects qu'on rencontre, hein, parce que comme je le dis, on ne va pas parler de grands comptes quand on rencontre un petit prospect et vice-versa. Par contre, un cas pris au hasard, qui est aussi une petite anecdote, on a développé un projet dans un milieu un peu hostile, puisqu'on a développé un projet au Mali. Or le Mali, c'est pas toujours super tranquille. Et la petite anecdote, c'est que dans les gens, une partie du personnel qui doit utiliser l'application ne sait ni lire ni écrire. Donc on a dû mettre en place dans le processus un mécanisme qui permettait de faire face à ce problème qui est quand même assez majeur quand on utilise un OpenERP au quotidien. Ce qui prouve effectivement la capacité d'adaptation de l'outil et son ergonomie. Voilà.
Très bien. Et maintenant par rapport aux Opendays de cette année, comment trouvez-vous l'ambiance et les sessions et par rapport aux années précédentes justement depuis que vous êtes partenaire?
Moi c'est la deuxième année que je viens. L'année dernière c'était donc à Bruxelles. Cette année-ci, c'est encore un niveau de qualité supérieur, je dirais. Alors nous, notre bâtiment est situé sur l'Axis Park de Mont-Saint-Guibert, donc on est à un jet de pierre d'ici, donc ça c'est génial. L'organisation est bien mieux, il y a plus de personnes. Je vois que le rebranding a bien eu lieu, puisque tous les roll-ups sont super. Et voilà, moi j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer 2-3 clients, quelques prospects, donc ça se passe relativement bien.
Ouais, merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie.
Hello. I'll start in 1 minute. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gery Debongnie. I was the main developer behind the business intelligence view that you probably know about. But I still will talk about it just to make sure we're on the same page here. So let's just have a look at what it looks like. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the business intelligence view, which is actually the graph view. There you go. So the BI view or the graph view is just a view like every other view, meaning that it can be used on any model in OpenERP or in Odoo. So this is the main part of this view, at least from a technical point of view, is this sub-view, which is the pivot table or BI cross-analysis, multi-dimensional tool. So in this view, the two main features I want to mention is that you can group your data by column or rows, and those group bys, I'll mention it. In this slide, those group by, I call that dimension. I don't exactly know the exact business word for every single part of this, but that's what I call it. What we grouping the data on is a dimension, and what we are aggregating the data is a measure. So in this case, it's a currency in this case. And the aggregation right now is only a sum. So basically a measure is a field that is summed and displayed in this view. All right? So in this case, it's planned revenue. And the dimension in this view is a stage and expected closing. Okay, so a short history of BI in Odoo. Before this year, last year, BI in Odoo was mostly list view with customized group bys, and the graph view was used to display just simple graphs. This year, a full rewrite of that code was done, and we now have this view, which is pivot table integrated with bar charts, line charts, or pie chart. So we can see, for example, that kind of stuff. Okay. This year, a lot of work was done on that pivot table, a lot of backend work. We optimized the database queries. We changed pretty much everything. And that's why, actually, in the code, this view is still called the graph view. So I might use in this talk graph view or BI view. I just mean this, all right? Okay, so this is a developer track. So I will not talk much about the functional point of view, which will be developed tomorrow. I believe in the afternoon. In this talk, I'll talk about the architecture of this BI or graph view. So let's just have a big picture in mind. So we have a database which talks to the ORM. This is the layer that modelize the data and make it available for to the models, which are the business objects in Odoo. Those models talk to the views, list view, Kanban view, graph view, form view. Graph view is just a view like the others. And then, to display its data in a nice and useful way, those views use widgets and interact with the data. Okay? So that's pretty classical, nothing much to say on this slide. So, the graph view, the specific graph view, is divided into three parts, three files. There is a file graph view, a file graph widget, and a file pivot table. So the graph view, what it does is basically it instantiates a graph widget, and that's it, or pretty much. Its only other work is to coordinate the search view with the graph view. So you probably know that, but you have when you change the group bys, it is reflected back to the in this, and when you change it, it's reflected back to the graph view. So that's just what the graph view does. It just talks between the search view and the graph widget. The graph widget is what displays the data. So that's basically the whole graph view is just one single widget which displays a pivot table or a bar chart or a pie chart or something or whatever you can do with it. And the pivot table is the basic data layer. It talks directly to the ORM and asks for the data directly. So it is kind of independent from the other views. It just collects the data and keeps it in memory correctly. That's it. So this is the pivot table is the place where all the work is done. This is, so you know the view is on the server, on the client side. So all the work of displaying the data and of formatting it is done by this pivot table and graph widget. The data is kept in the database and aggregated by the database. So we can only, with this architecture, aggregate based on Postgres functions like sum. I think they have average or max, but you can't do, the work is done by the database, which is important for performance reasons, of course. Okay, so that's the way it is structured. It's good to keep that in mind. Now, just to close this part, this discussion, you might remember how to insert a graph view into OpenERP or in Odoo. Back in the old days, you just add XML descriptions of the view. So a record with model UI view. What it does is add to the server that XML piece of information. And it says, okay, I have a view on that model. So in this case, the model is crm.lead.report. And the server now knows that it has a graph view, which is indicated by the graph XML tags. Before, in the pre-Odoo days, the graph had some parameters that were used For example, you could use the parameter operator equal plus to say that the data has to be aggregated. Now it has changed, but it's still backward compatible. So I'll describe how to interact with this XML. So in the graph tag, you have title, which is a string. So that's pretty simple. It's just what will be displayed. You have another parameter which is stacked. Stacked means that if there is a bar chart, it needs to be stacked by default instead of not stacked, of course. So that's just what it does. It just changed the default view, the default way the view is loaded. And then we have the most important parameter, type, which can be a pivot, bar, pi, or line. So by default, it is a bar. So in this case, oh no, I'm sorry. In this case, it's a pivot, so it's useful. So what this says is that if you open this graph view, you need to display it in pivot mode first. And if the user changed the view to the bar chart, it needs to be stacked. Now we have three fields below, date deadline, stage ID, and planned revenue. They all have a type attribute, as you can see. And the type attribute can say a few things. If it is row or col, it just means that we have a dimension in the row direction or in the column direction. So that's pretty simple. And I should mention, okay, no, I'll mention that just afterward. And if you have type of measure, it just means that it will be, this field will be chosen as the first field to be summed, to be aggregated. Okay? If there is no type equal measure, it will by default use a special measure, which is the count measure. So it will just simply count the number of records having those specific group bys. So it is still backward compatible. If you use operator equal plus, it will work. Also, I should mention that those parameters can be overridden by the filters. So if you are in your in your search view you have a custom filter, it will override those parameters, of course, so you can still open your graph view or in the mode you prefer. Okay. Those options, type, pivot, stacked, and so on, are parsed by the graph view and will be sent to the graph widget, and the graph widget will act appropriately. Also, of course, dates and date times are always a bit difficult. And to aggregate, we don't want to aggregate on, what does that mean to aggregate, to group by a date? Before this version, it meant that the field was grouped by month. So it is still a default. If you don't precise, if you don't specify what interval you prefer, it will use months. So if you type date deadline without the colon and week, it will group by month. And then, but you can specify day, week, quarter, or year. And you can use the same field twice. So you could have in this line week, and the line below you could have the same field grouped by day, for example, and you will have, as a result, a pivot table grouped by week first, and then weeks will be opened on days. So that's quite neat. Okay, so let's talk about two more options on the graph widget. The graph widget is where all the user interface is displayed and interacted. And you can also add two more parameters. You can indicate if you want the UI to be visible. By the UI, what I mean is this part, this top bar, can be hidden by default. It could be useful depending on your needs. And you can also indicate if you want the heatmap mode to be displayed. So the heatmap is this part, of course. That doesn't tell much if you look like this. So, okay, the heatmap is those 3 buttons. Okay, so that's the parameter heatmap mode just tells the widget if it needs to display the heatmap or not. So that's pretty simple, actually. Now, to develop your own cube views or graph view, the first and the most important step, actually the only difficult step, is to collect the data in a proper way. So I'll just need to mention how the BI view works. So it is a generic view. It doesn't know beforehand which model it will display. So it needs to have some kind of heuristic to know what it can do. So for example, the measures, so those numbers that are summed, they are just every kind of numeric type of fields it can find on the model, except ID, because it doesn't make much sense to sum IDs. So those fields are the one that will be available in these submenus. This is every numeric field except the ID field. Okay. And now the dimensions that will change, but right now the dimension that you can use to group your data is every type of fields that are defined in the group by category in the search bar. So you can look at the search bar. You have a list of group bys, and those group bys are the ones that you can use when you group here. So that's some kind of heuristic. But that will change. We will, in the next development cycle, we will change that to be able to group on every kind of field. So, okay. Pretty much every non-numeric field. All right. Now, to develop your own cube view, the data needs to satisfy 2 conditions. You need to, the data need to be stored in a database. That is, of course, it seems obvious, but a trap you can fall down to is that functional fields are not stored by default. So it will be available, but since it is not stored, the database will not sum them, of course, because it does not know their values. So you need to make sure that your data is stored on the database. And then you need to make sure this data is accessed in one single Odoo model. This is because the way Odoo works is that you display a view of a single model. So you can't display two or three models at once. Of course, if your data is in 2 models, or 3 or more, that you need to cross that data to analyze it, what you can do is you create a new model which contains that data. And you can do that with Postgres view. This is a way to look at the view from the data from the database point of view, but it will not create any database, any table in your database. It will be just a way to say to tell the Postgres database that okay, when you're looking at that view, you can use fields from one model and from a different one at the same time. So, okay. For example, here I give an example of extending the model. So if your data is not available at all, for example, you need to do some kind of computations. This is not a very good example, but I was short on time, so I give this one. In this case, we extend the model REST partner, and we add a functional field. So be aware, this is the old API, so don't try this at home. So in this case, the total invoiced field just sum the total number of the total amount of the invoice for one given customer. So we need to add the store equal true information. So this data is stored in a database and can be used when you're looking at a graph view or a BI view of your model REST partner. So that's one thing you can do if it makes sense for your needs. What I was telling you about is if you need to cross data between different models, what you can do is you create a model which contains basically the data that you need. So I wanted to give you a nice example which makes sense from the functional point of view, and at the same time which is easy to understand, easy to explain in a few slides. But this is really difficult to find a good example from a functional point of view. What you can do is look at all the reporting views in if you go to the reporting submenu, you have a bunch of analysis menu items, and all those menu items actually are Postgres view on the data. Why is it? It's to make sure that you can first analyze data from the data that you need from different models eventually, and also to make sure that you can't edit it. If it's a view, Postgres view, I mean, it can't be edited. So all those views, all those graph views are made with this technique. So if you need examples, you can have a look at every reporting views. All right. So that was the first step, is to collect your data in one model, in one database, or in one model and stored in database in some way. Once you did it, you're pretty much done actually. So now the question is, how do you display the data in the user interface? I'll show you first in live how you can do that. It's quite good for testing. So let me show you. I chose this example. So in this case, we are in the sales team screen. And let's say that I want to analyze sales team's numbers, whatever that means. As you can see, there is no graph view right now. You just have a Kanban view, a list view, and a form view. So what we can do from the user interface is to activate the developer mode first. And then you access submenu where you can edit the XML describing the user interface. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to add a graph view to this action. When I click on this action, it is the action that says the Odoo, that tells Odoo what it needs to display. So let's edit the action. And you see you have view mode, Kanban, tree, form. Tree is an old name to say list view. Okay. So you can just add graph, and that's it. Let's save that. Okay, right, it should be done. Okay, it's not there yet because I didn't click on the new action. So let's do that. Click, oh, sorry. There you go. There you go, you have a graph view which is available. That's the way it works. Now you told the action that you need to display a graph view. Okay, let's click on that button. Boom. Okay, what it says is that there is no default view of type graph for this model. When you clicked on that button, what you tell the client is, I want to develop to access the graph view of this specific model sales team. But there is no graph view at all. So what you can do is edit the manage views. Okay, wait. I was in the corrupted state, so I need to do it again. Manage view. And as you can see, here you have a list of all views for this model. So sales team, the name of the sales team model, at least the model displayed in the previous view, is crm.case.section. So as you can see, we have one search view, 3 form view, 3 Kanban view, and 1 list view, but there is no graph view. So let's add a graph view. I'll just say, I want a graph view, and save it. Now it doesn't say that, but it should be saved. Let's close this, reload, and now let's have a look at all our views. And sure enough, we have a graph view. So let's see what it does. Click. There you go. You have a graph view for your sales team. We can move to this pivot table mode to see what's going on. So by default, it doesn't know which field to use as measure. So it just used the simplest one, the count one. It just means that you have one record in that category. You can see there is not many fields available, and you have a few measures. For example, I don't know, this one. You can add measures to this. So let's say that we want to, by default, to see these numbers. It seems important. We can edit the graph view. And you see the XML that was generated when I saved a graph view. It just did a very simple graph string equal sales teams and added a field name equal name. That's why it was grouped in the raw direction. So you can edit that XML live. So let's do it. We can add type equal pivot. So it should open in pivot table mode when you click on the graph view. And we can add a field. Let's say field name equal invoiced forecast. Okay, so that says I want the field invoiced forecast, and I want it as a measure because it doesn't make sense to group on that amount. There you go. No error so far, good. And now let's reload. Let's click on this, and there you go. It was it opened by default in pivot mode, and it's aggregated the invoiced forecast field as a measure. So as you can see, that's not very difficult. And it's basically just XML. So the XML describes the user interface, the action, the menu item, and so on. And you can edit it for your own needs. So let's go back to the presentation. Well, that's what I said. Okay, so do it live in developer mode is one way, but it will not survive, probably will not survive at least migrations. It makes it difficult. Or will not survive going to a different version. I don't know. It's not really the best way to do it. It's good for testing, but not much more. So what you want to do, most of the time, is add your own XML to your add-ons, logically close to where you add your model. So in this case, I show you a code snippet to display a graph view for the model project.task. So this snippet was taken out of the project module, of course. So you can just add this in pretty much any XML file that is loaded. It does not matter. The order does not matter. And you just describe the type of view you want to see. So in this case, by default, you want to open it in bar chart mode and to display the project ID field grouped by rows and use the planned hours as a measure. This is just live code that is running in our projects module. Once you do that, it's not over yet. What you did with this snippet, you just told the user interface, okay, when you ask a graph view for this model, then here is one you can use. Now you might want to add this specific view, or at least a graph view to give an action. So when that action, in this case, action view task is triggered, then you need to add the graph keyword at the end, or first if you prefer, which says, okay, find a graph view display the graph view button, and when the user click on it, find a graph view of that model and display it. Now it will take the one with the lowest priority. So if you want a specific view, you can also say somewhere here that you want the graph view with that ID, which I think is this one. So if you add this, you just make sure that you will always display the right view and not a different one if someone else adds a graph view with a lower priority. So that was the second way you could develop your own cube view for your own needs. A last way, and I will not show that because I did not have time anyway. What you can do is to create your own client action and display whatever you want. So for those of you who don't know, when you click on this, you have some kind of action, but there is a view manager which handles all these parts. And the developer does not control the parts up there. But some case you can use a special action, a special kind of action, which is client action. So you get full control on what you want to display. So the messaging menu is a client action in this case. As you can see, it's not a graph view that is displayed, nor a list view, nor a Kanban view. It's not any kind of view. It's just a client action where you get full control on what's going to be displayed. So once you get that power to display what you want, the usual way to interact with the user interface is to add widgets. So as I told you at the beginning of this talk, the graph view is actually only displaying a single widget, but that widget is independent. It does not need to be inside the graph view. You can use it for your own needs, And bonus point, you can customize it as well with at least right now 2 more options that I told you, that I mentioned before. So this widget, this graph, takes as a parameter a model, so you can display any kind of model. You could have your own customized dashboard if you want. You can display 3 graph widgets with 3 different models, with some specific domain, whatever you want, and options and dictionary where you can specify what you want the graph widget to do. Basically, the default parameters, such as the measure or the house. And you can also tell the graph widget to hide the user interface. So a user cannot interact with it, and you're sure that it just stays locked in place. So that's more advanced, and as far as I know, no one else so far has used it as a widget, but it's completely possible. So it depends on your needs and your creativity. You can use it on a standalone basis. All right, so I'm almost done. What I told you was the past. Now the question is, what's the future of BI in Odoo going to be? I actually don't know. I don't have an answer to this question. But we did in 6 months a big step in developing that pivot table in that infrastructure. So now I assume we're open to suggestions and to ideas to help our users. So I don't know, perhaps we will add some other way to group data. So right now we can group, for example, data by dates are grouped by day, month, years, or quarter. But you could group some data by block. For example, a number between 0 and 10, a number between 10 and 100, between 100 and 1,000. I don't know if it makes sense if some people would use that. I don't know. Or other way to aggregate. Right now, the GraphView only aggregates with a sum operator. Perhaps we could use average numbers or max numbers. I don't know. The power is there. We need just to study the needs and to study a nice way to display this power to the user. So it's really difficult to have an interface which is at the same time intuitive and powerful. So we'll try to strike a good balance on that point of view. So I'm really thankful for your attention, and thank you very much. Yes? Question?
In former OpenERP Odoo, we had a view that we can not group by on the function field, even if it's stored, or not in many-to-many field, because it was not writable classically. So can we do that on many-to-many or related field or function, stored function field?
Okay, right now it's using the it's using the regroup function in the ORM. So it cannot group by in a different way that what you could do before. It didn't change on that aspect. So there was one change. The regroup function was optimized to be able to group on more than one field at the same time. But that's the only change, basically.
So it's not possible?
Not yet. Well, I don't know. Not now, at least.
Sorry for the interruption. I would like to explain that we extended the scope of the workshop that is happening in the room Bruyère. So now you can come with any kind of question or any contribution or discuss about a pull request or a bug fix or anything, and the R&D team is there waiting for you, so you're welcome. And we will extend it. We will do it tomorrow too. So you can come at any time and discuss any idea or code contribution or bug fix. And in the room Bruyère. And Gery will be there also if he has no presentation anymore, and he can also reply to your question there. Thank you.
Any other question? Yes, sir. So the question is about performance, and that's a good question. Of course, what's going to happen when you analyze a very big amount of data? So the architecture of this graph view right now is that the data is stored and aggregated in the database. So if you don't have too many groups, it will be very fast. You can aggregate on a huge amount of data, but if the sum of the number of groups is not that big, it will be quite fast. But of course, no, I'm trying to structure an answer, but of course we have talked a lot about performance. We did many optimizations already so far. Our first version was quite naive and did a lot of requests to the database and took a really long time to process that data. Now it's much faster, and we still have room to optimize this. So the pivot table JavaScript use a data structure internally which is not really efficient, but there is a huge opportunity for optimization yet that we could explore. Yes? So is there a way to use this BI view as a report? It's basically a widget, so yes, but it has not been done yet, as far as I know. So oh, yes, right. Well, it's not exactly the same, but what we have is that's done. And it should work. So let's have a look. So let's say you have this data. What you can do is use this button. It's not really an integrated report, but you can get an Excel file which has your own data. So you can get your data out of the BI view to do additional processing if needed. So it's some kind of report, but Simon will talk about the report in more details for the next talk. Any other question?
Having an in-memory database like multi-bean open source-based in-memory database underneath the ORM method in order to solve the performance problems that will appear in the future if the customer is loading not only the ERP-related data into Odoo, but also censoring data from productions or things like that. And I'm pretty sure the challenge will be that using the BI tools, customers will analyze more data than just the data we consider today.
So it's asking about if we had if we had talked about using in-memory database or other techniques, and well, I could talk to you about later if you wanted. This system was live just a few months ago. So we did a first round of optimization, but this we didn't discuss at all. But I'm pretty sure we will have a lot of work to do when we're running into performance problem, of course. But so far, no work has been done in that direction. Other questions?
Yeah. It just for me to understand it and get it on context with like business intelligence, open source platform like Mondrian, which is a Qweb engine. The part of pivot table you're speaking about, is that actually accessible via an MDX query? How is it persisted? Because I need to get basically that into context what we can do with something like business intelligence offering like Pansaers, and just need to understand where this belongs to and where it goes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you that much. Were you talking about persistence of the data?
Now the question is basically, if you have a queue, normally the standard is that you can query a queue of data with, for instance, MDX, which is the querying language for queues, like SQL is a querying language for databases. Yeah, so you have in your architecture, obviously, a persistence layer for a queue, which you call pivot table. The question is, can I access this persistence layer with an MDX query, for instance? So basically, is the architecture you have at the moment close to a Qweb engine in a traditional business intelligence architecture manner?
You're talking data warehousing and...
Now we don't yet. No.
Okay. But yeah, I don't have much more to say about that. We don't have right now the view is in memory in the client side, and it can be used, but you need to do the integration yourself right now. But
Inheritance of post-degree views. Yes. How is it possible? Because in version 7 I have to create the whole view again. I can't like insert new fields in the view. For example, the purchase report. It's a view. It's a post-degree view. The whole SQL script is in the edit method. If I want to modify the report, I have to create another module and recreate the view again.
yes, that's a good comment. So as far as I know, what you need to do is, I'm not sure, you could inherit a model with a Postgres view. I actually don't know about. Inheritance is messier in that case. I don't know if there is a good solution for that. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, you can add new fields. That's easy to do. Yes. If your view is there, you can just add fields and edit that. Yes. Other questions? Yes, sir. Right now, no, but there is a reason, is that each case represents an aggregate of invoices, for example. So what we're thinking of is way to access that data. It does not. We didn't do that yet, but we can imagine that if you click on a case and then on a cell, then it can display all, in this case, all opportunities with administrator and Argentina, and that's it. We can imagine that. But so far it does not work. But it's possible. So have we talked about extending this to allow forecasting? So the answer to that question is quite easy. Personally, I didn't think of it, so no. But I think it would be a lot of work. With the current design, it doesn't seem easy at first. I don't know, perhaps you could try to have a model. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know, actually. Sorry. Well, thank you, everyone. If you have more specific questions at some point, I'm around and I'll be around tomorrow, probably in the Brouillé room. So you're welcome to ask any question later.
C'est quand le prochain? La question c'était, c'est quand le prochain? Ouais, t'inquiète. Je suis taquet. Moi, il était beaucoup plus grand quand on faire le cadrage. Cool.
Tu commences à faire ça comme ça, c'est ça? Après, c'est terminé. Bon, sur 5 minutes, c'est personne qui dit. Je vais boire un verre d'eau. Je sais pas qui c'est. Il y a une petite là.
Normalement, les filles, je ne veux pas quoi. Une fois qu'il y avait de l'action. Caméra centrale, c'est bon pour les propositions. Sur quoi, pardon? Sur quoi, tu disais? Plus sur le speaker et le logo Odoo, quoi. Odoo, pardon. Waouh.
Okay, so hello everyone. I am Simon Lejeune, and I will talk about the Odoo version 8 reporting engine. We will start with a functional overview of the module to see how the usual reporting tasks are done. During this, I will present the task with a screenshot, but at the end, I will make a live demo. Then we will continue with a technical overview to get you started on the technical stuff. So let's start the functional overview. Before starting, I'd like to make something clear. It will help you not to get lost in all the information I will say. So first, reports are HTML pages. So if you're familiar with the Odoo website builder, it can be used on the report. All right. Also, when you edit a report, actually you are editing the template of the report. Thus, your modification will affect all the reports, not only the one you are actually editing. For the moment, it's not possible to edit the reports one by one. Okay. The first command task is to edit an existing report. So let's see how can we do this with the new report module. There are already two ways of doing this. The first is to use the website builder. For the moment, you need to install the website module to get the website builder. Okay. To be able to use the website builder, you have to change the type of your report from PDF to HTML. Okay. To do this, you just activate the technical settings on your user. Then you go to Setting, Reports, and then you can change easily the type of your report in the selection box. The second way is to edit the report directly in the view in the backend. So on the report, you click on Search Associated Qweb Views. From there, you can edit the report directly in the form view, like all traditional Odoo view. Another usual task is to edit the paper format of a report. So a paper format only has a meaning on a PDF document. Its role is to define margins, height, format of the page like A4, A5, header 8, and so on. So it's the same manipulation. To edit the paper format, you activate the technical settings on your user. Then you go to Settings, Reports, Paper Format. It's a traditional form view. It's quite intuitive. Okay, so there's not much to say about it. Another nice feature is the ability to easily add barcode to your report. Okay, to insert a barcode, it's as easy as inserting an image in HTML. The parameters are passed in the URL of the image. Okay, so at the bottom you have a screenshot of an URL. So it's just a controller that renders barcodes. Thanks to the Qweb syntax, it's quite easy. Now you have all the basics to edit an existing report. The rest is all HTML Qweb, like in all the Odoo website page. If you want to create a new report, you have to write a report template from scratch. And you got a minimal necessary template that will help you to start. It's this one. Okay. So let's have a look at this minimal template structure. The first step is to call HTML container. This template will just add the basic HTML structure of the report. Then we will loop over the browse records one by one, make them accessible via the variable O. And finally, the main content is beyond a node div with a class named body. Okay, so your PDF is divided in 3 parts. You have the header, the body, and the footer. All the content you put on a div with a class page will be the body. On a div with a class header will be the header, and the footer. Okay. Just above the div class equals page, you have a call to external layout. Actually, when you install Odoo, you have 2 layouts already defined. The layout define the header and footer. So you have the external layout with a complete header and footer, and the internal layout with only a simple footer and simple header. Okay, so now here are a few advice for your report. First, if you use Bootstrap Tutor to design your report, you must use call excess block and not call MD. I will explain why later. Okay. If you use call excess, all will fit perfectly in the PDF document. If you need CSS, you can add it directly in your template under a style node, or you can put it in a style template that is called every time. It's the report.layout. I will show you later. Okay. Also, if you don't want an header and a footer, just don't put a div node with a header footer class. So as I said before, reports are web pages. Thus, they are available with a new URL. It allows something cool. You can quickly change between a PDF and HTML report. Okay. So now I will try to make a live demo to present you the preceding point, which are editing an existing report, add a barcode, and play with the paper format. Okay. And it won't be easy. Okay, I have any problem. I can't have the same image on my screen, so it won't be easy. Okay, so the first thing I will do is to show you that when you select, okay, it's not good. J'arrive pas à avoir l'image sur les 2 écrans. Fichier. Okay. Okay, so finally I got it. Okay, so I will show you that when you go to settings and sales, if you active the discount group, so it's when you want to add discount on sell order line, anytime you will print a sell order, the column discount will appear, okay? So I will show you how to quickly change this with the new module. So first, you go to setting sales and you select allow a discount on the sell order line. All right. So Belgium accounting. Okay, then I will create a quotation quickly to Agole. I will sell him an iMac with a discount of 50%. Okay. And I will make the same, an iMac to Agole without any discount. Okay. So now, if I print the two quotation I just create, you can see that you have a discount column here that it's not used. Okay. So to change that, we will try to customize an existing report. So you go to your users and add the technical settings. Then you refresh your web client. And then you have the reports menu item that has appeared, okay? So when I go to reports, all the reports of my database are there. So if I type sale, here it is, okay? So now I can edit this report directly from the backend. So I click here. The one that interests me is this one, okay? So here you have all the code of the report. And I will just make a little condition on the discount here. So with Qweb, you can make little condition, and we'll make a condition that says if there is at least one sale order line that has a discount, then you show this column. If not, you don't show it. Okay. Okay, then I saved, and I have a validator. Pardon? Ah ouais, thanks. All right, so now I will just print the same quotation. And then you see, when you don't have any order line with a discount, the discount column does not appear. And here it appears, okay? So you can easily customize the report to your own needs, all right? So now I will present you the HTML editor. So to that, you go in the settings, reports, sale. And then you change to HTML. And now, when I will print the quotation, it will open a pop-up. All right. There you can see the report is in HTML. All right. It has opened an URL with the HTML inside. If I change it to PDF, it opens the PDF. but I want to show you. This. That's not working. Okay. Okay, I think the resolution of my screen is breaking the thing. All right, so I won't show you the HTML editor. I will just add the barcode directly in the template that I closed. Okay. So just like before, setting, reports, sale. So inside we will just add an image. All right, hope it works. Okay, so you see, now you have the barcode that is over all. The barcode working. So you see, it's quite easy to add barcode to your to all your reports. Okay, so the common barcode types are supported. All right. Okay. So now I will try again to put both. Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Putain, c'est pas vrai. Okay. I'm sorry. Few technical issues here. All right. Okay, so I will do without my notes. Okay. Now I will show you the technical thing, so how to declare easily paper format and report declaration to get you started on the technical stuff. So here you have the report declaration. You see it's a short up, so you have it's not difficult to do. You have the ID, that's not quite important. Model is very important. It will be the model associated to your report. If you're making a report for an invoice, you use a current invoice. For an order, it's a sale order. Okay. The string field will be the string that is displayed under the button. All right. Report type, you have the choice between Qweb PDF and HTML. It will be the default value of your report. Okay, name and file are the same. In the case of a Qweb report, it's the XML ID of the template. All right. Attachment use will allow you to keep the PDF in database the first time you will print it. All right. Here you have the paper format declaration. It's quite verbose, so there's not much to say about it. Everything is clear. Just all the units you are, all the values you are putting in here are in millimeter. Okay, so it's not inches anyway. Okay, so now you have everything to make reports. You can create a template. You can create year action report XML record, and you can make a paper format record. All right. Most reports does not need more than that. But now I will explain a little deeper the structure of the module to help you understand how to make custom report with custom Python code and everything. Okay, so earlier I explained to you that all reports are available beyond an URL. What I like to show here is that even if it is beyond a controller, it only makes calls to a report model. All right, so it's all a classic API model. It makes call on the report. Okay, so reports have as a three main method. This get HTML, PDF, and action. Okay, what's important here is that get HTML will first look if there is a particular model that exists for the report. Okay, so if you want to make custom code, to add a custom method, to add custom Python code, you have to write an abstract model. Okay, this is just a model without any table generated in the database. And the first thing that getHTML will do is to look for this model. If it exists, it will use this model to render the HTML. If not, it will use a default rendering context. Okay, so it's a big difference between a generic report that will use the generic rendering context when you don't have to write any Python code, and the particular report where you write yourself your Python code. So it's a resume that what I just said. So the generic report uses a default rendering context, and the particular you write your own rendering context. All right. So here it is, the minimal code you have to write to make custom reports. All right. So it's one class, one method, 3 or 4 statements. It's not that big. What's important here is the doc_args variable in the middle. It is actually your rendering context. If you want to add method, you create method around this class. All right. And inside the doc_args variable, you just make a reference to this, all right? So later I will try again a technical demo to show you that. Just now, actually. Okay, so we just try to get the same display on the both screens, so it takes me some time. All right. So now I'm going to show you how to create a custom report. All right. So to go faster, I will not create a custom add-on. I will directly make my change inside the sale module. All right. So I go to the sale module, and here you always have a little XML file at the root. That is all the declaration. All right, don't see anything. Okay, so here you can see that is the original declaration of the sale order report. All right. So I will just make my own. So because I'm lazy, I will just copy paste it and change its ID. I will call it. So the string is the text that will appear under the button. My report, my new report, right? Model is the sale order because I want to make another report for the sale order. And I will make a view that's called report.saleorder2. All right, so now I will have to create the template. All right, typically this thing is done in the views folders. Okay, thanks. All right, so it seems good now. Typically, this done is thing in the views folder. Here you can see that it is the two reports that we see earlier: report sale order document and the other. Okay, so I just create one more with the name that I put earlier. Okay, and I will, earlier I showed you the minimal template to use, and I will copy paste it right here. All right. So now we made an higher action report XML declaration here in sale reports. Now we made the template, so we have everything to make it run, all right? Just right here, something to show the name of the current sale order selected. This thing. So the T field is just a Qweb syntax, all right? So the browser code that will be currently selected is O. So if I print sale order 7, O will be sale order 7 in this case, all right? So now I have made change in the XML files. So I will reload the server, saying it upgrade your XML file. Okay. So now I refresh my web client. And when you see, you have the new report that is created that will just print, all right, my new report title and the sale order, all right. So now we did not have written any Python code, you see. So we still use the generic rendering context. I will show you just now how to make a custom rendering context. So you have to write a Python file. So we'll make at the root of the sale module. All right. And here it is the minimal code I showed you earlier to make the report working. Okay, so I will just change here report module. It's called sale.report. Sale order 2. It's the template I created in the XML view file. Hope it's the same. Yes, the same. And then you see, if I restart my OpenRP without, we don't need to upgrade the file. It will still work. But it's using our rendering context. But we don't have put something special here, so nothing special happen, okay? But no, if I want to write a little method here, like this one, already written. See, it's just something pretty useless. It takes a product in argument and searches the product that has a letter in his name, all right? So it's just to show you the concept. Now you have added a method to your custom report. But it's not available in the rendering context. If you want to put it in the rendering context, you just go here, and you make a key that is called get similar product, and it's a reference to your method. All right. So just a little trick here. The method needs a cursor and a UID that is not available in the rendering context. So I will just make a partial function with the cursor already in it. Okay. So now, when in my template I make a call to get similar product, it will call this method. All right. So you have written your own report. So we will use it here. Okay, so here I will just browse all the line of the cell order, and on each one I will make a call to get similar product, the method I wrote here, all right? And I will put the result in this pan. Okay. So now I modified an XML file, so I need to restart the server and uploading the cell. And if I want to print it now, I have made an error. Okay. Sorry? Sorry, you have found the missing bracket on here? In the partial, all right. Okay. Get your products here, UID context, contact, no, it seems good. Oh, if it's that. All right, it's that. Okay, all right, so I just forgot to import my report. It's called new report, all right. So now I need to upgrade. Okay, it's working, all right. So you see, it's pretty useless, but in a few minutes, I have made a custom module, all right? So it will end my technical demo. All right. Okay, so to conclude this, I will go through the tools used in this module. Okay, so the used technology are the templating engine is Qweb. It's a server-side rendering. Okay, the barcode images are rendered by Report Lab. Right. The tool used to convert the HTML to PDF is WK-HTML to PDF. All right, it's a great project. It has some competitors like PhantomJS, Lemur.js, and so on, but it has a nice API for paper format, so you can quite easily put different margin and so on. Okay. So the future announcement, we will need to create a report dedicated website builder. So if you use the website builders, you have all kind of snippet to display some image and so on. Okay, it's not quite useful for reports. We have to make some. Okay. Also in the website builder, we have not current table edition. Okay, so if you don't have table, you can add, but if you already add a table, if you already have a table, you can't modify it easily. All right. Another thing is that you must use, earlier I said, if you use Twitter Bootstrap, you must use ColXS and not ColMD. It's because WKHTML to PDF is like a little browser, but its display is fixed to 800 pixels of width. Okay, and that's why you must use ColXS. Okay, so thanks for your listening. If you have some questions, please come to see me after the presentation. All right. Sorry for the issues.
So the workshop that was supposed to happen in the Bruyère room today, we expanded its scope, and you can come to ask about anything, including the Qweb report engine. And we will extend this workshop tomorrow. So if you have any question or want to discuss about a patch or a contribution, you are welcome to the Bruyère room tomorrow. And Simon will be there also if you have questions about the templating engine and the report engine. Thank you.
Bonjour Bernadette Pack, vous êtes fondatrice et directrice de la société Company Writers. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors, Company Writers, c'est une société de communication écrite pour les entreprises. Elle rassemble des écrivains d'entreprises qui sont capables de décliner des messages en différentes langues, sur différents supports. C'est du copywriting, c'est de la traduction, de la correction, aussi de la consultance en communication.
Votre société utilise Odoo. Quels étaient les besoins à la base de cette utilisation?
Il y a 2 ans, Company Writers n'avait aucune systématisation dans l'approche client, dans l'approche facturation, etc. Donc nous avons beaucoup réfléchi à la façon dont utiliser un système qui nous semblait également évolutif comme le vôtre pour répondre à nos besoins spécifiques en termes de gestion de prospects et de clients, en termes d'équipe, en termes de langue, de langue d'interface des différentes personnes qui travaillent pour nous et en termes également de facturation. Donc maintenant nous savons de A à Z tout ce qui peut se faire dans Company Writers. Tout est donc maintenant systématisé et c'est réellement un grand bonheur parce que cette systématisation nous permet d'aller beaucoup plus vite, de savoir où on est, de piloter maintenant une entreprise pour la faire évoluer de façon stratégique.
Et si vous devez décrire Odoo en 3 mots, ce seraient lesquels?
Accueil, agilité et oui, tout est possible.
Merci. Xavier Pansaers, you are the Chief Sales Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your mission.
Alors, at Odoo, I'm responsible for anything related to sales operation and international business developments. It includes pricing, change management, install base, renewal team, anything related to sales operation, I have to say.
What are the next steps for Odoo sales activities?
First of all, as I said this morning, we would like to empower our sales team. So we have for the moment 4 sales teams: partnership recruitment, channel team, indirect sales. We have a direct sales team for SMEs and the renewal team which take care about the install base. We need to empower that. That's first step. The second step is to continue our international development by opening a new sales office in New York and continue to push operation in San Francisco, in Hong Kong, in Asia.
First of all, you talked about your different teams. What are their objectives?
Teams?
Of the teams.
First of all, for the complete flow, we have 4 axes. Partnership recruitment, their responsibility to recruit partners on a daily basis. We have a trend of recruiting 20 new partners globally a month. Those guys, as soon as they close the partnership contract, it's passing to the account manager. The account manager, apart from the channel team, indirect sales team, they need to activate, motivate, train and sell through the partners. The third team is direct sales team. They are selling out-of-the-box solutions to SMEs. And there you have a TCO between 5K and 10K average. In that team, we are delivering unlimited support in terms of functional supports, helping the clients to be live quickly. And we have the renewal team. It's a brand new team launched January 1st to take care about the install base.
How do sales business impact the partners?
First of all, has any change, they need to process the change internally. They need to think how to sell better. It's what we try to explain during this event. And the way we see things is that now they need to start small and expand with the clients. Some of them are getting used to sell big bang solutions, which is a threat for the business and a threat for the clients. So they need now to train them to be sure that they understand the new business model and the way they need to sell. Selling 3 of 2 apps from scratch and after expand with the clients.
Why businesses should select Odoo to run their business?
Simple, it's affordable, it's easy to use, and it's exactly answering a struggle the clients have today, is that there are many providers with expensive solutions, and here we have solutions which fitting exactly the needs and the requirements of the clients they want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Alexandre Vandermeersch, you are the Chief Marketing Officer at Odoo. Tell me more about your missions.
Well, the mission of Odoo is to make companies a better place, one app at a time. It's very simple. We want not only to companies to work better, but we want them to be better, with better user experience, better processes, and of course more growth.
What are the next steps for Odoo marketing activities?
The next immediate step is going to rest a little, as we had the biggest Opendays ever, and as you know, it's been a tremendous experience and a lot of hard work done by the whole team. And obviously, given the success we had in terms of people coming out to us, asking questions, being excited about the opportunities ahead, we'll take a few weeks to just take stock of all of that and make sure we use that as a foundation for the future.
What is the strategy for the months to come?
There are 4 points that we are going to focus on in the next few months. The first one is basically content marketing. So we need to beef up our content to have solid white paper, solid functional documentation, more blogging about what we do and how we do it. We want to provide great content, great quality content to make sure that the people that need that content can find it easily and get educated about what we do. The second point is basically going to be about user experience. We know that when a user loves something, he will be ready to invest anything into it. He will be the advocate of the tool in its company. So user experience comes first. You first convince a user now before you get a client. And that's going to be a key focus to make sure the user gets on board and they immediately fall in love with the product. That's the second priority. A third priority is going to be about lead acquisition and make sure that we have, of course, a lot of leads in the pipelines, not only for Odoo as a company, but mostly actually for partners who are keen to get fresh leads. They don't necessarily have the marketing department in-house to create new opportunities for them. And the fourth priority is going to be create marketing materials, collaterals, and support events to make sure that our partners have the adequate support they need to grow their company.
Why companies should select Odoo to run their businesses?
There are a lot of reasons why, of course, they should select. I think one of the key reasons is peace of mind. Peace of mind for two reasons. One is that because the solution is future-proof, anything that happened to anyone, Odoo is stronger than the company that created it. It's run by a community of 2,000 developers plus 200 in-house developers. The company itself is growing at a very high rate, so there's a high success. So nothing really can happen to the company, and the software will continue to evolve a lot in the coming years. So you have the peace of mind because it will continue to grow with the company and evolve, and you have the peace of mind as well because even if you start with one application, if you need the next round, you don't have to worry about integrating something, cutting in pieces, getting files out and files in. Everything is integrated seamlessly from the website to the e-commerce, the CRM, down to the manufacturing, warehousing, and accounting. So anything you add will be automatically fully integrated. So you have as well peace of mind about upgrading Odoo apps, and that's critical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour Guy Christians, vous êtes manager chez Pansaers. Dites-moi en plus sur votre société.
Alors Pansaers est une société qui est active dans le milieu humanitaire. On est fabricant et revendeur, et vendeur bien sûr, de ces produits dans l'ensemble du monde des ONG, donc des organisations non gouvernementales. Et la société est belge, je pense la seule européenne à être spécialisée dans ce domaine. Et nous produisons surtout du matériel non médical et non-food, comme des tentes, comme des bâches, des jerrycans, ce qu'on appelle des kitchen sets en anglais, et d'autres produits comme des kits hygiène que nous livrons sur site aux ONG, malheureusement là où il y a des événements comme des guerres ou bien des crises climatiques comme il y a eu dernièrement en Haïti.
Vous utilisez Odoo dans votre société. Pour quels bénéfices utilisez-vous Odoo?
Alors on a démarré avec Odoo depuis 2 ans. surtout dans le but de développer nos activités dans l'international. Donc on avait des besoins d'être présents avec notre stock et tous nos produits dans des pays comme l'Afrique centrale, bien sûr là où se trouvent les ONG pour des raisons logistiques en Arabie Saoudite, à Dubaï entre autres, et également être présent en Asie pour faire l'achat de nos matières premières. Et donc on a recherché un produit qui était installable au niveau international, qui était multi-devises, qui était multi-warehouse, et après une sélection assez poussée, notre choix s'est posé sur Odoo.
J'ai bien compris que vous utilisez le warehouse management, mais quelle autre application d'Odoo utilisez-vous?
La partie fiscale, bien sûr, la partie comptable qui est nécessaire dans chaque pays, mais également toute la gestion commerciale, toute la gestion des achats et l'ensemble des activités fonctionnelles qui gravitent autour des achats, des ventes et de la gestion des stocks.
Après avoir utilisé Odoo, recommanderiez-vous Odoo aux autres entreprises?
Je pense qu'après 2 ans, c'est un succès. On a mis le point sur surtout la stabilité du produit et le côté convivial. L'implémentation dans les divers pays s'est fait très aisément, très rapidement. Et je pense qu'aisément, dans ce type d'activité du moins que nous faisons, on peut conseiller à d'autres personnes de choisir ce produit.
J'ai cru comprendre qu'au début, avant l'installation, vous avez quelques réticences à utiliser le produit.
Effectivement, j'étais pas très chaud pour un open source. Je viens d'un milieu d'informatique classique dans lequel on avait l'habitude de payer ses licences, ses contrats de maintenance et ses contrats de service. Et je n'étais pas très, j'étais un peu sceptique. Mais après les phases de test et d'implémentation, je pense que maintenant je suis un bon partenaire des open source sans problème. J'ai évolué.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.